Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The fireside chat is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The fireside chat is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome member of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Michael Castine.
Good morning. On the morning of October 20th, 1981, the USS Constellation was off the coast of California. President Reagan arrived via Marine One to address the crew. He declared Let friend and foe alike know that America has the muscle to back up its words. And ships like this and men and women like you are that muscle. President Reagan had a vision of a 600-ship Navy, a key part of his plan for achieving deterrence and peace through strength. When he took office, the number of ships was at a post-Vietnam War low of 521. Toward the end of the Reagan administration, the number had risen to 594, close to that 600-ship goal. But ever since, that number has been steadily declining, down to 287 ships today. The United States must realize that to restore deterrence, we need to rebuild our Navy. And the urgency grows day by day as China's warships outnumber America's, and their shipbuilding capacity is over 200 times our own. It is 200 times. Our next guest understands that. In fact, he's made it part of his mission as a director of the Office of Management and Budget to change the current trajectory. Director Russell Vogt has become a partner with the Pentagon and Navy Secretary John Phelan, visiting shipyards and bringing the weight of the White House to the goal of rebuilding the defense industrial base. Director Vogt has said, just giving an additional $1 billion is not going to give you a ship anytime sooner. We also must, in his words, bulldoze bureaucracy. And with his leadership in the White House, we are sure to do so and to get our ships. So today, we are honored to welcome for the first time to the Defense Forum stage the Director of the Office of Management and Budget. He'll be joined by Shannon Bream of Fox News Sunday. And gentlemen, and ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shannon and Director Vogt.
Good morning. Welcome, Director.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we're going to get to the ships, very important part of this conversation, but let's start with defense spending more broadly. The Reagan National Defense Forum does a series of survey questions, and folks were asked, how large do you think the U.S. military should be? The number one answer by far was large enough to win separate wars against China and Russia at the same time. Folks were also asked about the Golden Dome, overwhelming support for that as well. Those both come with very big price tags. So where does the money come from?
Well, my view is that the capabilities is the right question to ask, and making sure that we can actually put the amount of resources that's necessary to actually get things built. The extent to which all of these capabilities are things that the president supports, that is something that is a given. And so, I think one of the things I'm excited about being here, and I'm grateful for this to be my first time, is to send that clear message that from a resource perspective, the resources will be there.
Okay, so the president put out his national security strategy this week, so I want to read from a little bit of that. They say a strong, capable military cannot exist without a strong, capable defense industrial base. America requires a national mobilization to innovate powerful defenses at low cost, to produce the most capable and modern systems and munitions at scale, and to reshore our defense industrial supply chain. So what are some of the practical things this administration can do to meet those goals?
Well, let me give you an example that may not have gotten as much news, but we're very excited about. Shipbuilding is something that we do defense shipbuilding, but commercial shipbuilding we have not done much of recently. And we want to bring things that we don't do well here to this United States. So in the area of icebreakers. So we reached an agreement with Finland with combination of two Finnish companies and United States companies to make investments where for 11 icebreakers that could be built, because this is what they do, they would do 11 and 4 of them would be in Finland, and then the other 7 would be here in the United States, in Tampa and in Texas. And the companies themselves are investing in the infrastructure. One of them, Davies, is putting $1 billion into Texas, into this new manufacturing facility. So that's the kind of direct foreign investment that we're very excited about. And it will mean that we've got icebreakers, of which it's horrifyingly lacking in our national fleet right now. So in the Navy context, obviously South Korea has about $150 billion that they're going to end up spending. We want to make sure that that is flowing to the right places to come along and help us build capacity and work with our industries and get it built here eventually, even while we may be borrowing or asking other countries for their expertise along the way.
When we think about munitions, weapons, things that over the last few years there's been a lot of concern that our reserves of those have run dangerously low. We'll talk to people in Taiwan that will say they've got billions in orders that have not been filled by the U.S. because we haven't had the capacity to keep up with a number of conflicts that we're helping with around the globe. So what about that level of production here in the U.S. as well? Any incentives or ways to solve that problem?
Well, I know it's one of the main priorities of the Pentagon. They're working on it every single day. The President's very concerned about making sure that we can fill our stores with enough munitions, and I think one part is figuring out how to give certainty to the marketplace to ramp up, and the other part is trying to investigate low-cost munitions so that what we do need is available for a high-end fight, and the extent to which we can use lower-cost munitions for things that we certainly need, but it doesn't have to be as exquisite. So I think those are the ways that we're looking at it right now. The one thing I would add, and I do think this is something I want to get across, is the extent to which it's not just market demand signals. I mean, we've had market demand signals. I don't know how many times we've said, we want more Virginia submarines and ships built, and it's not just market demand. It's execution at these companies to be able to make their contracts and stay on time. And we have a massive backlog. We have many programs that are overrun, and this team is currently fixing them. But it's going to require doing things differently to be able to crack that cycle. When we left the first time, and I got to do this job the first time, Robert O'Brien and I put out a shipbuilding plan because we wanted to give the market certainty on shipbuilding, and we wanted to send the message specifically from OMB and NSC. Even though we were heading out the door, this could be done. You can have the resources there to do this. But as we've come back into office, the thing that I've been blown away by is how far behind we are in these programs. It has gotten worse. So Frigate, for example, was only 15% deviation away from the model that we had picked and we were all very excited about in the first term. Come back into office, and it's now an 85% deviation. And it's over budget, and John had to cancel it. And I mean, that's what we're up against. And so there's going to be both market demand signals, ingenuity and paradigm shifting at the level of Secretary Hegseth and Deputy Secretary, and then it's also thinking about these things in a way we've never done before.
When you talk about walking into the second term, a little bit shocked by what you found, and now this is it. For this Trump administration, we think there are only going to be 2. We'll have to see what the president says in his latest tweet about that. But assuming this is it, where do you go knowing you've got the clock is ticking on less than 4 years to actually get this done?
Well, that's, our scarcest resources. Political capital is not our scarcest resource. You can always build it. Time is our scarcest resource. And so that's why we are going at it with everything we've got and trying to bulldoze bureaucracy where it exists. That's why I do as much as I can to actually see things as they are on the ground, because I come away with the complexity of the situation. It's not here. We haven't gotten to this point because there were clear, easy solutions, but we believe that we can fix this, and we have very, very innovative thinkers, and we've got a great team in place, and I think we'll be able to make progress.
Okay, before we leave the national security strategy, I want to read an assessment from the New York Times and get your response. They say, gone is the long familiar picture of the United States as a global force for freedom, replaced by a country that is focused on reducing migration while avoiding passing judgment on authoritarians, instead seeing them as sources of cash. Your response to the critique?
Well, I think it's an unfair and inaccurate critique. I mean, I think the notion that the president and this administration is not actively involved around the world to go after peace is wrong, and to use it with the strength that this country has built up. I think it's a shift to think through specifically through the filter of what is in the American national interest, and that may cause a change in how the language that we use and the extent to which we view certain things in our interest. I mean, there's a priority for the Western Hemisphere. It's not something that would have been foreign, quite frankly, to the first generation of our presidents. Very consistent with the Monroe Doctrine. We want a big maritime supremacy effort to be able to ensure that we keep sea lanes open and we can be wherever we need to be. So again, I think this president is doing diplomacy personally in a way we haven't seen in generations. And as a result, you're seeing amazing success, and we're going to have to continue to provide the strength, the strength that is the basis for the American projection of power.
So when it comes to the goals, meeting these expenses that the defense production will necessarily entail, you've got allies on the Hill in the sense that they share your love of and need for a strong defense, but they have questions about how it gets funded. So I want to read something from Senator Mitch McConnell, a Wall Street Journal opinion piece that he wrote. You've probably read it. He says, in June, OMB submitted a request for 2026 that would hold annual defense spending stagnant against inflation. In the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, administration officials then created budgetary chaos, he says, by pressing Congress to squeeze multi-year efforts like shipbuilding into a one-time spending measure using a process known as budget reconciliation. This complicated maneuver left critical programs on the cutting room floor. Pentagon leaders have since acknowledged that total 2025 shortfalls after reconciliation exceed $25 billion. He goes on to say a full year bill capped by the OMB at their requested level or another full year continuing resolution would be devastating to the U.S. military and would imperil the president's military legacy. So.
Thank you for bringing this up, because I think this is one of the paradigm shifts that we've seen in the last year that I actually think, A, worked, and B, is a lesson for how we can ensure that defense increases are not hamstrung by the rest of the national agenda, by some that are on the other side. So when you hear all of those arguments about how defense was capped and at a certain level, it's not reflecting the mandatory amount of spending that we did through reconciliation. So we hit a $1 trillion level with a combination of the base through discretionary and $150 billion over 2 years, most of it in this first fiscal year of 26, that allowed us to get all of these priorities, Golden Dome, shipbuilding, nuclear modernization, in a mandatory account that now has certainty. So that's not subject to the highs and lows of the appropriations process. And why this is so important is because we've had a bipartisan appropriations process that requires 60 votes in the United States Senate. And that means that defense increases has led to a ratcheting up of non-defense spending for decades. And we're just never going to be able to get our fiscal house in order with that ratchet. And that's one of the reasons we're $38 trillion in debt. We're not in this kind of debt because we can't afford to pay for our defense needs. We're in this rut because we have, A, not had victories until this administration on fiscal responsibility, and we've been in a situation where our defense increases have been held hostage by the non-defense needs. So I believe, and this is something that we were very, very intentional about, we wanted a strategy that was a Republican-only strategy in terms of votes to secure our defense needs and to do so in a way that provided, I think, also more certainty to the market, because that money is now there. The second installment doesn't have to be fought for as hard. And I think we'll continue to do that. Have we made a decision yet on another reconciliation bill? No, we have not. And we will make sure that we continue to grow. There will not be a hole there. But I think it is a paradigm shift that we're excited about. And I think that people are coming to realize it for what it was, which is a major, major success that can unlock us to be able to do the kinds of things that the president is asking the Pentagon to do.
So how do you answer the perception, though, that some of this is being done piecemeal? When you do a continuing resolution, you're not going to get those increases. You're going to hold things stagnant. And yes, the big, beautiful bill gives you another tranche of funding. But that when you're doing long-term planning for things like shipbuilding, which we'll get into, that people need more certainty than these continuing resolutions, and the fact that Washington doesn't do things by normal procedure anymore when it comes to appropriations.
So CRs are not a way to run the government. We're not saying that they are optimal. In the same way, it's not optimal for us to have to be able to get a 60-vote threshold to be able to pass legislation. And you've heard the president talk about this often. You know, when this CR, we asked the Pentagon, we said, look, we want as many anomalies as you need, kind of exceptions to the CR. And we put as many anomalies as we possibly could. And we've, I think, been able to make this less damaging of a CR than a prior CR. But it's not the way to do it. But our hope is that as we maneuver, we make these strategic moves, reconciliation, and to kind of break the connection with the vote requirements in the United States Senate, it will over time heal the appropriations process, and we will be able to pass appropriations bills. I think we're in the middle of it right now. I mean, the Senate is right now working on a number of these appropriations bills before January 30th, 4 or 5 of them, one of them being defense, and we're hoping to get those done. So I think there's light at the end of the tunnel. And because you don't always have optimal solutions along the way, doesn't mean we would be in this rut that we've been in for the last 30, 40 years.
So, you know, there's a lot of skepticism about getting this done by January 30th. I've talked to the speaker many times, that's his birthday. He does not want another shutdown for his birthday gift. But there are a lot of people who wonder if that's where we're careening.
Well, I'm optimistic. I don't think that we are. No one in the administration wants a shutdown. We didn't want the last one. We thought it was very irresponsible, the Democrats. But we're making everything we possibly can do to prevent that, trying to get these appropriations bills done, giving flexibility to positions that we've had to try to get something done by that deadline. And I don't think it was a particularly successful political set of weeks and ultimately a month for the Democrats, and I'm hoping they come back and work with us.
Okay, so let's drill down on this shipbuilding conversation, because you've been a leader in having this conversation in the past about the importance of this, the fact that these investments have to happen. There has to be some long-term stability on that. There was a shipbuilding enterprise that was housed within NSC. It's now at OMB. You guys have real estate. So explain to us how that works.
Well, you know, all of government execution is one of the things that you don't often think about at OMB. You think of budgets and regulations, but also kind of the management, all of government. So it's really not particularly newsworthy that it's OMB, other than we are implementers. And so we want to make sure that there's a all of government view as to where the shipbuilding capacity is done. So obviously most of it's in the Navy. And but there is contracts to be had in Department of Transportation, the Coast Guard. We literally just recapitalized the entire Coast Guard fleet. No one knows that because everyone's focused on the bigger aspects of the of OB3, but in terms of the Coast Guard, I mean, it was generational. So where are those contracts going? Does it make sense to be able to then spread it out around the nation so we become a maritime country again? And so that's what our team at OMB is doing. And then also to find things that are hurting within the bureaucracy. Many of my conversations this week has been to think through, we're asking you to perform on these contracts. What are you up against, and where do our attentions need to be able to pile drive something through and give the agency heads more force?
So when the president started to put more of an emphasis on the shipbuilding issue earlier this year, this stat surprised me. Folks in this room probably know it. I didn't know. But according to the White House, just 0.2% of all new shipbuilding happens with a U.S. connection. China accounts for 74%. So this gets me to another question from the Reagan Defense Forum survey. They say Navy analysts calculate China can provide more than 200 ships for every one ship the U.S. can produce. Knowing this, do you think the U.S. needs more manufacturing capacity? Not surprising. Overwhelmingly, 62% said we need more capacity. How do we get it?
Well, we need new yards. We need a lot of capital investment. We need companies coming online that are a part of this building of a national fleet. We hope to do that with a maritime action plan that will come out later. But it's trying to send, using government resources where we need to build things, and encouraging this endeavor as much as we possibly can. Where we need to provide investments, we provide infrastructure investments, a host of areas. It's not clear to me why we can't do it in the area of shipbuilding. So we're dedicated to being able to turn this corner. But again, it also requires new thinking that's not just resources. Again, currently today, we could add a lot more money to, or put whatever number you want in the budget for purposes of a particular ship. But that doesn't mean the Pentagon is going to get delivery of a ship anytime soon. And so that's really, I think, the tension that we're going to have to face and wrestle with in very short order is how do you send the major market demand signals that are necessary? How do you provide the resources that the president wants to do? And at the same time, how do you ensure that the trade-offs are being made and the ingenuity to think through this system is broken in many ways, and we've got to fix that.
A couple of skeptics who are not sure that the administration has figured that out yet. A couple of members of the House, including the ranking member of the Select Committee on China, wrote you a letter with concerns about this whole issue. They say that the entity moving from NSC to OMB resulted in it being dismantled or relegated. So I want to get your response to this. They say burying this important office several layers down within an executive branch agency risks undermining the expertise and authority that are essential for coordinating whole-of-government efforts to revitalize U.S. shipbuilding. We are concerned that OMB's structure and expertise do not lend themselves to succeeding in closing the People's Republic of China, already considerable shipbuilding advantage. They say, how do you plan to reconcile the imperative to revitalize U.S. shipbuilding with, they say, your historical opposition to industrial policy?
I don't think they understand the way the White House works, in the sense that there's a little too much news about a move to OMB. We are working seamlessly and integrated with NSC and the Pentagon on this. At best, a White House works when all of these offices are working together. We are, in fact, at the White House. And so this all-of-government execution is what has been lacking, to use the statutory tools that OMB has. And we have statutory tools that a president who wants to tame a bureaucracy can use, has used. And if you don't use OMB, you don't have those statutory tools. And that's something that we learned in the first term. It's one of the reasons why there was such a great partnership with Robert O'Brien at the time, and now with the current NSC with Marco Rubio and the team at Department of War. So there is a seamless integration, but what is different now is we've been given a little bit of responsibility for success, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure the president his team is able to deliver on time.
Mm-hmm. So much of this conversation happens in the context of our push and pull with China. And not surprisingly, the forum results, again, the survey results this year show that China is viewed as our biggest foreign policy threat. But when drilled down on asked which most concerns you about China, the number one answer was Chinese economic practices, including technology theft and its trade relationships with other countries. What's your biggest economic concern when it comes to China?
Well, again, we want to be able to ensure that we can get out of the hole that we have been in vis-a their performance with shipbuilding, their ability to produce. We want to make sure that our system is not at a loss as a result. So I'll let the national security team comment with regard to China. But in terms of what capabilities that they do versus what do we do, and how those capabilities are resourced, that's really where my head is at. And long term, I want to make sure that we have an affordable, fiscally responsible way to both deal with our debt and to have a strong economy. By the way, the strong economy is the foundation for dealing with your debt. It's the foundation for your defense needs. But we can do all of this, but we're not going to be able to do it if we just do it the way it has been done before. And some of the criticism from Congress, and we have great relationships with Congress, But some of the criticism, I think, comes from just like, well, we've done it this way. We've done it this way. It looks different. Why are you, that's not going to work. And that's really one of the best things about working for President Trump is that he really rejects the notion of like, this is just the way you do it and this is how you respond. He actually wants to be successful. He wants to solve a problem and then challenge his team to do that. And that's, I think, what we're trying to do.
So you mentioned a couple things there. The economy, so the debt service that we have now outrates, by most estimations, our spending on defense.
Yep.
Entitlements are also ahead of that as well. Those are really tough things to tackle, but when it comes to debt, when it comes to entitlements, what can we do? What is the administration willing to do on that front?
Well, I would just bring us back to the success earlier this year, and I remember coming on your show to talk about it, but the One Big Beautiful Bill did many things, including the tax cuts, but it had historic levels of mandatory savings. It had $1.5 trillion of mandatory reforms to the various programs that you were just referring to. And it netted out $500 billion in deficit reduction, which was up there with historic levels. It had welfare reform in it. So again, my view has been, it's not that someone couldn't come up with a plan on how to balance the budget and do all of these things. I mean, you could do that in a long weekend, right? The issue is that we didn't have success. So every fiscal hawk that's been around for 20 or 30 years has had literally no success. This administration has come in and said we've had the largest reconciliation package, the largest numbers of savings, the first rescissions bill since the 1990s. So for the first time, you've had fiscal successes that you can build a longer-term strategy about. They're not just theses. There's enough data there to make them foundational strategies to turn the corner and to make it so it's not just a bunch of spreadsheet warriors putting ideas on a piece of paper, but that you actually have Congress passing and turning the corner and success. And now you go to the American people and just say, look, it's going to take a while. $38 trillion is not going to be done overnight, but we're going to get a ton from the foundational economic successes. We now have $4 trillion in tariffs over 10 years that are a part of our fiscal picture. So these are all part of things that we would not have been able to argue as much in the first term because we were proposing things, but we didn't have that success on the Hill.
What's the plan if the Supreme Court takes away a big chunk of those tariffs?
Well, we have, it would be a harmful decision, but the team is certainly looking through options. I'm not going to preview them here, but between Jameson and Howard and the president's own ingenuity, we're always going to be looking for things that the law allows us to do.
You talked about how it takes time. I mean, you can't turn the U.S. economy on a dime, but there's new polling out this week from Politico. They say 46% of the people they surveyed believe the current cost of living crisis is, quote, the worst they can remember. So, yes, it takes time. When will they start to see relief?
Well, I think they're already seeing relief, and I think that has been evident. The extent to which we had a 9% inflation for the first time in 40 years. The president has gotten inflation under control. Gas prices are down. And we are hard at work trying to make housing cheaper. I think you'll see ideas from our administration later on a host of fronts. But again, it's a little bit like gaslighting for the other side to have caused an affordability problem and then attack the people that are dealing with it day by day. Again, another thing that when the tax cuts that were put in the One Big Beautiful Bill come online, I think you will see a great amount of relief at that moment. So we're very optimistic, but again, Shannon, we're working at it very, very diligently because we know that we can always do better, and we want to take whatever folks are send whatever signals, whether market signals or just constituent levels signals, we want to take them seriously.
So one of the things, obviously, folks are worried about with their own budgets is the potential skyrocketing of some of their Obamacare premiums with the subsidies expiring December 31st. Insurance companies tell us they need to know something by January 15th. There's a little bit of pad in there, but there's a lot of skepticism about whether the House and Senate can get anything done substantive in that time frame. So any indication from the president what he's going to be willing to sign on to, an extension a year or 2 or 3, any other policy ideas that the White House is ready to coalesce around?
Well, I think the president has said he is always willing to tackle the types of issues in healthcare that have led to exploding cost from Obamacare. And so we're always looking for an opportunity to speak into that. We want to make sure that money is going directly to consumers, to have consumer-driven healthcare that lowers the cost, as opposed to funding insurance companies that have been a part of just these exploding costs. So that debate is in real time, and we'll be participating and trying to guide and put forward our ideas. But it's also going to require, on a bipartisan basis, people being willing to not expect just a stark extension of a program that we don't believe has worked for the American people.
When do you think we'll hear something from the president? Because we have a number of lawmakers that are floating plans. Is there anything of interest or that?
Well, I think our team is working with those lawmakers, and sometimes it's we lead very, very loudly, and sometimes our leadership is behind the scenes to craft something where the votes might be there for.
Okay, so this is your second round of doing this job. Comes with a lot of challenges. I want to read some of the things that have been said about you, give you a chance to respond. Christian nationalist, wrecking ball, holy warrior, dangerous, grim reaper, and powerful. How would you describe yourself?
Look,
would you pick any of those?
The beauty of doing the job for the second time is you've gotten a chance to think about it for 4 years. And that is something that the president, I think you are seeing at a national, global level, of a president that got a chance to do this job again. And I've been thinking about it for 4 years, and there were lessons learned, but there was also theses that became conclusions. And so we have tried to think ahead, to put a team in place to be able to deliver for the president. And we're excited about what we're able to accomplish right now. And, I largely don't pay attention to anything that's being said because I think it's distracting, and honestly, it doesn't bother me. We want to continue to perform. You don't get this chance often to be able to be given a moment to be accountable and responsible to history, to serve for a president like this that has given his team, he's not shy away from controversy or conflict, but he does demand good ideas. He does demand success, and he will always have your back. And so when you're given that opportunity, you just have all of the momentum in the world to be able to deliver. And so I'm excited about it, and the rest of it is just stuff I'll go off my back.
Well, we know you have a lot of challenges ahead, so we thank you for making time for us. OMB Director Russ Vought.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
This concludes our fireside chat. Please remain in your seats for Panel 2 or proceed to the Air Force One Pavilion for Panel 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 2, Deterrence by Design, Advancing AI for Competitive Advantage over China. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Gordon Lubold of NBC and our distinguished panelists.
Hello, everybody. Great group. Thanks for everybody for coming here. We've got a great discussion. I'm going to forget, so I'm going to say it right now. We encourage audience questions. We hope to get to them. It's a big panel. There's no shrinking violets on stage, so There'll be plenty to talk about, but if you would like to submit a question, I'm going to try to get to it a little bit later, so please feel free to do that. So we've got a great panel. We are here to talk about China and AI, to kind of start to think about how AI can be kind of is kind of the defining feature of competition with China and deterrence vis-a-vis China. And so I think that what I'm hoping to do is to give you guys and whoever else is watching like some takeaways on all of this. It can get very, I think for a lot of people, AI is kind of this distant subject that people they think that they should learn about someday and don't ever do it. So I'm hoping that like today we can kind of do a little bit of learning. So we have a great panel here, and I'm going to try to do this right. Next to me is Stephen Ehikian of C3AI. We have Joe Lonsdale, who's the co-founder and managing partner of ABC. Then Emil Michael from the Pentagon, the Undersecretary for Research and Engineering. Certainly Admiral Paparo from Indo-PACOM, and then we have Horacio Rozansky from Busan. And I think what I would like to do is start out with one quick question for Admiral Paparo. I kind of gave him a heads up, which is not about AI, but instead of, I'm not going to do a bait and switch. We are going to talk about AI, but I am going to ask him first off about the national security strategy because, God, you're so far away. There's a long group here. The NSS came out the other day. I think a lot of people thought that Indo-PACOM, it figures prominently in thinking about our national security strategy and potentially ultimately our national defense strategy. But I was just wondering, Admiral Paparo, if you could kind of like speak to what you make of the document as it came out, and you can weave in some AI as my seguer today, and then we can get to more.
Thanks, Gordon. Good morning to everybody. Great to be back here at Reagan, and thanks to everybody for being here. And, obviously I was very watchful to see what would be in the national security strategy as well, and equally anticipating the national defense strategy. And of course, Homeland Defense, as a bit of opening matter, remains the #1 priority for the United States military, and the strategy makes that quite clear. And then the strategy makes clear that the priority theater is the Indo-Pacific Command because of the presence within that area of responsibility, not Indo-Pacific Command, but the Indo-Pacific, making quite clear that that's where the priority threats are to the security, freedom, and prosperity of the United States of America. And so I thought that the strategy was quite clear on that. And it was quite clear also in stipulating a strategy of denial, a denial defense that focused first on the first island chain and then emanated to the homeland, making note of the requirement to be proactive versus reactive. And so I found all that very welcome. And in the context of artificial intelligence, and really what is the changing character of warfare. We hear people talk about the changing character of warfare. The nature of warfare never changes, which is the continuation of policy by other means. But from the standpoint of the changing character of warfare, there are 3 metatrends and 1 megatrend that are actively affecting the character of warfare. And I think the first is in the information realm, and that's information and cyber, and this is the power of information operations, cognitive operations, cyber operations to be a tool for affecting political outcomes. And that's metatrend #1. And so it's a time of tremendous change as the printing press led to the Reformation, led to the 30 Years' War, led to the reordering of the international system. We're living in such an epoch in information and cyber. I think metatrend #2 is that the commoditization of drone warfare has made assault warfare, one force takes another's geography and subjugates it and its people, more costly. And so who competes best in this meta-domain is who is going to have an advantage. It mostly favors the defense. Drone warfare can be a vanguard for assault, but all other things being equal, if both sides have it, then our traditional ratios of 3-to-1 to assault look like 20-to-1, 100-to-1, and it becomes more costly. It doesn't deny an actor's desire to do it, but who masters that is who's going to prevail. And then the third is that penetrating strike, and how that penetrating strike can be done with drones. It can be done cheaply. It can be done with electronic warfare with low observability, but discerning, precise, penetrating strike against key vulnerabilities, against key pain points, has become a more salient instrument of affecting political outcomes. And the megatrend that surrounds this is really the topic of the panel. And that megatrend that surrounds this is the ubiquity, the use, the quality of data, of compute, of algorithms that put those to best use, and human employment of those at the tactical level, and that's swarming drones, that's mass data analytics for targeting, at the operational level, which is how units move, how units effect fires, effects, how units are protected, and then at the strategic level, decision superiority. Who understands best what the nature of the conflict is, who is making the best decision, who is best able to see, understand, decide, and act, learn, and assess. That is the overarching factor that dominates all three of the factors: information, cyber, cognitive operations, counter-assault, and then precision, penetrating, survivable, discerning strike. And the headquarters and the force that's using this to the best, in the best way, data, compute, algorithms, and human usage of it, is who's going to achieve the nonlinearity and the best effects. And it will be our intention at U.S. Indo-Pacific Command to put that to the best use in order to prevail on the battlefield.
Tremendous way to frame it, Admiral. Thanks. I'd like to open it up. I think here's my little softball question, which is to the group, and you guys can all just jump in. Not everybody has to answer every question, but I mean, just generally the U.S. is assumed to have the competitive edge on AI. Do you agree or disagree? And what's the concern in terms of that edge being, decreasing? Anybody? I mean, Stephen, you.
Well, can I just start off? Show of hands, how many people use AI every single day? Raise your hand. Okay. 2 years ago, this was like 25%. And I hat tip to the administration, this AI action plan, this focus of actually driving adoption of AI. 2 years ago, if you remember, it was like a moment should we pause, we slow down development of AI, and that would have been the wrong decision. And so this administration is leaning in, is recognizing that AI is still early, but it's accelerating, and it is a core competitive advantage if used correctly. And so I'm very encouraged by the future here. I'm very encouraged by the fact that we're talking about deterrence, the ability to integrate. AI is not just a tool to me, it's like a building design material to build decision advantages, build resilience into our supply chains, think about contested logistics. And so I think that is happening today. And startups, companies like C3, like others, we're racing ahead. And I'm really, again, this administration has opened up opportunities for companies to come in and actually showcase what's possible.
By the way, though, wouldn't you say that everybody should raise their hand here? Because everybody's using AI whether they know it or not, correct?
Well, I'm surprised this morning it was such a, the sentiment around AI was negative. AI is new, and I think new things are scary, but the fact that most people are raising their hand is a testament to how much the pull from the market is needed, you're seeing it, and I think that's a very positive trend for us.
Joe, go ahead.
Well, listen, AI is obviously existential for the question of warfare, right? And so I think a lot of us were trying to actually put the AI preemption into the NDAA, which it looks like it failed, unfortunately, but there's this big battle going on where we need America to win in AI. We need the infrastructure to be able to be built. We need the companies to be able to be profitable. We need this to be allowed to happen. And America has a natural advantage over China. First of all, we did make the breakthroughs here first. They're very good at copying and catching up and altering them. But second of all, for AI to thrive, it requires creative destruction, right? It requires actually like new businesses to outcompete old businesses. That's going to be very, very hard in China, where a lot of the local businesses and businesses being disrupted are owned by the local government officials. They're not going to allow that. Hopefully we do allow it here. The big question is right now today, there's over 1,000 laws being proposed to regulate AI in our 50 states. If we just let all of these go through and we have different regulatory regimes in every state, it's actually going to not only damage growth in the US, it's not only going to put in lots of, really silly things, it's also going to damage our ability to defend ourselves because we're not going to win an AI against China if we block everything through these crazy regulatory schemes. So that's a really big question.
Yeah, let's definitely come back to regulatory stuff. Emil.
Yeah, I'd say we're headed in AI for a lot of reasons. Number one, if you just look at the 4 premier companies, they're all American companies that have the big research labs that are inventing and progressing AI. And the Chinese have some of the open source models which they've distilled based on our models. So I think we have the sort of most innovative companies, bar none, of anyone in the world by a long shot. That doesn't mean that they can't catch up by using techniques that we might not do in the inverse. But we also have the most advanced chips, and we have an administration that's pushing this extremely hard and to remove any roadblocks from energy to making sure we have the right data centers and remove permitting obstacles and so on. Where the Chinese, I do worry about them, is when they make something a national priority, they can dictate top down, and that could cause a lot of action. They could connect their data sets together in ways that we can't do as fast. And they're going to be developing their own indigenous chipsets with Huawei, and hopefully that doesn't catch up too quickly to the latest NVIDIA chips. But they have a lot more people to put on the AI research problem. So it is imperative to stay ahead, and it is imperative to make sure that these rules that people want to implement on a local level don't slow down these companies, because they're the crown jewels of America for our economy and for our military, and it's critical that we support them as such.
Good. It definitely the subtext here is regulations. We want to come back to it. Horacio, please.
First of all, it's great to be back at Reagan, and this is an amazing panel, and to go last kind of sucks. But I'll say the following. I think the race with China has 3 components in my mind. The first component is who has the best tech stack. The second component is who gets the most adoption around the world, and the third component is who uses this most effectively for national security. On the first one, I agree with what my colleagues on the panel are saying. The US is ahead. In chips and lithography, for sure. They have an advantage on energy cost. We have an advantage in models and an economy that actually will accelerate that, an investment model that is more innovative. But they're moving fast, and they are making it a national priority, so we need to continue to accelerate. We cannot slow down. Their model, and they demonstrated this in telecom with Huawei and other places, is less around building the best models and more around adopting. And on adoption, China is going all in. So one statistic from the last month is that Alibaba's Qwen model now has the most derivatives models built on it of any model in the world, including there's a number of companies in Silicon Valley that are now using Qwen derivatives instead of American models, not because it's better, but because it's cheaper, which has really been the Chinese playbook since they reopened their economy. So this is an area we need to focus on, and the AI action plan is very focused on that, which is, I think, is really important and brilliant. And then the third one, the one that we really are here to talk about today, is who's going to apply it most effectively to national security. China has the ability to be much more unbridled in what they do, how they do it. On cyber, they don't mind getting caught. On some of the applications of technology, they're more reckless than we are, and so that's our issue. But clearly, especially with the push from the administration, AI is penetrating every facet of national security, as the Admiral described, in ways that are, in my view, very encouraging.
So fascinating. So I'd like to also, just as part of the conversation, I really want to kind of have examples, practical things people can kind of take home in their brain after the conversation. But Emil, I would like to put you on the spot and just, if you could talk about, just to kind of touch on the administration and the Pentagon's policy on AI, what it is, what it means, and in a way, hopefully, that people can understand, because a lot of people, I think, don't necessarily understand what any of this means.
Well, for a department of 3 million people, we're vastly underutilizing AI relative to the general population. If you ask the same question and the same hand raises of who's using it for work purposes at DoD, it would be a lot less. Admiral Paparo and his command is probably one of the premier users. They've adopted it faster than sort of any other component because they've seen the utility and they're most urgent about it. And so we work most closely with them, and then we take the learnings that he's developing and bring it to other places. But I think in the next few weeks to months, not years, you will see this proliferate throughout the entire Department of Defense across 3 different layers, sort of the corporate and enterprise use case layers that any big organization would use for efficiency purposes. The intelligence layer, how do you get intelligence, fuse it, analyze it, get more out of what you're collecting? And then the warfighting layer, which is logistics, modeling, simulation, targeting, all the things that you essentially are trying to increase the human context window using AI as a tool for that. And we're going to be doing that on all networks at DOW, sorry, and it's going to be sort of my #1 priority for the rest of my term.
Interesting.
I love it.
Anybody else jump in, but I do want to, so go, Joe, please.
No, and I think we're really lucky, by the way, to have top people from industry like Emil doing what he's doing and have such amazing leaders like the Admiral. These are 2 of the guys I really admire. I'd say the other thing we should think about when we think about what AI is doing is it's changing the possibilities in general for how you even build the military and build armed forces. So for example, with our Navy, it's now possible to build an autonomous boat, there's a ship that's 180 feet long, that because it doesn't have to have crew anymore, because autonomy and AI changes what's necessary, you can have as much weaponry on that 180-footer as you would have on a 400-plus foot destroyer. And that would not have been possible 5 or 10 years ago, wouldn't have been practical. And so now all of a sudden you can have a lot more of these ships, for much lower costs that are actually, and by the way, I'm not the expert here, but what happens when a battle starts and there's 500 people on a destroyer, you're probably going to want to run in a lot of cases because you're going to lose 500 lives, whereas instead you have multiple of these with the same number of weapons, you no longer have to necessarily run without as many people on them.
I heard somewhere that the U.S. needs more ships. I don't know if that's right. Admiral Paparo, but talk about that, because what I was struck by when, I think whoever Rashi was just saying, is the tyranny of distance in your command in particular. Is that what kind of animates your use of AI? It's kind of your thing, as
Yes.
you told me before. But I'd love for you to speak to how you actually use it.
Well,
And to Joe's point.
I'm seeking to get to theoretical limit. And theoretical limit is the maximum effect out given mass, people, and energy, which are the 3 factors, really the 3 physics factors. And so we want to achieve our objectives while suffering the fewest costs that we possibly can, too. People talk about risk. What risk is A, that you don't achieve the mission, and then B, it is what loss in people, capability, money, and time are you giving up, and what are you giving up in the post-conflict phase in your ability to project power and to fight again. And so, I'm seeking the maximum efficiency for the force to put the right energy and the right mass on the right target in such a way that I'm paying the lowest bill for people, capability, money, and time. And it's part of what Joe is getting at on this, and it is to be able to make decisions faster. And so with a lot of the discussions as they talk about Indo-PACOM, they say, well, we're not going to commit this to the objective area because we're afraid of losing it. Well, I'd like to use AI to do something about losing it, which is use AI to dazzle, deceive, destroy the enemy's ability to see and sense so that their weapons are ineffective, to be able to parry those blows, and or to be able to bring kinetic and non-kinetic counterfires that anyone who tastes combat gets hurt real fast. And so the idea of AI is kind of the rules of autonomy. Don't send a human being to do something that a machine can do for you. Don't lose human agency over the offensive operations. The more defensive you are, the more you should rely on machines in order to parry blows. And then make sure that you've got the networks on which that you can do that. But it's the responsibility of every commander to achieve the objective at the lowest cost they can, both for the conflict itself and for the conditions that succeed the conflict for where you are. We're seeking information and decision superiority at the tactical, operational, and at the strategic level.
But are you, and I'm going to ask our industry folks the kind of same question, but are you getting what you need, and what are the obstacles to getting what you need? I hear sometimes that you would like to get more of these ships, for example, and you can't get them. And then to the industry folks, I'm going to ask, when you knock on the Pentagon's door, do they answer it? Sounds like
Yeah.
they're
On
leaning
the
in.
first question, on the AI tools itself too, is that in our speed of adoption, we're working through some policy elements right now on the AI tools, but between the smart systems that we're employing and the AI agentic, or the LLMs that we're employing, and the agentic computational game theory agents that we seek in the future, we're satisfied with where we are, and we're working very hard on adoption, is to get everybody at the zenith of adoption of these tools. From the standpoint of force on force, is that no, I don't. I'm dissatisfied with where we are too. I'm confident in our ability to prevail in a conflict, but I'm concerned about the bill that we could potentially pay, and I want to drive that bill down by making sure we continue to invest in the things that are timeless that we need given the changing character of war, and then investing in taking advantage of new opportunities, in investing in the timeful things that can give us key advantages, and that's the difference.
Stephen, you want to jump in?
Yeah, so I think one example of how AI is being put to use, one of the administration's priorities is to accelerate the delivery of the Columbia-class nuclear submarine, which is, I think, a decade behind. And if you've ever been to a shipyard, and I love the creative destruction from Joe, there's startups coming in, but there's also shipyards that are building submarines to actually get people to the contested regions. You still need that. And how do you accelerate the delivery of these submarines? If you actually analyze a shipyard, I mean, it's incredible, the complexity, but they're all disparate machine shops manufacturing very discrete parts, not high volume. And it's all being managed manually and out of spreadsheets. So example, working with like Newport News and Huntington Ingalls, you go to that machine shop, you have people who care, they're passionate, but the sequence of production scheduling is literally out of hundreds of spreadsheets. You have thousands of people managing this. And you can imagine if a part is out of sequence, it's sitting on the docks rusting. If somebody doesn't show up to work one day, you have to literally rerun the schedules. And so what we're working with Huntington Ingalls on is literally how do you digitize and create a digital twin of that shipyard to actually anticipate, one, predict the sequence of events, which parts should be built in what order, and if somebody can't show up to work one day, how do you get the right people in? And that, again, that's a highly manual process today that we're going to be automating. So that's a good example of how AI is actually being put to use today.
When would you kind of realize that? When would that happen?
It's happening now.
It's happening, I mean, is it like, I assume, a work in progress? Or
it's a work in progress. And I think, again, the hardest part, talking about the data, it all starts with the data. Everyone has data locked in silos, not interoperable. We spend the most amount of time finding integrations in, cleaning that data, transforming that data, making interoperable, creating a common semantic layer. Then you can start driving actions, insights off of that, and applications. But I think that vertical stack is really where I think the private sector can help out, where you take a legacy operation that has a lot of context and institutional knowledge and create a digital version of that that's continuously learning. So it's an opportunity to complement all these autonomous vehicles being set up, but ultimately you do need to get physical people to the contested regions and then within the region disperse as well.
Who else might want to respond to the Admiral's kind of position, like, we could do more, we need more? I mean, where this fits from industry folks, like, what are the problems of helping? Go ahead.
Yeah, and you know, and I think a lot of what we're doing with our very best companies, we're just starting to build even before we get the contract, which is very different than how it used to work. And what you're really seeing is partially AI, it's partially advanced manufacturing, and it's partially just the will to push through. Like, let's be honest, there were 18,000 ships built in 1943. Like, this country didn't have AI then too, so I think AI is a big part of it. But you also just need people who are willing to like run ripshod over the bureaucracy and just tell them to go, you know, go take a hike and we're going to get this done, or we're going to make it work. And so what we're doing with a lot of the best companies, you're seeing that, you know, the military-industrial complex, whatever you want to call the legacy companies, they had a cost-plus incentive, they had bad regulations, they lost a lot of talent. It looks like we can do things about 10 to 100 times cheaper. Not 2 times, 3 times, but 10 to 100 times cheaper for a lot of areas. And that's just starting to ramp up now with modern advanced manufacturing and with this kind of more like the 1940s attitude of how these things are supposed to be done. And we're just going to get those to scale as fast as we can with our top companies. And you're just, I mean, later today, I'm not going to preempt it, but there's a big announcement on another big deal with one of our companies, delivering a bunch of ships and selling more ships to the government. Like, a lot of these things are ramping up for interceptors. There's going to be a lot of this stuff that does get done in the next few years. And what we need is the most competent people in the Department of War to grab onto those and help push the ones that are working. And we're starting to see that right now, so I'm very optimistic.
Roger.
You know, I want to complement the conversation about kinetic with the discussion about non-kinetic that the Admiral also talked about. If you think about it, the intersection of AI and cyber is an explosive area of innovation and growth and, frankly, risk. You know, we talk a lot about drone swarms and attritable assets, and those are going to come online over the next few years. But the notion of independent cyber agents attacking a network with essentially no human in the loop or on the loop that's immediate. We're talking 2026. We're not talking into the future. And both those tool sets need to be developed faster, and the defensive mechanisms, which also need to be AI-driven, because there's absolutely no way for humans to play at that speed, need to be developed faster. And while we're working on that, and the department is working on that, I think this is an area that could and needs to be accelerated, because I think that threat is now.
Yeah,
and
we
John and I
were talking about that backstage. I mean, you could say it's 1 or 2 orders of magnitude for some of these other areas of production. It's multiple orders of magnitude for the cyber thing. And the thing we have to realize is actually very scary. I don't even know how much you should talk about it in public, but it's really been a sort of a major change in the last month or two. I don't know if singularity is the right word, but the agents are clearly significantly better than people, and just massively so. And we have friends who can break into almost anything at this point with the latest technology. It's very scary. So this is like an immediate need we got to figure out fast at the Department of War.
Yeah, and I would add, Horatio said something a bit ago, that the adversary has no rules on this, none. There is no, it's almost cost-free for them to do what they did to one of our kind of national champion AI companies, using agents to sort of infiltrate the model. And that could go to the industrial sectors and lots of other places. And we have to really change our mindset about how we think about defending ourselves and imposing cost when that happens. And if we don't, we are going to be sitting ducks. And I'm not okay with that. The Department of War is not okay with that. Secretary is not okay with that. Neither is the President. So that's why we are leaning as far forward as possible. AI was sort of introduced in the department 8 years ago, and we sort of didn't make progress. In the next 8 months, we're trying to do more than we did in the last 8 years.
But I'm hearing everybody's kind of chomping at the bit about talking about regulatory issues. And I think, Joe, you said 1,000.
There's 1,000 new proposals for regulations, laws in 50 states right now.
So it goes back to kind of one of the original points I was making, is like people don't understand AI, and members of Congress, a lot of them don't either. And so is there a fear is there kind of a default to regulate because of this fear?
Yeah, maybe I can take this one a little bit. And so I with my Cicero Institute, we have teams in 23 states. We started seeing this a lot 2 years ago, and it ramped up a lot last year, and even increasing. And listen, I think what we need is some kind of reasonable compromise, because there are some of the laws where obviously, like, you want to protect children and you want to have some transparency on big tech, and we shouldn't just let big tech do whatever it wants. There needs to be some framework where we have regulations to protect copyright owners, these sorts of things. And so I do think a compromise needs to be had. The problem is several hundred of these laws are frankly just not written by people who understand the technology at all, and so it becomes almost comical nonsense. They want to put developers in jail. They want to stop us from using any kind of scoring of people because China scores people for their credit system. Therefore, we shouldn't score people. By the way, every app that we build in AI has to score customers and services and stuff. So it would just break everything if these things got through, and it would also make you have to walk through all these Byzantine regulatory things to deploy something, and that would not be good for any of our companies or for America. And so what we try to do is preempt it nationally. The problem is they preempted it without holding AI accountable at all, and so a lot of the populace said that's not fair. So now the question is, can we get a compromise? That's what we're trying to work on.
Anybody else want to weigh in on that? Because
I think this is an issue of speed, and we just simply cannot slow down. I mean, I think the stakes couldn't be higher at the national level, and to slow down the adoption of AI. And yes, we need to be responsible, of course, and we need to do it the right way. But to slow down the adoption of AI through a patchwork of regulations where you cannot achieve scale because every state does it differently is going to be fatal. And by the way, we're talking here about AI, and this is the wave that is beginning to build, but the quantum wave is coming right behind it. And so whatever we are doing here will set the framework for the next big challenge to national security. And so we can, the idea that we can defeat China by slowing them down has proven to be not true. The idea that we can win by slowing ourselves down is clearly not true. So we absolutely need a different mechanism to do it, and it has to be done at the national level.
Admiral, do you want to just expand a little bit on it's not regulation that's kind of necessarily slowing your vision down necessarily, it's maybe just Pentagon bureaucracy, and then of course we have Emil right here who can kind of speak to that. But do you want to expand a little bit on where you'd like to be if we have the same conversation in a year or 2 years from now, and why it will be difficult to get there?
Yes, well, one on the issue of ensuring that we've not put in place an asymmetry with the part of our potential adversaries in that they have no guardrails and are using all of the computational power of an AI tool, and we are not because we've got the vapors over something in the future, is ensuring that we've got some human accountability on AI's usage in order to ensure that we can use all of its computational power is how we're going to achieve information superiority and decision superiority. On the bureaucracy, on the sclerosis that is within our defense acquisition system, which rests on everybody. You know, everybody's got a piece of this sclerosis. You know, I applaud the legislative steps that we've made thus far, and I also applaud the steps that have been made by leadership on breaking down these barriers to acquiring the right capability and the right time. And so there's a policy element for it about how we are putting our own cyber and information tools to work enabled by AI, and there is tremendous power in how we are trying to take, say, 21st century capability that's being produced via 19th century processes and matching up everything that we're doing too. In fact, we're going to have to take a little bit more legal risk to reduce our physical risk, because that's the space that we're into. And as a commander, your troops will take way more physical risk than you're comfortable with, and your troops will take way less legal risk than you're comfortable with. And so I think understanding these risk frontiers is really important in setting these policies too. And this balanced approach that Joe talks about, where we're not eschewing regulation writ large, but we're understanding that in order to move fast, we have to be ready for the proposition that something as bad is going to happen, and to be ready to deal with that aftermath and accept the responsibility for it.
That's interesting. Stephen.
Just to add on to this, I think two things I want to compliment this administration on is speed is a competitive advantage. And I think the one is increasing the talent density in government. And Emil, you're doing a lot of things around bringing great technologists in. Because I think historically you've had non-technologists making decisions around technology. And on top of that, they've been trying to build everything in-house with like government-produced bespoke solutions. So getting the right people in place who understand the technology, that can comment on cybersecurity as an example, to complement the policymakers that are kind of drafting this. I think we need policy, but we also need practitioners helping draft this to understand the tech. Second is the push towards like COTS, like buying commercial off-the-shelf technologies that enables more startups and commercial products that are literally do this job, which is produce software and hardware. And that's not what the government does. So I would say the two areas of like talent density and buying more commercial off the shelf is a huge accelerant to the industry.
Yeah, a point on that too, and just make a quick point, is that you've heard that for so many years, people said that it was defense that led innovation in America, and this is the adoption of email, which began as a DARPA project, among many other innovations. And we frequently lament that military isn't leading innovation anymore and that the commercial world is leading innovation. I think that's a great thing. I think it's great that the commercial world is leading innovation. And I think that it's perfectly well ordered that military innovation follows commercial innovation, and that we accept that model, that it's not that our military research has fallen behind. It's that the engine of American innovation has taken off such that commercial innovation has surpassed that. And so this is why I embrace the employment of commercial off-the-shelf technology to find those military applications from it. I don't negate having to continue. Some research is inherently military research, but there's so much that goes on in the commercial space that have immediate applications that we could put together at speed.
We could go into a whole thing about scaling and all that, but let's maybe put a pin in that one. I don't fully understand this. I'm going to leave it to you guys to help us all understand better. But like the elephant in the room seems to be a potential bubble, or a bubble, and a potential burst of the AI bubble, for lack of a more artistic way of describing it. Do you agree or disagree? What are the perils there? And if there is a burst, how deep is the correction?
So
and what does it look like, also, so people can understand?
Yeah, so I personally am not as worried about that. And the context I'll give you is that you have hundreds of these companies that are working in the real economy right now. So it'd be one thing if you're making a lot of money selling data to OpenAI, because that could be part of a bubble, because OpenAI gets lots of money and you make lots of money selling data, and then what if it loses its money? So that's a very reasonable thing to question. The thing I wouldn't question as much is that in America, you have about $5 trillion of wages in our services economy, and over 2 trillion of those, over 40% of those, are in areas where we've already shown you can double the productivity, in many cases triple or quadruple the productivity. And so you have hundreds of companies growing very, very quickly that are basically providing services that are apps in the economy, whether you're in construction, whether you're in the back end of logistics and financial back ends. And so what this means is you're actually creating very quickly, already probably hundreds of billions and very soon trillions of dollars of value in these areas. That's real. That's not a fake thing. So even though the amount of money going into the core models may ebb and flow, you're just going to see, I think, monotonically upwards in those areas that are creating real value, which is enough. The only way we're going to have this whole thing implode and damage our national defense would be that if we stop all of these companies creating productivity from scaling, then we couldn't invest anymore in the infrastructure at all, because these things would have been stopped, and then it would fall. But it's not going to fall because it's a bubble. It's only going to fall because we screw up the regulation.
Interesting. Okay. I feel like there are other views. Anybody jump in? Emil.
I want to address one other.
Bubble or no bubble?
Sorry?
Bubble or no bubble, or what's the problem?
I'm not in business anymore, so I don't know. But I will say that, to answer one of the question before a little bit, in the last 10 months, in less than 10 months, with Secretary Hegseth, under his leadership and President Trump, we've launched the most aggressive acquisition and requirements reform in the department's history. The Secretary of A&S, Mike Duffy, has championed and led that. We're about to do something similar with AI. We've launched incredible reforms, understanding that the bureaucratic way of buying things off the shelf with small companies, from small companies that have great technology in a different way, using AI and COTS and those things. It's, we are at the very beginning of a full transformation of the department, and it's going to take years for us to push it all the way through culturally, but the will is there at the top, and that's why we created organizations like the Defense Innovation Unit that has rapid contracting authority, the Office of Strategic Capital, which we've done 3 deals on critical minerals in the last 45 days to make sure we're reducing our dependency on our adversaries. We are moving out and fast on this, thankfully due to leadership sort of impetus on this, because we do need an arsenal of freedom. It is that moment, again, to reindustrialize these things, and AI is going to be a big part of that. And I'm proud of what we've done so far, and excited about where we're going.
Anybody else want to weigh in on the bubble thing? Or
I'll go in. Look, I think you're asking 2 questions at the same time. One question
Probably.
is, are there some valuations that are excessive? Are there some companies that are going to see their value decrease over time? It always happens. It probably will happen here. So if you want to call that a bubble, then that element is clearly there. There's a lot of exuberance around the topic, and so that's that. There's a separate question, which Joe was alluding to, which is this technology going to create real value or not? And so is it a bubble, or is it a mirage, or whatever you want to call it? And that, I think that is settled. I think that the power of these technologies to transform just about every aspect of the economy, of national security, and so forth, is well proven. We're just at the beginning of that, and that is going to continue to drive. In my mind, in addition to the regulatory conversation, the biggest risk to the value creation of this technology is adoption and the speed of adoption. Because all these models are amazing. They do things that are incredible. They're getting to places that a year ago were unimaginable. But you need to build on top of that the things that actually create the use cases, create the specific value, and so forth. You cannot simply take a large language model and take it to the PACOM and say, well, give me a whole new military doctrine. And you probably could, but I think what you would get would be entertaining as opposed to useful. But you can build on top of that a lot of the applications that ultimately will allow Admiral Paparo to have information superiority, decision advantage, and so forth. And to me, that piece is the next level that we need to focus on. And this is where we're mostly interested, is how do we drive adoption by making this useful at the edge, in the mission, in the places where it's most needed, in a way that it is resilient, that it is effective, and that it is cost manageable.
Yeah, quick, and then go ahead.
If I can just add on, the other risk in my mind, is it a bubble or not, but the biggest thing ultimately are the people building these technologies and the human, and I think talent is going to be a big, big gap. I mean, the demand for AI talent, engineers right now is insatiable. I know immigration is a hot button topic here, but I can understand both sides. But we have to find ways to bring the best people from around the world to come to the U.S. that want to come here. They want to be educated. They want to build companies. We have the best environment. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world to build a company than right here. So I think we got to figure out a way to make this continue to be a beacon home for people who are smart, motivated, and care to be able to come here and build using the technologies, the resources, the capital markets that we have available.
Good point. I had a question that came in from a friend, and it's probably for Admiral Paparo and from Emil, and then I got a couple other things, and there's a bunch of nice questions here. I'm going to try to get to a couple of them. But under the previous administration, the replicator program was going to give you, I think, Admiral Paparo, hundreds and hundreds of autonomous drones that I think that you don't have. And can you give us a status update on that? And then to Emil, is that program, which maybe, again, from a previous administration, but maybe had some good bones to it, is that a dead program, or where's it going?
It's alive. It's alive. It's resident. The Deputy Secretary of Defense has focused it in an autonomous warfighting group, and it's very much alive. We are simulating to it. We're exercising to it live, not in any space in the Western Pacific, but in secure spaces where we can do our our maximum learning.
Say more.
And, I'm sorry?
Say more. It's intriguing. Anyway, go ahead.
So the answer to your question is yes and yes. It's alive. It's been renamed from Replicator, but the quality of it is the same, which is that in some spaces you need not fight for air or maritime superiority. All you need do is deny it to another. And this gets back to that second changing character of warfare, is that assault warfare with the commoditization of drones has made assault more costly, and taking that into account, having the kind of operation and having the kind of capability that can be quickly deployed in that space and make assault cost prohibitive will inherently benefit a denial defense and will inherently benefit a state that does not care to have another state change the rules on change the facts on the ground with force. And so these principles of cognitive information operations, cyber operations, of commoditization of drones, making assault costly, and the growing salience of penetrating strike, and to do all of these as cheaply as possible, are very much alive and are making even greater strides in the most recent months. Not enough for me, because I'm never satisfied, and you pay me to never be satisfied.
Emil, do you have anything quick on that one?
I would add that we have embarked on a drone dominance initiative at Department of War that the Secretary just announced a couple of days ago, and it was funded by Congress, and that's for smaller drones. And what we're working on with Admiral Paparo and the group that does the autonomous warfare group is larger drones, one-way attack drones. We have to be dominant in both. We can be dominant in both. What we've learned from the Ukraine-Russia war is that the front lines of a conflict over territory are robot on robot now. That is what happens when you're fighting over inches of territory. I hope we don't have that problem with Canada and with Mexico, but we do have to think about counter drones coming in from Mexico with drugs and all those things. So we have to have a robust small drone program, a robust large drone program, and an even more robust counter drone program. We have 3 big events coming up next year in this country: the World Cup, 250th anniversary, Olympics. We've got to make sure those sites are protected. Counter drones is important as our drone one-way attack drones. So those things are, again, things we talk about every day, every week, and making progress on.
Good. I want to get to a couple of the quick questions from here, and there are good ones, and we're obviously not going to get to all of them. But I wondered, especially, well, anybody, the kind of anti-nationalist sentiment from the Valley, from Silicon Valley, and concerns about working on security issues. I think we generally thought that some of those concerns had lessened over time. Yeah. I wonder how you all see, particularly you guys see that now, and is that a concern?
Yeah, I think it's no longer as big of a concern. When we started Palantir 23 years ago, people thought we were from some other planet. Like, what the hell are you guys doing? It was like, why are you not working on social media or something? And then fast forward, I wasn't quite as involved in defense for a little bit, and then in 2017 is when Anduril first came up with Palmer and 3 of our former colleagues who started this amazing company, and we were involved investing in the first round and co-leading the second round. And in doing that, I got messages which were like, "We're never working with you again. You're evil." Like a lot of people from the bio world said, "We're trying to save lives. You're trying to destroy lives. Please don't talk to us again." I mean, it was just like you basically isolated or excommunicated from polite society for doing defense in the Valley. It was this really negative thing, and that was true for maybe 2 or 3 years. And I think what happened with Ukraine, and then the kind of shifting energy there, and then also just maybe people realizing with China what's going on, but it really just shifted more towards it was okay, and all of a sudden it was even popular for a lot of people to work on. So I haven't seen it being a problem now like it was, and I think partially because the Anduril and Palantir and other companies became so successful too, it became this cool pro-America thing. And so fortunately, I think we're in a good spot, but I'm open to other views.
Rasha, Stephen, do you guys agree?
Yeah, completely. I mean, we have 10,000 veterans in our workforce, so it's relatively easy for us to have a conversation about the importance of national security, securing America, and making America stronger. But also, frankly, a big part of our value proposition is we don't have the economic power of some of the private capital companies to pay people what they're getting paid. You know, we don't have billion-dollar comp packages for AI professionals like they've been advertised in other places. But our people stay with us because of the mission. They come to us because of the mission. They stay with us because of the mission. They care deeply about not just advancing these core technologies, but advancing them in this purpose. So I think that there's tremendous opportunities. A lot of young people in America that want to be part of this, that want to contribute, and we just need to have the open doors to attract them.
Just to add on to that, I'm in Silicon Valley near Palo Alto, and I'd say focusing on defense and core industries and real-world use cases of AI is a competitive advantage right now. I think a lot of engineers want to be, they're attracted by the mission, working on the hardest problems at the largest scale, and defending this country, powering industries like energy, healthcare, manufacturing is very, very attractive right now. So there's a sense of mission, and I think it's a positive thing.
All right, interesting. Here's a question that gets to some of the practical issues. We only have a couple minutes left here. It'll probably go to anybody but to Admiral Paparo. I'll just read it. With the adoption of AI in defense, how will the designation of the front lines change should the U.S., who has traditionally not had to worry about conflict on our shores, begin to plan for warfare closer to home? If that makes sense.
Yes, well, I'll tell you, our potential adversaries are building and designing a force that just goes beyond all island chains. And so the United States is blessed with a particularly defensible geography, but not an impenetrable geography, and a geography from which costs can be imposed. And so as I've discussed about the changing character of warfare, and the changing character of warfare is changing in such a ways that are very non-traditional and very penetrating, very long range. You see the commoditization in space. Space is becoming a crowded space. You see the forces that our potential adversaries are designing. And this gets back to the very first statement I made as we referenced the national security strategy, which is that everybody in the military's first responsibility is homeland defense. And I don't think that we should take for granted that, you know, at first I think that I'm strongly in support of Golden Dome. I'm strongly in support of our own homeland defense, and then the ability to build a defense in depth that spans from wherever our potential adversaries are, over every inch of air, sea, and sky, and through every bit of cyberspace that places America's defense first and foremost. And our AI tools to achieve decision superiority, to be able to see, understand, decide, act, to be able to sense these threats ahead of time, to thwart them, and to potentially impose costs, and to ensure that our adversaries know that the cost of aggression far outweighs any benefit of aggression is our first responsibility. And AI is going to be the non-linear tool that's going to be able to enable us as a country to do that.
Nice closer. I had this great question I was going to end with, but I think we are out of time. I hope everybody could join me in thanking our panel. Thanks so much.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Really good.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Panel 2. Panel 4 will begin in 10 minutes on this stage, and Panel 3 will begin in 10 minutes in the Air Force One Pavilion. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 4, Partners in Production, Investing and Building for National Defense. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Caroline Hyde of Bloomberg and our distinguished panelists.
You're going to go in the middle. That's where you should go.
Onto the stage comes the CEO, Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan, and Chris Callio, CEO of RTX. All that stands between us with you is lunch. And we are going to put fire in your belly. We are going to give you some enthusiasm and some energy to go into that conversation. And we hope that we can stave off any hunger, because we're going to add a little bit of caffeine to the situation with this discussion. And I want to, first and foremost, talk about this entire conversation is about partners in production, of which you are both, but it's also about investing in building. Boy, have we got some investing going on. I mean, we just look, there's record amounts of venture capital going into the defense tech sector. Last thing I just saw is that SpaceX is potentially worth $800 billion. And then there's a small amount of $1.5 trillion, I think, that you've got as this enormous initiative to focus in on defense and on really resiliency and strategy here in America. Why, Jamie? Why that amount, and what is it focused on?
Yeah, so first of all, welcome everybody. Thrilled to be here. I'm happy this is taking place. I'm happy that a lot of this venture capital money is going into things we really need, not things like social media, for example. Look, it's been obvious for a while when Ukraine got invaded by the Russian armies 4 years ago. It should have shattered any illusion that people have that we're safe. And somehow we missed a lot of stuff. And I don't like crying over spilled milk. And we missed. And you hear about rare earths and the speed of change and all the things like that. And all of our medical ingredients come from, or 85% come from China. And we've written about it. We've talked about it. We're quite a patriotic company. And then we just started asking, what more can we do? We hire veterans. We do a lot of things. And we did a deep analysis on what we already do. And this is where it's security related. So it's not, if we do something for Boeing, it's not their commercial aircraft, but it might be their military aircraft. We did analysis. We said we do so much, and we want to do at least 50% more over the next 10 years. So that's the 1.5 trillion. And then the 10 billion of investing, which can easily be more than that, is to do special financing for, think of the vendor supply chains that someone like Chris might have, where if he wants to double, triple production of his missiles, he's got to get some of them to double, triple their production. They may not have the money, or they may need a little bit of advice or help or build a new plant. And then around it, I think very importantly, when I was listening to the conversation just now with the folks up here, also to do research, like what is the shipbuilding ecosystem that needs to be fixed, and then policy. What can we do to do faster, better, quicker? As you all know, you've heard it many times, there's not that much time. And so we better get our act together, and regulatory-wise, policy-wise, obviously the experts actually building stuff, and we're just a part of that.
Well, a big part of that, Jamie, and you and I talked about this a little bit, and you heard all the discussion out there about the need to replenish our munitions, ramp our munitions to high level, for all the reasons you just outlined, Jamie. Half of our supply chain is what you'd call a medium or small business. So making sure that they have the access to the capital, that they have the confidence to be able to purchase that long lead material, that long lead equipment, or even better, hire and train people and getting the labor that we need. So that's why I think the fund that Jamie's talking about is actually pretty exciting and goes right to the heart of what we would need to ramp.
Security, resiliency, it's now an initiative, but there feels that there is fire in both of your bellies because time is short, and yet what has happened in the past? I don't want to beautify the problem here. I don't want to dwell too much on history, even though we are in a presidential library. But Chris, what from you is the learning of the mistake that we made in the last 20, 30, it's a post-Cold War that got us to this situation?
Jamie and I talked about this. Neither one of us likes to take out our violin and complain about what happened in the past. I will say this. When you think about what the Secretary of War has laid out in terms of his key transformation initiatives, I think many of those go to the heart of sort of how we got here. And I think there are actually pretty compelling visions for how we get to the types of levels we need in terms of production. That's the reduction in bureaucracy, the speed and agility, the leveraging of commercial technologies. Half of our business is commercial, so the convergence of the commercial and defense, together. And then the longer term contracts, so people have visibility and have confidence to invest in order equipment and to hire, all those things we just talked about.
Jamie, it's interesting.
Can I use one thing to it? You don't need to be a strategic genius. Having the best, strongest military is the best deterrence to bad things. And you've had changes taking place in the world, which is the rise of China, whether you think they're an adversary, potential adversary, competitor. but having the best military, that should have been a policy of the United States writ large. And you talk to some of the politicians, it was not. It was, the military was subordinated to other things, which, may be very good social values, but, now we're in a position where we have a major war in Europe, a much bigger threat in the Indo-Pacific, and now's the time, and so we should have been thinking about it more, and so, but, let's not cry over spilled milk, let's just move on and get the job done, right?
Peace through power is something actually you've been writing about for a few years in your annual letter. I think I'm just going to recite what you said in this one's for 2025 April. It was for the year of 2024. If it were up to me, I would be stockpiling ammunition, air and missile defense, rare earths, and other critical components, importantly to preserve peace. Did something happen? Was it Ukraine, Russia that first made you sit up and think, wow, we're behind? Or was there other anecdotal evidence, Jamie, that you were responding to in that moment?
No, it was Ukraine. I mean, I knew it before Ukraine, but Ukraine was an obvious thing. We had, for the first time, there have been a lot of wars since World War II, but they were usually isolated to smaller parts of the world, smaller parts of the GDP, didn't threaten directly some of our biggest allies. I mean, I see Ukraine is here, and last night I met with the ambassador from Estonia, and these people are threatened. This is not the same thing. Now, we in America, we got the Atlantic and the Pacific. We have peace with our neighbors, which is a wonderful, wonderful thing. We feel secure. But these other nations don't feel secure. The thread between Ukraine, and there is a thread, and you can debate this all day long, between Ukraine, Iran, North Korea, China's aid and abetting all of that, their desire to dismantle the system set up by the Western world after World War II to avoid a world war. There's a clear thread there. I was in, you travel, I'm sure you do too, you travel to Japan, Philippines, Taiwan, almost anywhere you go. The question is, will America be there for us if and when the time comes? That's a very big question, and that is both economic and military. It's just America. We were like a consistent big brother you can rely on, and we've become a little less consistent. So it was that kind of threat of stuff that now's the time we have to move. A bunch of things changed, and so you changed with it.
I would say Ukraine taught us a significant lesson about the fragility of our supply chain and, frankly, of our own ability to ramp.
Yeah.
I mean, again, orders needed to happen, programs needed to ramp, but there were huge production gaps in some of our major programs, like Patriot, for instance. There was like a 2-year gap. Javelin, multi-year gap. You've got thousands of suppliers that haven't had an order in a couple of years. Well, what do you think happens to that supply base? They either atrophy, they lay people off, they go into other endeavors. Reconstituting that supply chain in a moment where you've got a ramp is quite a challenge.
And whose responsibility, therefore, is that? In many ways, Chris, what's so fascinating is you're responsible in many ways for that supply chain. So is it up to you to give that sense of security, and you're able to get through death valleys that startups had to have because you had the power and the force and the size? But then we're just hearing from Joe Lonsdale, apparently all of this can be done 10 to 100 times cheaper. What is your responsibility in this moment to help sure that your supply chain feels confident to invest so that you're there to buy up and to ensure that you're there for the government to be able to take that?
No, it's a really good point. And when I say supply chain, I don't mean to refer to it as something separate from us. As when we sit in front of our customers, I'll say we are our supply chain. We are the ones responsible for delivering this munition, this all up round. So we are responsible for that entire ecosystem. So yes, we are responsible for making sure, are they investing? Are they hiring? Are they doing the things to be able to meet this ramp?
Just from an anecdotal perspective.
Again, you go look at all your bottlenecks, you look at all your key suppliers, you send people out into the field, into factories, to make sure things are happening.
And Chris, they've mentioned to me a couple of things, like it's also workers. Like, for him to do this, he needs workers who are experts in advanced manufacturing, welding, and things like that. So, and part of the effort should be and will be, that will be philanthropic. So if you need to build more welders, then we may go in and help double that welding school. Do something like that creates the ecosystem. And this is what happened, by the way, before World War II. Before we got involved in World War II, you got Freedom Forge. It's a book I haven't read yet. A bunch of generals gave it to me. I am going to read it, and I'm going to double down again. To just get America's got to get its act together.
Well, Tim Cook would say he doesn't have the labor force to make an iPhone in the US, and I know you don't want investment going into like social media, but what is it therefore that gets the labor market into the place we need it to? Because boy, do we not have the engineers that we need in defense tech. We don't have the manufacturing skills to put into what we want to scale up from a footprint perspective.
First, I think we've got to continue to invest in the training and development. We've got a number of partnerships with trade schools, community colleges, where we help shape the curriculum for what we need today. Not everyone needs to go to a four-year college, and we want to show people that there are high-paying, highly skilled jobs in defense and commercial aerospace manufacturing, and how do we tailor the curriculum to draw those people that have those skills. The second piece is that's only going to get you so far. And so when we talk about innovation and investment in technology, underreported is the advanced manufacturing that we've got to invest in. There are a number of defense tech companies here that are in advanced manufacturing, many of which we've invested in, and they are actually in our supply base. How do we continue to leverage the advancements they are making in advanced manufacturing and digital technologies to help us relieve bottlenecks and just, again, ramp production faster to make up for that shortfall in labor? The labor is only going to get you so far. You're going to need technology in our shops as well.
On the labor front, as I know this is something you think about a lot, are we thinking about it as early as we should be in terms of like primary education? At what point do we need to re-kilter the way in which people are coming out of formal education in the US?
If I could change one thing, I start right away. Like I would go to K to 12. And I'll give you one example. There's a school I grew up in Jackson Heights, Queens. There's a school right next to that in Queens called Aviation High School, which you're probably familiar with. A lot of people go there, minorities from all around the city. Their parents make them go, by the way. They regular high school, math, science, history, et cetera. But they also learn how to maintain a small Cessna aircraft, hydraulics, electrical systems, engines, et cetera. I think 1,000 kids or 500 graduate a year. 95% get jobs making $70,000 to $80,000 a year. That is what we should be doing. It's different types of schools, different training, but every school should be looking at the output of what jobs are these kids getting, and then work with local business, collaborate, because we know collaboration works better than anything, as opposed to keep the education system separate from the employment system and what jobs. And once you start asking a principal, did your kids graduate? Did they get jobs? How much do those jobs pay? That'll be pretty powerful. And maybe we can have policy to do things like that.
Chris,
there are examples like that around the world. We just have to deploy it, effectively in the United States.
How much do you have to pay for entrance at the moment, Chris? How much are you thinking that it's about showing there's a good salary at the end of this?
Frankly, that's not even the concern, because the demand is there. The demand is there on the defense side. The demand is there, again, half of our business is commercial aerospace. So we need that highly skilled labor, and we're willing to pay for it. So it's not a matter of we're worried about what we'd have to pay people from an entry-level perspective. We will pay a full and fair wage, competitive wage, because we need it. The demand is really, really robust, and we've got commitments to a lot of our customers, many of whom are sitting here today, that we've got to make. And so the labor is a big part of that.
Labor's a big part. Then there's, as we said, the advanced manufacturing, the innovation. This is where, in many ways, what your initiative is also about, because we talked about security, resiliency, about 1.5 trillion. There is bits of it that, as you said, are being allocated to funding startups. How much do you see that as an obligation of the banks as well as the venture capital community? Because it feels as though the VCs are running towards defense tech right now, willing to lend.
Well, there's a whole mosaic of how you finance these things, from venture capital, and we get involved in some of that. But one of the uplifting things is just listening to folks like Joe Lonsdale, the military. I've met a bunch of companies that are here. It's staggering how good they are, how smart they are, how they're fixing stuff, how they want to do the right thing. So it's already working. It's just we got to get it continue to work. And we'll be in that whole continuum of financing, education, policy, research that can help drive it. We're just part of that system. I mean, there's hopefully a lot of people going to be doing the same stuff. We'll have partners with a lot of people. We'll partner with other banks if we have to. No, we will.
Frenemies, they're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
What about, as you said, many startups you've financed with RTX? Would you beef up? Would you buy? How are you looking at the competition that's coming, but also what could be a nice little acquisition.
I think Jamie would tell me and advise me that the valuations are too high for us to do that. But really, we kind of look at it in a couple ways, because you're absolutely right. The defense tech space is booming. There's many people that are bringing commercial innovation to the defense area. And so, yes, in some cases we are investing, and then we end up using them as a supplier or a partner, do demonstration programs to advance technology. In other places, we're looking at our legacy products and say, where can that defense tech be infused, whether that be AI, autonomy, other things, to extend the life or the capability of that legacy program. So it's across the board. And then for us, again, it's continuous investment. This is a long cycle business.
Yes.
So we're gonna invest at the RTX level about $5 billion this year in E&D and CapEx. We've got to continue to invest. When we look at our technology roadmap, it's the investments in things that can apply to both commercial and defense. Things like AI, things like autonomy, things like high temperature materials, advanced manufacturing. Again, you're seeing the commercial acumen in companies coming into defense. We've got to continue to leverage our commercial business for the good of the defense industry.
And I just give a real example. So MP Materials, Emil Michael, we have people in the Department of War who are now doing work on how to do this, like a takeout. It's a magnet company. It was a very smart way to do it. Gives them a chance to succeed. We helped investment bank them, but we already invested in a company that's going to do the same thing for antimony. And we have a bunch of companies already working on, literally 10 or 12 on the medical side, to do exactly the same thing. So, you seek them out, but they will be there. They may need sometimes a government contract of sort, but it's already happening.
So, in theory, taking 10% of certain strategic companies is a good thing. We're hearing Gavin Newsom rail against that. That's anti-capitalism.
That's from the People's Republic of California. We need to do certain industrial policy, and we should do it right. And done right, and I think done right is you give benefits out there. Like, I wasn't against a CHIPS Act. I think what we should have done is made, given supply contracts, free land, double the R&D deduction, double the wage deduction, let the market decide who gets the money. That when the government decides who gets the money, it usually becomes a problem. So you can go through each of those deals. There should be rational policy that we need to get through the valley of death for whatever it is we're doing, and I think that is doable. So, some of those I would probably criticize. I don't know all the details of them, though. There may be things that I just don't understand, so it's hard for me to have a definitive opinion.
Does the valley of death still exist, do you think, for startups from RTX's perspective? Because with capital now going to startups, is that the issue? Or where else are we seeing that transition where we can actually get to a real end point where there is a POR for these companies?
I'm going to let him answer that, but before, just so you know, there's a valley of death for big companies, too.
Yeah?
Okay.
Well,
You go by the wayside.
Well, Jensen Huang,
usually driven by complacency, arrogance, bureaucracy, which is partially the reason we got here in the first place. So.
Good points there,
Yes.
Jamie. That's something that, as a large company, we're always guarding against. And frankly, the infusion of investment in defense tech has helped us there too. Like, it's not our divine right to be able to continue the positions we have. We've got to go out and compete and earn that every single day, which is why I'm saying we've got to continue to invest each and every year to make sure that we're continuing to stay up on technology, on advanced manufacturing, all the things that we're going to need to continue to serve our customer. I will say this. It is one thing to design and innovate. It's another thing to build a prototype, and then it's an entirely different ballgame to then scale manufacturing to the levels that is needed. And that's one area where we spend a lot of time. We're not perfect. Our customers in this room would tell you today that we're not perfect. We've got to continue to ramp to meet our commitments. But to take the levels that we need, you're going to need some real focus and expertise in how to scale manufacturing.
Focus, expertise, and also running roughshod through bureaucracy is what I heard on the previous panel. Is that what's needed from your perspective, as someone who's waiting for government contracts as your business model?
Yep.
Are we starting to see the walk as well as the talk?
I personally feel that when in my engagements with the customer, with the Pentagon. I've had a number of engagements recently where we have follow-up meetings in 24 hours, 36 hours. Where are we on this? Where are we on that? How do we remove impediments? How do we make it easier for you to increase your output or to fix this issue. The pace of play is high. And I just sort of feel that when I'm there and in the building, and hopefully it continues.
Jamie,
there is no question that this administration is trying to bring an axe to some of the bureaucracy that held back America. Yeah. That is a good thing. And we can do it and still keep the world safe, for safe food and safe banks and all stuff like that. But it is astounding when you go around and read it. And this is what crippled Europe. And so we have to be very careful. But I'll just make a slightly broader point. We talk about, raising taxes and raising on people and cutting expenses. That's all true. We need to do that. We have a huge deficit. That's a huge problem. But good policy can drive growth, and it's free. And we don't do a good job at. And that could be education, immigration, skills, all these things we can do, and it's free. And we're making a huge mistake as a society to think there's always a debate between cutting expenses, raising taxes, and regulation be one of them. And you all know about it. A lot of you, if you've taken out a mortgage or built a home or anything like that, it is staggering we have to go through now. And we've become a litigious society. And part of the reason, in my view, is because a lot of people in power, and that could be politicians, regulators, agencies, they've never had a job. And I hate to tell you, that the real world is not the same thing as the theoretical world. And there's that great quote, I forgot who said it, in theory and practice are the same. In practice, they're not.
So if we're going to go back to your penning, as you might be doing soon, your 2026, as in two letter, it's a reflection on 2025, and you do the same, if it were up to me, if it were up to you, what would you do right now for the Pentagon, for example?
For who? For
the Pentagon, or for what would you run roughshod through in terms of bureaucracy? What advice would you give?
Well, I think you've heard a lot already in this, these sessions I've heard, which is just, they need to move. They can't do multi-year budgeting, so that kills you. That they can't give certain contracts on, they can't make things. And some people in the military told me the lack of ability to do that could cost them $50 or $100 billion a year. So you can go on and on and on. Congress has to change certain rules and requirements that allow them to make decisions faster, do multi-year contracts, do something that allows you to have a second plant sitting idle, so if the country goes to war, you can make more Patriot missiles. And we don't have that. The game thing, there's public stuff. The military says if we have a real war in the Indo-Pacific, we run missiles in 7 days. Is that how we're going to run our system? And you can leave a plant sitting empty, not sitting empty. You can leave a plant that has what it needs to build new missiles, but it's being used for another purpose, another commercial purpose. If you need it for war, you empty that out and you put in what you need for the missiles. And so we just need good policy, good thoughtful stuff, and people have really thought this stuff through. Some countries do a great job. When we travel around the world, you see a lot of countries that have actually done some very smart things that we just need to replicate. Well, I think vocational training in Germany and Switzerland, younger people, like call it 18 to 30, unemployment rate is very low. Like in America, 70% do not go to college. And I think college, by the way, has less and less productive outcome. 70% go to college, but they learn skills. And these are real skills. They're not, but even plumbing, electrical, anything you do in a plant, advanced manufacturing, you can advance up almost like an engineering degree, and you go back to college. Unemployment, 4%. In France, who's got these very tough labor laws, if you want to fire someone, you have to pay them for 5 years. Unemployment is among the 18 to 30 is 20%. And it's been that way for 2 generations now. It's just policy. And so one of the things we're going to write about is trying to push just good policy, educate people on good policy, and kind of make that a permanent thing in how we run our country.
I do want to pick up on something Jamie said before on bureaucracy and complacency. You asked, what would Jamie do to the Pentagon? Frankly, we've had to look ourselves in the mirror. In many cases, we've reflected some of that bureaucracy that we've seen in our customer, and we've gotten complacent in that way. And so we've had to take a good hard look at ourselves and say, well, wait a second, why do, I can't go and blame the customer all the time for what's happening, or Congress or whatnot. We've layered some of that into our own processes, into our own infrastructure. How do we be more productive? How do we be more efficient? How do we be more agile? So it's a mindset change. It's a mindset change that I think that the Secretary is going to lay out his vision later today that he has previously about agility, and speed and whatnot. Those are the things in our company that we have to really take root.
How do you do that
Well,
culturally?
one of the things that he's mentioned is this idea of like the 85% solution. Can you field an 85% solution and iterate to get it to 100%? We're not, generally speaking, wired that way. We're wired to probably give you 110% of the requirement, not 85 and iterate to the best. To the rest, excuse me. It's a mindset shift that we have to bring to bear. Now, there are certain things that you're going to have to be at that 100% level. There's certain exquisite technology that is going to be necessary to meet certain, mission requirements. But there are other areas where I think we can take a little bit more risk in terms of the requirements and the specifications and work with our customers to say, hey, we can get this to you faster. It'll be 85% of the capability you're looking for, and we'll work with software upgrades, hardware upgrades over the next couple of years to get it to that 100%. That is a paradigm shift, and I think one that the Secretary's pushing, and we've got to pile in behind that.
We've got a big customer in the building, but you're a global company. So when you're thinking about your customers, we are not working in a silo. Defense spending is going higher in Europe in many ways because the US is pushing them there. Same thing is happening in Asia. Which countries are executing that well from your perspective, Chris?
Well, I don't know that anyone's executing it well. I think, again, I'll give the administration a lot of credit for pushing Europe to get to that 3.5% of GDP, pushing others to make sure that they've got the replenishment that they need. And so you're seeing global defense budgets rise as a result of that. And so I think, again, what we've got to continue to work with is, are there places where with some of our partners and allies, it makes sense to do co-production or help set up sort of additional pieces of the supply chain, more locally.
Andrew did that in Australia, for example.
Absolutely. So are there continued opportunities to do that? We've done it successfully on certain programs, like Patriot in Poland and other places. Where else can we do that to help relieve bottlenecks?
I'm interested in the customer perspective. Are you seeing, Chris, Europe increasing their spend with you, or are they wanting to spend their budget, theoretical budget, with European defense companies?
Well, I think you hear them say some of the latter, but I think the reality is that if we want to make sure that we can meet the pace of the threat here, you're going to have to continue to ramp up with the existing
the ones that can do it.
Okay. But here's what I will say. There are plenty of partnerships that we do have with large European companies, for instance, where we will each make investments and invest in a complete system. We have a lot of very strong partnerships to be able to do that. So again, I'm trying not to look at it like a binary, by Europe, by US. There are places where, with partners and allies, we can develop a combined solution.
There's a lot of talk of partners and allies, Jamie, and you referenced that this is why Europe got itself into its problems, but also then you're highlighting the strengths they have in their education system.
Some of the strengths, yes.
Some, Germany, Switzerland, two you called out. What do you think they will have made of the strategic announcement that we just had? The idea that, I think, civilization erasure was something that was named in the National Security Strategy published this week. Do you think Europe, from your perspective, wants to work with America right now?
I think Europe has a real problem. It's very hard to look at the world and we have moving tectonic plates. You've heard it spoken about. It's AI. The enemy's in the satellite up above and in your computer systems right now. And the world changed. The other tectonic plates, the rise of China, huge global deficits, social network programs that probably can't be maintained over a long period of time. So Europe has a problem. I think they accomplished an unbelievable thing when the Euro got together, the EC, and they said, let's live in peace and not war. They had World War I and World War II, but they had the Franco-Prussian Wars, the Napoleonic Wars, the 100 Years' War, the War of the Roses. And so living in peace is a good thing, but it got bogged down. They never finished the common market. It takes 27 nations, to make a decision. They let their military drop dramatically. It's very bureaucratic, which is why part of the reason that they lost Britain to the EU, which I think makes it bad for both of them, by the way. And so you got to be honest about this. So, and those tectonic plates may move over 20 years. But if we ever write a book about how the West was lost, it will be because of the following. It will be because of we didn't get our act together here, and we go through all the policies here, that we didn't have the strongest military in the world, and that we allowed Europe to fall apart. And so I have a slightly different point of view about Europe. They have some wonderful things, but they've gone from 90% of the GDP of America to 65. That's not because America did anything bad to them. It's their own bureaucracy, their own cost, they do some wonderful things on their safety nets, but they've driven business out, they've driven investment out, they've driven innovation out. It's kind of coming back. I think the leadership, Merz, Macron, Maloney, Starmer, I think they know. I just think politics is really, really hard. Therefore, the fragmentation of Europe, if they fragment, that's exactly what some of our adversaries want. They want to go back to a world like that, and then you kind of have a world that was like it was before World War I, everybody out for themselves. Everyone's got different national security interests, whether it's food or energy or water, and China's a huge country who wants to do bilateral negotiations with every country. If they fragment, then you can say that that America first will not be around anymore. It will hurt us more than anybody else because they are a major ally in every single way, including common values, which are really important. So therefore, I think we should be using our American capability, strength, coercion, democracy, trade, investment to urge them to do what's in their own self-interest, which is military and economic, and the economic is equally important. If they go to 60% of our GDP, then 55, then 50, they won't be able to afford the military. They'll have more polarization. They won't be able to afford their safety nets, et cetera. So I think we need a long-term strategy to help them become strong. A weak Europe is bad for us. It's bad for the civilized world. It's bad for the free and democratic world.
You are that trade with RTX, and you have significant presence in the UK. And you have, I see the deals that are just being announced with you, it's one in Canada or one in Australia. You are still, in this day and age, a globalized company. So, Chris, are you optimistic that we won't see that fragmentation in Europe? That you can increase, you will see Prime winning out from the Western world wanting to increase their budgets?
I just think that, and we'll start with Europe, I just think there is benefit in all of us working off of the same set of equipment in terms of interoperability and cooperation. Jamie's right, we travel around, we talk to folks in these countries. I see a real willingness to want to ramp up, to want to replenish, to want to get to the NATO commitments. And again, there's a lot of things that we all know about that they have not aligned around in terms of Ukraine and support of Ukraine and funding and the like, but I do see a general consensus around the need to take defense up and to make that a reality.
And they have some amazing startups. I think of Helsing that's happening in Germany. Where is the puck moving from your perspective in terms of innovation now, Chris? Where is it that you think the rest of the room needs to really start thinking about allocating or really be going that extra 15% that isn't quite built yet?
Well, look, on the technology side, and I'm sure there are people up on the stage before who talked about this, but in terms of defense, clearly AI and autonomy. How do you get decision-making in the field and at the edge at a pace and an acceleration that it needs? How can you have some of our systems do its own discrimination, its own rerouting? So AI and autonomy, I think, are going to be two huge pieces for defense. Now, again, I'll go back to the advanced manufacturing. I know it's not as sexy as some of the other things that we're talking about here.
Advanced manufacturing is very sexy.
If you want to be able to scale, as Jamie said, like having stockpiles, that is deterrence. If you really want to get there, then we've got to find different ways to scale the type of manufacturing that we need in this country, and frankly, with our partners and allies as well.
How much time do we have, Jamie?
Oh, you mean time to not, you hear it?
No, I'm seeing 2 minutes. How much time do we have to get this right? If we're sat here next year, 2026, will we have needed to execute on a lot of what you're already saying? Do we have until 2030?
My view is we have 5 years. And so I'm not, it's not today, but when you say 5 years, it means you got to start doing the right thing today. So I'd say 5 years.
Would you feel that similar time frame, Chris? Do you feel that sense of urgency that 5 years and to really ensure that we've got the strength, the military might that we?
I'm thinking like now, like where we sit with our backlog and we're in the commitments that we've made to our customers. Like our head is down, ramping now.
You got to start now. That's important. No one has a divine right to success. So I don't care if you're a city or a business or a country. You got to always say the world's changing, and if you want to be successful, you got to change with it. And we can all want the world we want, but we got the world we got. And it's a complicated, tough place, so it's now.
it's now. One optimistic.
I mean, we still have a major war in Europe.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, and I consider that is freedom being fought for us right now. And I think we have to take that very seriously, because some wars last for 10 or 15 or 20 years. And you're talking about nuclear power and nuclear threats. This is very different than we've dealt with in the past, and I would take it extremely seriously in the here and now. And
if we're all going to move, what we want is people to move away and feel that they've got a sense of urgency, something that they can do. Is there one piece of advice or thought that you want people to exit this room with?
Do what you can. I mean, the whole effort we're doing was because you said, instead of complaining about it, what can we do about it?
Yeah.
And so, we try to do that in a lot of things. And a lot of people, it's amazing to me, who've called up and said they want to be part of these efforts. So people want it. People want to save the world and work for something important and help the United States military. The military gets, you saw those panels this morning, get a tremendous amount of support. They just need a little bit more help from our Congress and policy at this point.
More security and resiliency initiatives? I want to see some from you, Chris?
I would just say I'm always amazed by the innovation in this country and the capacity for technology development. I think that's something that we should all be incredibly excited about. A lot of times we focus on the negatives in this country. We've got an amazing set of capabilities that if we harness, we can get to this place in 5 years that Jamie's talking about.
We have not got much time, and we are now currently out of time on this panel. It has been a joy to sit down with both Jamie Dimon and Chris Callio. Thank you very much, both, for a great discussion.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Panel 4. Please make your way to the first floor of the Air Force One Pavilion for our keynote luncheon. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The fireside chat is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The fireside chat is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The fireside chat is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The fireside chat is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President and CEO of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. David Trulio.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Today marks the 4th time the Reagan National Defense Forum has hosted the sitting chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It's the first time, but we hope not the last time, we welcome the new chairman, General Dan Kane. General Kane's path to the chairmanship was not a conventional one, but we wouldn't expect conventional for someone who goes by Raising Kane. President Trump nominated this warfighter to, quote, restore peace through strength. And President Trump was confident General Kane could do that based in part on their first meeting in Iraq years ago when Raising Kane shared with the commander-in-chief how ISIS could be destroyed swiftly. When President Trump tapped Chairman Kane for his current role, he was a retired lieutenant general, having served most recently as the Associate Director of Military Affairs at the Central Intelligence Agency. Indeed, General Kane brings a wealth of additional perspectives. He has served in a wide range of operational, staff, and joint assignments, primarily as an F-16 fighter pilot, weapons officer, member of the White House staff, and special operations officer. As a command pilot, he logged more than 2,800 hours in the F-16, including more than 150 combat hours. From 2009 to 2016, he was a part-time member of the National Guard and a serial entrepreneur and investor. A career like that is filled with challenging and consequential moments that test and make a leader, including the approximately 8 hours he spent in the air on 9/11. Back then, he was Chief of Weapons and Tactics for the 121st Fighter Squadron at Andrews Air Force Base. When he jumped into his plane on that terrible day, he heard on the radio, "Anybody around Washington, D.C. will be shot down." He realized that he would be the one doing the shooting. 24 years later, no one can doubt General Kane's strength in crisis or his decisive leadership, clearly on display during the successful Operation Midnight Hammer. But there's one more thing, something that might not come through in a typical biographical sketch. As someone who had the enormous privilege of working with this great leader many years ago in an earlier job, I can personally attest to the great love that he has for this country and for all of those who serve it. We are fortunate indeed to have him in this crucial role of our nation's highest-ranking military officer, and it is an honor to have him here on the Defense Forum stage in conversation with CNBC's Morgan Brennan. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Ms. Morgan Brennan and the 22nd Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane.
Thanks, but you know, before you start, I have to say that my boss was a guy named Dave Trulio, and there is no finer leader that I know. There's an old Super Bowl commercial about herding cats, and when I was a young White House staffer serving there, Dave Trulio was the master cat herder, and so thank you for your leadership here at this foundation, and thank you for the invite. Thank you for letting me join you.
Thank you for letting me join you. It's an honor and
Yeah,
privilege to be
I think
sitting
the
down
other
and
way
having
around.
this conversation
Yeah.
with you. I mean, there's a lot to get to. 30 minutes is not a lot of time, so we're going to see what we can do here.
Depends on where you're sitting.
Yeah, I've heard that before. I've heard that before.
Sorry.
Listen, just given the conversation that we just saw at lunch, the conversation over breakfast too, this idea of trust, I think that's where we need to start the conversation today,
Yeah.
especially in light of the news cycle and what we've seen with these Caribbean strikes and the reporting around them this week.
Yeah, you know, I was struck this morning and really enjoyed the breakfast and the study that the foundation has done. And I was struck by the suggestion and the data that points to a sort of loss of confidence in the American military by the American people. And that's deeply concerning to me. Someone who, along with others in the room, has spent their entire life serving and seeing every day the examples of great courage and selfless service that goes into the pleasure and honor and privilege of wearing our nation's cloth. I wanted to just to add one other detail to the Secretary's conversation today about the boat strikes, and that's that, you know, as this all played out in the somewhat frothy information space, it was Mitch Bradley and I's idea to go up and share the information that we could share with the Congress so that we could continue to sustain and scale that trust that we must earn every day from the American people through the Congress. And so, you know, I think that's an area that is very important to us, is having the trust of the Congress, the trust of the American people. It is an incredible gift for us to serve our country. You know, there's some service chiefs here, my fellow Joint Chiefs, other members of the military who I've served with. One of my longest and oldest friends is in the room over here, a much better F-16 fighter pilot than I am, Bob Winkler back there. And all of us who've been lucky enough to serve our country know the special gift that is. And so as you're moving around through this holiday season, please continue to say thank you to those uniformed people and know that we will continue to earn your trust every single day. We get out of bed with that in the forefront of our minds. And I don't want to add anything else other than that to what the Secretary already covered on the boat issues.
If I just go a little further then on that.
Great.
Not the boat issues.
I was hoping you...
But just in general, what not only this room, but I think also the American public that's tuning into this conversation needs to understand more broadly about this war on drugs and what that means to implement it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're all sort of pouring through the President's national security strategy, which was just released a day and a half ago. And what's clear in that document and the things that we do on behalf of the country is that protecting the homeland is not just a term that we say anymore. It's a real thing. And homeland security is national security. And, you know, I won't get into the operational matters, but there's plenty of visible examples, as the Secretary talked about, on where we're going to protect our neighborhood and do that pursuant to the things that we're able to do to make sure America's a safe and secure country.
How should we understand, especially after the lunch, and what I would call four pillars of policy that were just laid out at lunch, about implementing that strategy when it comes to this hemisphere? Because I don't feel like there has been a lot of focus on that, at least from a military standpoint, more recently.
Yeah, I mean, we have not, if you look back over the arc of our deployment history over the last few years, we haven't had a lot of American combat power in our own neighborhood. I think that's, I suspect that's probably going to change. We'll see what we're ordered to do, and of course we follow that guidance, but we're definitely spending some time there now.
How are you advising the president on Venezuela?
Carefully. Look, I joke about that, but our job is to present, and my job with the Joint Chiefs and others, is to present the range of options that this president or any president should consider, with all of the secondary and tertiary considerations that go into those options, so that a president can make whatever decision he wants to make, and then we deliver. And so we are always presenting options through the great work of our armed forces and our services, through the great work of our combatant commanders, all the way down to the youngest service member. And I wouldn't want to share any particular advice or options that we're giving, but we present a lot of them.
Understood. Let's talk a little bit about deterring China through strength. What does that look like? What is the biggest challenge to doing that?
You know, I think the Secretary sort of gave his views of the narrative around the Chinese advance. I think for us in this room, and I have a really, I think, I'm very lucky to have this perspective, but I look at these issues as a person who served in the military and then had a chance to serve as a special forces officer, and then I actually served at the agency twice. One is in my bio, one is not in my bio. But then my time in the private sector really helped me see the importance of creating deterrence through integrated capabilities at scale. And so when we look at the rise of the Chinese military, what our goal in the Joint Force is to create multiple simultaneous dilemmas for all of the adversaries around the world so that they are very cautious and concerned about doing something that would bring any sense of threat to the American people. So as we think about China, I think about the importance of moving from the place of strength that we're at now, and we are the strongest military in the world. You should not walk away with anything else other than that. And we're going to move from that position of strength to being even stronger. And that is where we, teammates, everybody in this room, has to get in there together to deliver the combat capability and capacity that we need at scale, and we can double click into any part of that you want.
When you do look.
Now I'm scared.
No, when you do look at that region of the world, does the warfighter have what they need right now, in real time?
I think I think right now today the answer is we have sufficient scale, but the challenge, and you know this from your day job, that technology is evolving really, really fast. What the American system, as it's been running for a long time now, is really, really good at is buying behind the technology development curve. And what we need to do is get in front of the technology development curve. And that's going to require the best of the military, the best of the Congress, the best of the private sector, and the best of not just the defense industrial base, but the national industrial base. Back in my life, I ran a small mom and pop machine shop in Denton, Texas that made parts for America's aerospace and defense industry, and I'll tell you that everybody needs to up their game here, and that's sort of one of the big things that I'm hopeful through this conversation with all of you, that we all get a sense of urgency, that it's not just the DIB companies that need to up their game, it's the entire country's infrastructure and frankly the Western world's.
Are we in an AI arms race with China?
I think there's the possibility that we end up in an AI arms race. I think we could end up in a variety of different things because technology is developing so fast. And what I'm trying to create with my other Joint Chiefs who are here is our ability to win from the seabed up to cislunar space and beyond, and to create more dilemmas for other people than they create for us. And I think we can totally do that. If we take the best of the military, plus the best of the intelligence community, plus the best of our allies and partners, plus the best of the private sector, coupled with Congress and others, and private capital and public capital coming together, we can build the force that will allow us to maintain the dominant position that we have on the globe and deliver peace through overwhelming strength, which is what our people deserve.
I mean, I come here every year, and for the last, I don't know how many years, so much the conversation has been about replenishing stockpiles, growing stockpiles, producing more, ramping that production, munitions. Should we, well, let's start right there. How do we do it? What would you like to see happening in terms of that relationship between all the different stakeholders you just laid out?
Yeah.
What do you think needs to happen? What do you want to see happen in terms of that process?
I think it's a couple things. It starts with culture. And we have to change the culture inside the department. We have to change the culture inside companies. And I've been in both, so I can see both of these things. We have to create and sustain and maintain competitive forces out there in the market where we are driving innovation in our corporate structures and systems that are going to give better combat capability to the joint force. the military and the government needs to be better buyers, and we have to write better contracts. I am still on step one of my 12-step recovery process from selling to the government when I was a part-timer in the military. And I think we have to find a way to share risk between us and the private sector. And that means everybody's got to work together. But in the end, it's about capacity, back to what you were alluding to in your question. We have got to scale our ability to create more combat capacity for the Joint Force.
The Secretary of War designated the acquisition process of warfighting function, has designated the acquisition process, I should say, as a warfighting function. So how do you see your role evolving in all of this?
Well, aside from, I really have two jobs. One job is to do the advisory work that I do for the President, the National Security Council, the Homeland Security Council, and of course the Secretary. The other part of this is the Chairman is on the hook to look at the joint warfighting design of the future and think about what does that look like 25 to 30 years down the road. And then working with the services, figure out how we're going to actually field that capability and do that quickly. And so for me, that's how I spend my time, is working with the other Joint Chiefs in the services. And as the Secretary alluded to, the Deputy Secretary of War, who is the hardest working person in Washington and does not need to be there, but is there because he loves our nation so much, in order to actually get at it. But what we need to do, teammates, is we got to execute. We got to execute together. We have to find a place to achieve shared risk between the government and the military and the private sector in order to create the capacity and capability that we need and frankly owe to the warfighters as risk holders contemplate actions and activities, not at the point that we're in a crisis or a conflict somewhere. So I'm asking everybody, let's all together up our game. And it's, I think it goes back to shared risk, really, because I've seen it from both ends.
You mentioned that it's not just the defense industrial base, it's the national industrial base. Should we be not only stockpiling munitions, but semiconductor chips and rare earth magnets and other things?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you take a look at supply chains and you go down to second, third, fifth, sixth supply chain, it all starts with raw materials. And I think we need to be really thoughtful and strategic. I was, sat in on Jamie Dimon's conversation, and he suggested that, and I absolutely agree with him and have for some time. When you look at some of the strategic investments that we're doing on rare earths, that's an indicator of the need to ensure that we have that bench stock when we need it to do the things that we have to do to build that capability and capacity.
There seems to be what I would say some bifurcated narratives out there in the ethos, if you will, this idea of exquisite systems versus cheap expendable ones, legacy contractors versus new commercial-oriented startups. How do you see the ecosystem evolving here, and just as importantly, can industry deliver?
I mean, I believe industry can deliver, but as I've said a few times here, we have to up our game. We have to be ruthlessly focused on operational execution. And when I was a young CEO running a manufacturing business in Dallas, it was hammered home to me that we've got to deliver quality things on time, shorter lead times, and lower costs. And I think the private sector is focused on that, but we got to do more. And so I think there is a way to do that, and it's really all about execution. We have to be very focused on it. The only thing that matters is getting combat capability and capacity in the hands of the warfighter before they need it.
So what does the mix look like?
Oh yeah, thanks.
Especially when you're looking out 20 years, 30 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at warfighting in the future, we want to take the appropriate lessons from the fights of the past and apply them to the future. One of the lessons out of Ukraine is going to be mass, and there's a lot of exchanges going on. And when I think about warfighting in the future, I see a set of exchanges both in the kinetic and non-kinetic space that is probably unprecedented. So we're going to need a high-low mix that we've not seen before. We will continue to need some of the bespoke capabilities, but we are also going to need significantly more attritable things that can create multiple simultaneous dilemmas for the commanders on another side of a fight than for us.
And we started this piece of the conversation talking about deterring China. So I do want to get your analysis of what we are seeing in that region right now, especially as tensions flare between Japan and China, for example. There's been some pretty strong rhetoric around Taiwan, where China is concerned as well. What is your assessment of what we're seeing?
Well, I think China's competing on the global scale. I know that from the U.S. perspective, we've got an economic relationship now that is looking positive and trending fine. We see China still creating a lot of combat capability and capacity at scale. And as the national security strategy says, we owe it to the nation to deliver a free Indo-Pacific and a free and safe and prosperous Indo-Pacific. So when I think about actions in the Pacific, mindful of the president's guidance, that's how we think about it. And I think the secretary talking about Roosevelt's carrying around a big stick, you know, it's my job to carry around a big stick, and it's your job to help us make the large stick so that we can.
So if we continue to travel around the world right now, you've got active peace talks in Ukraine. From a military perspective, from a battlefield perspective, how is what's happening there in real time factoring back into those talks?
You know, I want to be pretty cautious about commenting on Ukraine because of the ongoing negotiations. And I'm mindful that anything that I say could get spun one way or the other. I think for me, I believe that we always want to be striving for peace. And what's happened in Europe there is a tragedy out on the Ukrainian front lines. So I'm gonna be pretty cautious given the meetings that are going on, you know, now in that regard.
There's been a lot of talk over the last couple of years about lessons learned from the battlefield in Ukraine and how it factors back into how we're thinking about our own readiness and military modernization. How do you see it?
Well, as I mentioned earlier about numbers of systems, what the Ukraine industrial base has done to create tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of drones is extraordinary. Those are the kinds of entrepreneurial lessons that we want to take from that fight. It's another case study in the importance of the ability to put air power over a battlefield. And when you look at the fixed and frozen lines that we've seen out in Ukraine, it's an opportunity for us to learn about the importance of protecting the force on the ground. And having been one of those guys on the ground earlier in my life, I value greatly the ability to have an Air Force or some kind of capability that can come in there and put an adversary in a particular place of pain. And we haven't seen that out there in Ukraine. So it's, in some ways, it brings us to new places in terms of mass and simultaneity. In some ways, it brings us back to old lessons learned about the importance of maneuver warfare and integrating fire and maneuver, something that we need to do at scale. But when you look at the number of FPVs that are flying around out there, we have to make sure and scale our own capabilities to be able to do that.
At lunch, we heard about burden sharing of allies. We have seen defense spending globally increasing. We do see NATO quotas rising as well. National security strategy earlier this week talked a little bit about Europe. How do you see the alliance with Europe evolving?
Well, I think that, you know, a lot of that's a policy decision around, around
fair.
how, and we don't do policy in the Joint Force. We execute those policies. You know, from a military perspective, military alone, our relationships are good in Europe, and I'll let my bosses talk about the policy there.
What does that mean, though? I guess as alliances and the relationships around alliances continue to evolve, what does that mean from a military?
Well, certainly, you know, allies and partners are key and critical to us as we fight together. NATO remains a key, important ally for us. They are, I think, going to own European security, both through NATO and bilaterally and individually. The military leaders that I talk to are
I would say and have said to them the same narrative around their defense and national industrial bases as we try to scale European defense so Europe can own Europe. And the SACEUR over there, General Grinkovich, is carrying the same message through his EUCOM hat. So, but that said, allies and partners remain a key part as laid out in the national security strategy.
Your assessment of the Middle East right now, especially given this incredible operation that was carried out over the summer?
Yeah, the joint force I'm very proud, along with others in this room, of the joint force that was able to do that strike. That is very difficult to do, and the quality of our joint force makes it look easy. They train for those types of things all the time in places like Nevada and elsewhere. The Middle East remains critical. It's still, I think, undecided. I carefully watch through the CENTCOM commander what's happening in Gaza. I remain, as always, concerned about what Iran's intentions are down there. These are conflicts that have been going on for a long, long time. I'm hopeful for peace, but need to be prepared for any number of eventualities there.
As we do talk about restoring and reshaping deterrence and this idea of peace through strength, and I'm not going to get into the policy piece of this with you.
Thank you.
With the administration looking to potentially sell F-35s to Saudi Arabia, but how does a possible sale of a weapon system like that speak to how deterrence in the region is evolving?
I thought you just said you weren't going to ask
me about that.
Well, it was
not the policy piece of it, the military piece of it, the capability piece of it.
Look, what weapons are sold to our allies and partners, that is absolutely a policy decision. What I strive for is a little bit higher, and that's the interoperability of that military's force with ours, with the assumption that hopefully we're going to sustain those relationships, and we will for many, many, many decades. And as we build the force of the future, both inside the United States and with our allies and partners, I'm constantly seeking an interoperable, coalition-capable force that we can go do the things that our mutual governments would ask us to do.
When we talk about protecting the homeland, Golden Dome.
Golden Dome,
How are
I've
you
heard of it.
thinking about that?
Look, I think it's an important program. It will, if it fields the way we hope, it will provide layered defense for the United States. And as a warfighter, if I'm tasked to defend something, I always want to be building defense in depth. I want multiple layers of that, whether I'm in Europe or wherever I'm at. And I think Golden Dome will deliver on that. We've got strong leaders who are at the helm of that. It's going to require strong engagement and execution by the private sector to deliver on that. It's scientifically tough, but I'm confident because we're great innovators here in our country, and I think it'll be a good system when it comes online.
We've touched on this already, but I'm going to ask you some broad questions too, and that's, what do you want to say to members of Congress in the room today, to members of industry in the room today, to folks that are on the acquisition side?
Go faster. I mean, look, I think it's, we've spent many years building a system that was built to mitigate risk. Every layer of our acquisition system, people were always trying to do the right thing. I don't doubt that. But now we need to find the innovative spirit within both the private sector and the government that will accept some risk, but in the end, we will go exponentially faster to deliver the combat capability and capacity that our young warfighters need and deserve. And we need entrepreneurial leaders in government. We need entrepreneurial leaders in the private sector. We need to be focused on execution, and we need to be doing it together.
So how does all of this speak to how you think about how you see deterrence evolving and being reestablished?
Well, I think it comes right to what the Secretary said earlier, peace through strength, building on the same models that President Reagan built so many years ago. The ultimate goal of deterrence is to make the other person afraid of getting into a gunfight with you. And that is exactly what we're focused on, is how do we create multiple, simultaneous, cognitive, physical, fiscal dilemmas for other people who would be deeply, deeply unwise to come at the United States or our allies.
All right, I'm going to ask you the question I think I've asked every chairman of the Joint Chiefs that I've interviewed over the years, and that is, what does keep you up at night?
Nothing. I sleep really well.
This seems to be a very popular
No, I do.
answer.
I sleep. I'm a bit of a sleep nerd. I go to bed early. I get up early. I mean, look, I think I really do sleep well, by the way. But time is the one thing that all of us cannot get back. The stoic in me reminds me of the importance of time. And I think as I look at the set of problems that we have around the world and the opportunities that we have, what I don't want us to do is to miss a single day to advance the things that we must do to keep our nation safe. We should never miss a single day as we move in these complicated, dynamic, and complex times. And I'm extraordinarily confident and proud of the joint force and the private sector. And I know that if we work together at scale with the same sense of urgency, we can absolutely deliver the mix, high-low mix that you were asking about, in order to keep the country safe. And that's really, I think, what the President has told us to do through delivering peace through strength, is to create that deterrent effect in those that would consider an unwise decision.
We started with the topic of trust, and now we've circled back to end with the topic of trust. Trust in the military, and now trust in the military's might. Is there anything else that you would want to say to this room or to the public that's tuning in right now?
Thank you for the support that you give us. It is an honor and privilege for us to serve this great country. And as I think about this time of the year, I would ask those that are in the room and those that are on TV here to remember those men and women in the Joint Force that are deployed right now around the world, undersea, on the sea, in the air, and in space, doing our nation's business away from their families. And ask you to remember all of them. And equally, and if not more importantly, always, always please remember our fallen and their families who continue on and show us what real grit and determination look like. And lastly, thank you, and thank you to David Trulio and the rest of the Reagan Foundation for having me here. It's been an honor to be with you.
General Dan Reason-Cain, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It's an honor and privilege. Thank you so much.
This concludes our fireside chat. Please remain in your seats for Panel 6 or proceed to the Air Force One Pavilion for Panel 7. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 6, 5% for Freedom, NATO, and the Future of Ukraine. Please welcome to the stage Miss Kate Odell of the Wall Street Journal and our distinguished panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us for this panel on 5% for Freedom, Ukraine, and the future of NATO. We've got a tight time frame today, so we're going to dive right in. I'd like to introduce my distinguished guests here. Next to me, I have Chris Coons, the senator from Delaware. In the middle, Antti Hakkanen, the defense minister of Finland. And then on the end, we have Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, Trump's envoy and active in the discussions over new Ukraine. So with that, there's been plenty in the news about Ukraine, and everybody here, I think, is briefed up on it. And so I want to open our time together by asking General Kellogg, what does a good deal in Ukraine look like? How will you know if it's a good deal that NATO can live with in Ukraine?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for the panel. One, happy Independence Day to your
Thank
nation.
you.
It's really great, your 4th of July. So I think that's really good. And I also have to say to people in the audience that I was a great interview with our Secretary of War by Lucas Tomlinson. I do disagree with him tremendously on the last question he had. So with everybody clutching their pearls here, the fact is I'm an Army guy, so it's beat Navy next week. So we'll go with that. You know, I think when you talk with Ukraine, where we're at today compared to where we're at a year or 2 years ago, if you're a military guy, especially you're at ground, Marine Corps or infantry, that you realize the last 10 meters to objective is always your hardest. That's where the friction of war really sets in. And I think we're at the last 10 meters of trying to end this conflict where it's at. I think we're really down to a couple of issues, and the issues that are one are on terrain, which is primarily Donetsk, which is the second oblast. You have Luhansk, Donetsk, and you call Zaporizhia and Kherson, and the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, which is currently is in cold storage right now, but that is a huge nuclear power plant. If we get those two issues settled, I think the rest of the things will work out fairly well. It's been hard. It's been hard to work through the issues with everybody. But, you know, I'd like to remind everybody in the room, you know, the scale of that war is unprecedented when it comes to regional conflict. The Soviet Union left Afghanistan after losing 18,000. We left Vietnam after losing 58,000. Russia and Ukraine combined have lost over 2 million. Think about that. That is horrific numbers out there. And so we need to get the conflict to an end. President Trump has seen that. President Trump has gone out of his way to talk to people, which is great. He's talked to Putin, to Zelensky, and anybody else he needs to talk to. So I think we're almost there. I won't speak for the negotiators or how it's working right now, but it's a full team effort, and the Ukrainians have been very good about who they have sent to the negotiations with Umarov out there, and we'll just have to, you know, wait and see how it goes. But we're really, really close.
Senator Coons, I want to ask you a form of the same question. I mean, zeroing in on a security guarantee for Ukraine and a promise for them that this won't just happen again in a few years. What does a credible security guarantee look like that Putin might even be remotely willing to accept?
Well, that's the core challenge, and that's why I think we're not close to seeing the end of this war, is that Putin has repeatedly rejected any reasonable proposal that would leave Ukraine capable of defending itself, secure from renewed rearmament and aggression by Putin, which we can expect with certainty, and that makes sense of the enormous sacrifice of the Ukrainians. Let's be clear, Putin is the aggressor here. Russia invaded Ukraine. This is not, there's great people on both sides of this conflict, not even close. Fred Ryan began this morning by quoting President Reagan, and I'm paraphrasing, but I think it was, peace is not just the absence of war, but the presence of justice. A just end to this war would not mean our coercing a democracy to concede ground that Russia has not been able to take, and conceding a cap on their military, and conceding a cap on their potential joining NATO at all. What would a security guarantee look like? European troops on the ground, American Air Force patrolling the skies, unlimited access to and a guarantee of US intelligence and armament availability, preferably paid for by the Ukrainians and the Europeans. But if it's not that, if it's just some nice pledge that Putin will discover his inner child and not try and invade them again, I think that is an obscenity to coerce Ukraine into accepting that. Putin is a thug and a gangster, and he will only stop when we stop him, and we've had unity. NATO has stepped forward and taken on a dramatically greater role in this, our European partners and allies. We should let them keep doing that, and we should not step back until Putin agrees to a security guarantee and a cessation of hostilities along the current lines, and with a guarantee that allows Ukraine to arm itself and defend itself.
I've also been delinquent in reminding you folks that you can submit your own questions, and I will review them up here and would love to include them in our conversation. To take it to the defense minister for a moment, why don't you give us Europe's view of these negotiations? I mean, we have had some noting today that if Europe views what's going on in Ukraine as an existential threat to Europe's security, how do we account for the reluctance to seize Russian frozen assets, the discussion around buying Russian oil? How does Europe view those? What accounts for that reticence in Europe?
Well, thank you. First of all, I think that when we are talking about this peace agreement or arrangement, we have to understand first that what is the Russian main strategic objectives in a global scale. So they want to restore the Russian power politics in global, they want to restore Soviet Union's sphere of influence, and this is a part of that game. And the lessons learned from the last 2 decades in Europe was that we tried to do energy trade business with Russia. We thought that that will bring peace for Russia in Europe. No. They used all the money from Russian side to do a new military buildup and attack to Ukraine. So let's not think that Russia has changed somehow. And the second lesson learned is that when Russia attacked to Georgia 2008, West didn't do nothing. When Russia attacked to Crimea 2014, West didn't do nothing. And now is the case that what is our reaction? Because we have seen from last 2 decades that the weakness provokes Russia to continue. So that's why this kind of general perspective about these arrangements has to be peace through strength. So when all these kind of pillars what we are now making has to handle Ukraine, their dignity, just peace, but also Russia. If we are rewarding Russia to attacking to neighbor, that will even encourage Russia in future to continue that kind of behavior.
Senator, is Ukraine losing the war? That narrative has started to be paramount in Washington, that Ukraine needs to get a deal now because the next deal may be worse. Do you agree? Is Ukraine losing the war?
Not at all. There is a risk that Ukraine is losing support. The national security strategy must give, just released, must give some encouragement to Putin that the administration is losing its focus and its interest. But what we saw in the survey is that an overwhelming majority of the American people support continuing with the effort to defend Ukraine's freedom. I don't think Ukraine is at risk of a collapse on the front lines, but I obviously am not a military man. They've taken more and more aggressive and capable strikes deep inside Russia at their energy infrastructure. They carried out a spectacular strike on very distant air targets a number of months ago. They've just struck a number of the Shadow Fleet. There are structural challenges, obviously, to Ukraine in terms of generating quality trained troops. But they have managed to fight with incredible durability, bravery, innovation. Their innovations in drone and electronic warfare have been world-class in recent years. I think as long as we send a clear and firm signal from the United States and the dozens of countries that have provided, at this point, more support than we have, that Putin will recognize, whether through sanctions, through the passage of a bipartisan bill in the Senate designating Russia a state sponsor of terrorism for kidnapping tens of thousands of children, or by imposing other costs on their economy and military, that he will then begin to calculate he can't lose the war. But if Putin gets the message that by just grinding away, we will lose interest, we will lose focus and attention, and he can win, then he will. He will not give an inch that he doesn't have to.
I wanted to put up a question from the survey that the Reagan Foundation did for us here about public opinion on Ukraine. And public opinion on Ukraine has shifted in several directions over the past few years. I mean, you saw Republicans under President Biden saying that we were doing too much for Ukraine, that there was no end game in Ukraine. There's been some, I think, change in that a little bit. But I want to look at the slide and talk about there's clearly a plurality of the country that doesn't think Ukraine should give up a lot more territory in exchange for a peace deal. Thank you, that's great. So there is, on this slide here, 45% support Ukraine's full territorial liberation, and then there's significantly less enthusiasm here for trading territory for security guarantees. I think some of that is because you see in the poll that Americans don't think Putin's going to follow them, and Americans also seem to express that they want Ukraine to win, that they favor Ukraine prevailing. So General Kellogg, I say all that because I want you to help us think about how the president sees this conflict. He talks about it in humanitarian terms, the awful human cost of it, but he also does not talk as much about the U.S. interest or the ideological role in it. Is the United States a mediator in Ukraine?
Well, one, I don't speak for the president. Nobody does. The president speaks for himself, and it's pretty clear when he speaks what he wants to do. And I will tell you from my viewpoint, and I've been in there, and the two things that the senator said is pretty good. Is one, Napoleon had a great saying, a maxim, the morale to the physical is 3:1, meaning you're fighting hard. And seeing with the Ukrainians, they've got a fighting heart, which what you said. In their subway, when they get attacked by rockets at night in Kyiv, they went to the most dark thing I saw was during a recent conference there was in a populated subway during the middle of an attack, they sang the national anthem. They didn't sit there and worried, rub their hands. It's almost like it probably was, and I wasn't alive then, but like the Blitz of 1940 with England and London. And I think where the president is coming from, and I believe this, is because I've seen him in action in the first term, was the absolute, I made that comment earlier, the absolute enormous loss of life. And I've been fortunate to go to Irpin Military Hospital and other hospitals inside Ukraine. And the last time we went there, and when you see young men, and there was no one there at the hospital, and we met all of them, that they had lost limbs. One had lost 3 limbs and is blind. But you realize the human tragedy of war, and that's where President Trump is going for. Stop and we will rebuild out later. And I think that is a real consideration on the loss of war, and that's where he's really concerned. Let's just stop this war. We've got to figure it. And I really do get concerned a lot of time about what they call, the British still call, from World War I, the lost generation. And the generation was lost in World War I because of the casualties they took in France, and that whole generation of young men they lost there. and you get worried about the demographics and losing your generation, we'll rebuild. They'll be able to rebuild from where they're at today with the support primarily of Europe. And by the way, you know, Europe can get a bad rap, but I will tell you, Europe has really stood up. They've really come up to the table and have done a very, very good job in military support, in personal support, humanitarian support, and building out the country. So give them credit for that. And your president and I have had a lot of talks, President Stubb, on that. And so, you know, we just want to get the thing over with. It's just that the human tragedy is enormous.
Defense Minister, please.
Just shortly, that's obviously at this point at the negotiation, United States wants peace, Europe wants peace, Ukraine wants peace. But Russia is continuing bombings. Russia is continuing full-scale war and preparing to continue with it. Even though they are using huge amounts of money and manpower in casualties and achieving almost nothing in the battlefield. They are achieving a couple of hundred meters with tens of thousands of casualties. And they are day by day more dependent on China, and they know that their resources and economy is hitting hard now. Why Russia still continues? They think that West is weaker, that they can still a little bit continue and get that good peace for Russia. So that's why I think that the game changers, what we have to now decide, is the European decision in frozen assets, 100 billion euros for Ukraine's 2-year defense, and harder sanctions on oil exports for Russian economy. So those two game changers will create Putin's dilemma. This will last at least 2 years, and Russian economy will fail really hard. And that's what will bring the Putin to the table. And that's too costly for his economy.
Mm-hmm. Did you have a point? You want to jump in?
When I have had the opportunity both to visit Ukraine and to meet with veterans who've lost limbs in this war, they often ask, and I often reflect on, for what? I respect and recognize President Trump wants the fighting to stop and the dying and the suffering to stop. But for what has all this sacrifice been made? You're clear about Russia's aims, expansionism, imperialism, reassert their role in Europe. We've heard from a number of European allies, they believe Russia is not just preparing to fight further in Ukraine, but rearming in order to be able to carry the fight further into NATO territory. Ukrainians have sacrificed, suffered, and died for their freedom and their sovereignty. And if we force them into a peace that does not guarantee that sovereignty and that freedom, we will have made a lasting mistake that Xi Jinping will notice and that authoritarians around the world will notice, and we will pay for it at a much greater loss and at a much greater expense.
Well, Senator, jumping off of that, I mean, I think that seems to suggest that there's not a ready deal right now, and that we're going to have to try to get more leverage to make a deal. So I wanted to ask, the argument against providing more weapon system is you hear is that, well, we tried giving this weapon and that weapon, and my own view is that we did some of that slowly and not particularly at large scale.
Yes.
But my question for you is, would Tomahawks make a difference?
Look, Tomahawks would help at every step. I respect that presidents get access to intelligence and assessments at a higher level than I do. I felt we should have delivered more advanced systems earlier in this war and advised President Biden that that was what I thought was urgently needed. Tomahawks now will not be a game changer, but they'll be additive and important. The Ukrainians are developing Flamingo, long-range, capable with a larger warhead, but a very big profile, cruise missiles of their own. Two things, if I might. One, Ukraine is now at a place where they can be exporters of security. We can and should purchase from them significant quantities of world-class drones that are upgraded and updated according to the most current developments in electronic warfare and defense measures, and that's something that we need. Ukraine is also a very appealing long-term development partner for the United States. Europe is willing to buy from us robust quantities of some of our most advanced and expensive systems, and we should send a long-term demand signal to our defense industrial base that we're committed to that partnership, to arming and equipping Ukraine to defend itself. The alternative is the very real risk that Russia will occupy all of Ukraine and take its very capable and skilled military and its armaments base and turn it against our NATO allies. I think the outcome couldn't be more stark, an outcome where our partnerships and our alliances in Europe that have lasted for decades and provided security for us would be at risk, and where we signal to authoritarians that we do not have the courage or the persistence to defend freedom, and an outcome where Putin ultimately learns that aggression doesn't pay, that we will hold together the West in defense of freedom, and that will send a signal to this generation that may be worth the huge sacrifices that have been made. Nobody knows better than the Finns what it means to stand tough against overwhelming odds and Russian aggression, and to have to make concessions and to have to fight and to have to arm. And I'm so grateful that Finland has joined us as a NATO ally. But I think if you ask Finns what they think is the right outcome here, it is not a peace deal that is on the wrong terms and too early and not sustainable.
Defense Minister, could Vladimir Putin continue this war if China decided it should stop?
Well, first of all, without China's help and partly also with India's oil buyouts, their cash flows are going really low. So, and without the industrial cooperation between China, Russia, and military components and all that stuff, Russia would have severe problems at this point. Now they have problems, but China is the key player. And that's why I said that we have to do two things to show Putin that Ukraine will have their military support money. That will be 0.2% of the European GDP, 0.2. So not that much for freedom. And second pace, US-Europe, stronger energy sanctions and financial sanctions to Russian economy. We can do it. It's only political will. And that will give the signal to Putin that it will be too expensive to continue it. Use a little bit stick, not only carrot in these negotiations.
General, a question from the audience here. What do you think is the most effective way that President Trump can pressure Russia and Putin that he's not already doing?
Well, I think it's a great question. And I think as a military guy, I will not speak for the president, but in a military situation, for those of you in uniform, the same as you raise your level of risk and risk tolerance. And I think what he has done and what the Senate has done, they've given the tools to be used. And I go back to what Winston Churchill said is in World War II when he said, after trying everything, America will finally get things right. Yes. And it's always usually the last resort. There's the instruments of power that are available are there. And the question is, we're not going to put boots on the ground. But I think the economic, which you brought up, the economic push, primarily is the petro state, and they're going against the shadow fleet. I think in the Black Sea, somebody sunk 2 vessels or had damaged 2 vessels. That was important. That goes back to what you said, Senator, about the technology they have with the drone fleets and one off of Africa. So you apply an economic pressure. It's just not only a kinetic or military issue. It's an issue of economics. It's an issue of diplomacy. It's an issue of military as well. And I think President Trump is engaged quite well. I mean, he's at the very least, people will tell you, at least he's talking to him. And that's always an important thing, to keep him talking and to get there. This is it's a very, very hard subject. Not for him, but people I would have thought that this was solvable. When you get rational people talking to each other, generally you can find an agreement where you want to go. It may not be an optimal. It may not be the best you're going to get. But, if somebody said after World War II, well, the situation's bad, look what happened eventually with NATO and the Baltic countries. When you have Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia, eventually now they're free countries. So you got to be in it for the long game as well as the short game. And Chancellor Adenauer was the first Chancellor of Germany. At the end of World War II, he wanted to unify Germany. He didn't have it right away. He didn't get it right away. But look where Germany is now, under Chancellor Merz. And eventually you play a long game to get a long-term result. Probably not the best answer you want to hear, but that's why President Trump was elected president, and I wasn't. I didn't get a single electoral college vote. You got a point?
Senator Coons, I want to ask you about Ukraine's future in NATO. Is taking Ukraine's membership into NATO or precluding that in a deal, is that an acceptable term, or since we know that Putin is so insistent on that, how do you balance that Western security institution and Ukraine's prerogative to join it with the reality in Russia?
So I think Putin is a thug and a criminal and a gangster. And the way you negotiate with a gangster is not to say, you've taken my thumb, would you like my hand? You've taken my hand, would you like my arm? You've taken my arm, would you like my wife and my farm? You say, you've taken my thumb, screw you, I'm taking off your hand. And then I'm taking your arm. And by saying up front, we will take cards out of Zelensky's hand. We will say, sure, we'll never let them into NATO. Sure, we'll force them to, by taking cards away from the Ukrainians and not letting them make decisions as a sovereign nation about what's in their best interest. I think we have unilaterally harmed Ukraine's ability to sit across a table from Putin and say, we have fought and fought and fought to a standstill. Now here's what we're willing to negotiate. If there is to be a choice that Putin wants a guarantee that Ukraine will not be a NATO member, and that is the most important thing to him, and the Ukrainians concede that that is what they're willing to give up to achieve peace, I think that's a Ukrainian decision. But I think it's wrong for an American leader to take that off the table before Putin. I mean, look, President Trump invited Putin to come to Anchorage and literally rolled out the red carpet for him. Talking to our adversaries can produce positive results, as President Reagan showed. But Putin's response was to double the number of attacks on civilians the next day. And he's doubled them and doubled them again. And so Putin's response to President Trump's overtures has been blindingly clear and murderous. He bombs more civilians all across Ukraine every single day. And so I think we have gone very far in extending ourselves and saying, what else would you like, Mr. Putin? That's not working. It's time to say, you know what? Maybe NATO membership ought to be on the table. Maybe Americans ought to be patrolling the skies over Ukraine. And then see what he says. We get up and worry about Putin escalating and Putin's next move every day. I wish he woke up and worried about our escalation and our next move. Because at the end of the day, we know who Putin is and we know what he's going to do. He needs to be clear that we have the determination to push back against him. Because when I see Putin supported by the DPRK and Iran and the PRC, and the four of them coming closer and closer together, it concerns me if we send a signal of weakness to any of them.
Mm-hmm. You know, Kate, if I may, just the Senator brought up a point about Alaska, but you know, what I really admired, and I wish Chairman Kane was out there, he could say it, was when he and Putin were walking towards the podium, you know, there was B-2s supported by fifth-generation fighters flew overhead, and then he drove them in a vehicle down through rows of fifth-generation fighters. You know, just using that one point, right now with the Russians and the Allies and the United States, they can field about 100 fifth-generation fighters. We can field in Europe 400. So this is it's a warning to Russia that, you know, if you really want to dance with us, we'll dance, okay? And we have the military backing the power of both the alliance and the United States to do that. And it's only dependent on the decisions of the President of the United States. So I'm sure that he noticed that was deliberate. He understands, based on what you said as a former KGB officer, that he understands the optics of the moment. And the optics of the moment were pretty clear, that if you want to engage the United States, this is what we bring to the table. And then if you think about it with your generals, you know, this is what the alliance brings to the table as well. It's pretty powerful. 3 nuclear powers, all the aircraft, all the ground forces. And I happen to think, and we have some European friends in the audience, that, and I will say this candidly, I don't think Europe realizes how good they really are. You're really strong. You really have a capacity, and you've got a moral capacity, you've got a physical capacity that sometimes I think you need the umbrella, as the senator said, of 75 plus years of our umbrella. You really don't need it. You really don't. It's hard to say after 75 years, but your president has read a great article just published in Foreign Affairs, and it's a new way of looking at the world. And I think people, if you have a chance and you're interested in foreign affairs, you ought to get the magazine Foreign Affairs and read the article from President Stubb. It's really good.
Yes, I want to jump off on that Foreign Affairs article. Let's look first at, though, the second slide that we have for today, which is about public opinion on NATO and what Americans think of NATO. And I think you can see that the favorability of rate on NATO is trending upward and has jumped 6 points even from this summer. And I think one of the takeaways here is that the 5% defense spending pledge mattered. And when Americans see NATO taking European continental defense really seriously, they tend to approve of it and see the value of that institution. So I want to ask the defense minister here about that pledge, and if you could talk specifically about the ship deal that the OMB director mentioned this morning. You know, how quickly can that partnership be executed to get those ships in the water? But also, you know, just more broadly on, as the general was talking about, that foreign affairs piece by Stubb saying what happens in the next 5 years will determine the decades to come for European security. So talk to us about both of those things and how serious Europe is taking this pledge for 5%.
Well, first of all, I think that everyone knows that Russia and China, their main strategic objective in global politics is to break the US-led world order. And the first pillar to break it is to break the alliances and the unity. That's why I think that this NATO 5% pledge was important, that now the Europe is really taking their own responsibility of the European security, and the US can focus a little bit more in Indo-Pacific area. It has to be committed to NATO, and we are at the same level at the understanding how we are now arranging things. So, and the Europe is now on right track. Last summer's decision to spend 5%, it will be at about a little bit over 900 billion euros yearly when it's in a full scale. And now countries have started to invest. There's a clear signs in every country, especially Germany. They will raise up their spending levels to really high numbers. Finland has invested heavily for decades, but we are also raising our spending levels, and I'm quite sure, and this at the end game, even though China and Russia will be aggressive in next 10 decades, Europe and US will be stronger than ever with these spending rates, and that will bring peace to the table. And what comes to this wise usage of money, how to do an industrial cooperation between US and European countries, I think that the icebreaker deal between Finland's and US presidents and our countries is a really good example how to do cost-effective way mutual benefits in industrial level. We are producing 4 ones in Finland and rest of them in US. Mm-hmm. About 80% of the icebreakers in the world has been designed in Finland. And that's a good way to also elaborate to the other defense industry and security industry fields that we can get benefits for our taxpayers, a lot of more capacity to the defense and security. If we look at the China and Russia's industry, they can produce several times compared to Western countries. 4 times cheaper ammunition, 4 times cheaper ships, naval vessels, submarines, icebreakers, all that stuff. So we have to also do this kind of joint, and maybe we need some kind of investment to your home country, US and Europe, but still taxpayers' money has to be used wisely.
Mm-hmm. We are running out of time much faster than I'd like, but General, to finish up with you, the Defense Secretary said today that it was hard to imagine several years ago going to a NATO target of 5%, and certainly from my time covering it, that's true. My question is, can the United States stay around 3% on Japan on defense if our allies are going closer to 5%?
Well, the president has said with the Hague Agreement that everybody's going to 5%, and that's a lot of money to do that. And at the same time we're spending the money, remember we're also modernizing our nuclear fleet, the bombers, the missiles, and the submarines as well. That costs a lot of money. So it's up to the, our representatives, the Senate and the House, where they're going to go with that. But if you get to the 5% level, that is, for the Americans, that's an enormous expenditure. The allies are different. Now, we know the Poles have gotten to there. They're going there, and we know the other countries. Some countries won't get there. I guarantee they won't. There are certain countries that are 1.5% today, even though you agreed years ago at Wales. In the Wales Declaration, they'd get to 2.5% of their GDP. They never even got to that. So, but it's important because the weaponry we've gotten has become so expensive. It's so complicated to use, and I think it's going to make a hard American decision as well. Where do you get to defense? We haven't been there in a while. It's almost like we've been flatlined with 2.5%. But part of that is because it's their strategy of how we intend to fight and create war and deter. And for people, I'll make it a shorthand for you. The Army back in the day, back in my day, we had a 2.5 war strategy. And that meant you could fight an active war in the Atlantic, you could fight an active war in the Pacific, and you could have 0.5 as your contingency. We now fund at 1.0. You can fight a major war in one theater. And our stockage levels, and when you look at what the Secretary of War and the Chairman are doing, the stockage levels, because we only have 5 defense primes, you cut down on the ability to backfill that. So I think there's a lot of things you have to consider. We need the support of Congress to get there. When you get to there, everybody needs to understand, what does it mean when you get 5%? 5% is easy to say, but the implementation is really, really hard. And it falls on the back of the American people.
Well, we have to wrap up our discussion, but thank you so much for joining us at this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Panel 6. Please remain in your seats for Panel 8 or proceed to the Air Force One Pavilion for Panel 9.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 8, Forging Ahead with Speed, Transitioning to New Technologies at the Pentagon. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Carla Babb of Newsmax and our distinguished panelists.
Well, hello, everybody. I am Carla Babb, the National Security Correspondent for Newsmax. This is my first time moderating a panel at Reagan, so normally I would be pretty nervous about this, but I'm not because I have such a great panel right here. I have the Army Chief, General Randy George. I have Dan Jablonski, CEO of Ursa Major. I have Senator Rounds over there from South Dakota, and I have the CEO of Lockheed, Jim Takelet, my goodness, sorry. Guess I am a little nervous after all. But it's great to see you guys here. We are going to be talking about forging ahead with speed, transitioning to new technologies at the Pentagon, rapid shifts in AI, next-gen systems. They're all redefining what it takes to move promising technologies from development into operational use. And as the requirements are evolving, the department now has to figure out how we're going to identify these capability gaps and align our acquisition priorities with what's needed in contested environments. We need to modernize acquisition pathways, and I'm staring at you, Senator Rounds, because we need congressional oversight. Amen. And we need investment to accelerate transition. So, and I want to remind everybody that I have this handy-dandy access to your questions. So I've been told that you guys know how to submit questions, and if you want to submit some, I will be asking these wonderful gentlemen your questions as well. But before we go into the tech panel, I do want to first ask a little bit of news of day just on the national security strategy that was just released. And since we are here at the Reagan National Library, which represents a president who significantly contributed to the fall of the Soviet Union through a strategy of military buildup and also anti-communist movements, and through rhetoric that rejected the idea of moral equivalence between the United States and the USSR. Reagan asserted a clear moral battle between freedom and totalitarianism, which he believed was crucial. But there are concerns in this NSS that just came out that the Trump administration lays out a very different approach on Russia. It says, and I'm quoting it, "Many Europeans regard Russia as an existential threat," but it does not explicitly say that Russia is a threat to the United States. It does not mention that Russia attacked Ukraine, and it appears to put the blame on Western Europe, not Russia, for the lack of a peaceful resolution to the war in Ukraine. This comes as the majority of Americans, according to a survey put out by the Reagan National Defense Forum, Americans overwhelmingly responded that they want Ukraine to be victorious. And the policy director here at the Reagan Institute says that Americans, quote, perceive Russia as an adversary and they perceive Ukraine as an ally. So Senator Rounds, I'm going to start with you. Is the Trump administration making a strategic blunder here in the NSS? Do you, like the majority survey, view Russia as the aggressor and the adversary?
Well, I think the idea that the president is trying to lay out is, once again, peace through strength. And I think the secretary today made it clear that they want to reinvigorate the Reagan approach, which is peace through strength. I agree with all of that. The challenge that you're asking is well, what about Russia? I know that they focused on China primarily and about the challenges in the Indo-Pacific region, which is in front of everybody's minds right now. I've shared in the past, and I continue to believe that Russia really doesn't want peace. I still think that Russia really doesn't want peace. I should say Mr. Putin really doesn't want peace because he thinks he can win against Ukraine. I think Ukraine is putting up a marvelous fight. I think the vast majority of us in the United States Senate feel that we should do whatever we can to assist them. We're not interested in putting our young men and women in harm's way, but anything that we can do to assist Ukraine in the defense of their freedom, that's probably the right thing to do. So I'm not going to second guess what the president is trying to do with regard to his focus, which is on rebuilding the military. I think this is a great lead-in for additional funding, for additional military capabilities that we know we have to have. And so I think we should be focusing on what the president is trying to get done here, which is peace through strength. Be so powerful, be so strong that the adversaries decide that it's just not the right day to have that effect. But there's one more piece in there that I think I should also tell you, and that is I think the president right now, in the middle of negotiations, probably does not want to be seen as anything other than an arbiter in terms of trying to find peace in Europe right now. And perhaps because of this particular product coming out right now, maybe is not the best time to be going in and specifically charging Russia as an adversary when he's trying to be a person stopping a war. So I'm going to give him a lot of leeway on that just because of the current events around trying to find a peaceful solution there. And we wish them all the luck in the world at getting it done. I'm just not optimistic. I just simply don't believe that Mr. Putin really wants to find peace.
General George, to you, he kept using the word adversary. Do you find Russia to be our adversary? And you were just in Ukraine recently. Can you tell us a little bit about what you saw, what you did, what you learned from that trip?
Sure. Yeah, I spent about 3.5 days with all of their drone brigades, with a lot of their units, visited tech companies, talked to their Minister of Defense, and there's obviously a lot we can learn from the Ukrainians. And everybody gets really focused on just the drones sometimes and the technology, but how they're organizing for the fight that they're doing, and coming back, and we are trying to take those lessons on a near daily basis. A lot of that is feeding into it, and I know we're going to talk about it the rest of this panel on what we're doing to change, but I think it kind of reinforces what Senator Rounds was talking about on how we have to, which is what I was encouraged about with the NSS, is that we are going to have to build up our industrial base. We're going to have to move at speed. We're going to have to cut through the bureaucracy to do that, and that's exactly what we're doing, and it's why we have done. Secretary Hegseth announced the acquisition reform, and we are already well on a pathway to do that.
So let's talk a little bit about how we do that. The Army just put out their plans for sweeping acquisition transformations. Sure. It's considered, will you back this up? Is it the biggest shakeup to Army buy-in process in recent years?
Well, I think it's much needed. I don't know if we've put an adjective in there, but basically what we're doing is traditionally you would have requirements, and we're trying to change first how we do requirements. There's a lot of things that industry knows how to solve better than we do, and so we've done this, for example, with our network, and just tried to describe what it is that we want, the network to be able to do, and we've gotten all their engineers involved in helping us do it. But typically that goes over, and then you give it to the acquisition, then it goes over to contracting, and it takes 5 to 7 years to go through this process, and then it takes that long to produce things. And what we really want to get is where all the trade space are. I think we've proven that with some systems. We've fielded next-gen squad weapon, and we're already on our 4th iteration in about 18 months. So we have changed that based on soldier feedback, and I think that that's what we're going to have to do. The other thing that we're trying to do is get a lot of more commercial companies, basically undo the Last Supper and get a lot of people back involved with this. And, we're going to unveil a tank, new M1E3 that everybody said would take 6 or 7 years to build. And it's going, we already have one that's finished, and we're going to have a platoon that's out with formations next year. But besides General Dynamics, it's Caterpillar, SAP, Anduril's been involved, but I think we need to get commercial industry involved in this to move at pace.
So reducing the consolidation that we started in the 90s after that
I
Last
think
Supper.
part of this is, the biggest part of this is risk. I think that everybody, the process is built to go through and, every step of the way. The other thing we're doing is going directly, we've done this with Transforming in Contact, where we basically have engineers, companies inside of our formations, seeing the problems that we're trying to solve, and then making corrections to whatever the things that they're giving us, the drones or autonomous systems.
Mm-hmm. Let's bring the CEOs in. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that the Chief is correct. We need transformational change in the way our military operates and the relationship between the Department of War and industry, and broadly speaking, industry. And so what I look at this through a lens of an engineering problem, right? So we have escalating threat or escalating demand for a typical business. You have technology moving at the fastest rate in human history, both digital and physical technology, and you have a relatively fixed resource to address this equation. And the only way to change the outcome, which is a diminishing outcome of effectiveness, is to change the system. It's unlikely that we will be able to materially change any three of these factors, and therefore systemic change is what's required. And so what we're doing at Lockheed Martin, and I spent 20 years building telecom and technology networks in the commercial world. Started out in the Air Force, did some time in the aerospace industry, commercial side mainly, and then went into telecom and came back as chairman and CEO of Lockheed. We need to take all the lessons of the last 20 years that the commercial industries have developed and port them into this industry. And the way to do that, in my view, is to make the defense and aerospace industry as much like the tech sector as we can. And how do we do that? I think you start with the service approach to a business. A technology business like telecommunications, AI, cloud services, they are services. There are things that go into creating the service, hardware, firmware, and software. But the way that those industries have developed is they take a service, and I use an example of Google Maps. It was pretty rudimentary when it came out. But every 3 to 6 weeks, it got better by ingesting data, making corrections, having a better wireless network along the way, better chipsets that you could process the mapping faster and all the traffic issues and data. And so every 3 to 6 weeks, that system got better, and now it's pretty darn good. And we should look at our services, and I don't mean the military services as you know them, but the services we try to help the government provide are things like surface warfare on the sea, sinking ships, that's the service. Air superiority, shooting down airplanes, that's a service. And if we were able to reorient our industry to keep the best of the vertical kind of production system that we have, and then fuse that through the Z-axis, I call it, with a mission technology roadmap, then we would be able to insert, whether it's hardware, whether it's network, whether it's a software, an API, a new vendor, into that system at any point in time when the maturity of the technology is there to do it and aid that technology roadmap to fill in something you talked about earlier, which is a mission gap. So I'll give you one quick example and maybe let Dan give it his examples. We build the HIMARS vehicle and the missiles that go on it predominantly. And it is designed originally to hit a stationary target. Well, we looked at it through a lens to say, we could make that system more effective to close long-range kill chains, not just for stationary targets like command posts, but for a moving target like a transporter elector launcher on a road that's moving. It's not a fixed target that you can just put a GPS coordinate and it'll hit it. So what we did was we took satellite data to identify moving targets of interest. We took an F-35 sensor system to aim it towards the target to get a weapons quality track. We sent that up back through the satellites, back into the HIMARS vehicle using a component that we invented and put on it, and a network that we created. And now the HIMARS can hit a moving target. The problem is there's no system in the acquisitions organization to be able to buy that service, to buy that improvement. And that's something that really has to change in the acquisition system.
And we've got legislation, part of the NDAA, pointed directly at that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And just to follow up on that, you know, you talked about the HIMARS, and you have stuff in Ukraine that has been used. And when we saw that initial problem with Ukraine in 2022, the problem was scaling up fast enough to get them what they needed. So how do you scale up in some of these systems and equipment? What do you need for the Army to do and for Congress to do to help you scale up faster?
Right, and just to be clear, my systems are not in Ukraine yet.
Well, the SRM.
We're building things that will be able to be used there as well, and hypersonics as well. But I think, like Jim was saying, and that's a good example of where I think the thrust lies here, which is you need modularity. Which, if you have modular systems, you can mix and match depending on how that threat changes. You need flexibility because the battlescapes are changing very, very quickly. So you can't get locked into requirements that are 7 years old because some procurement officer said that's what you need. What you have to do is say, well, actually what China's doing today is this, and I know these things we wrote at some point, but you got to flip them. You got to flip them fast because you got to get there, and you need speed. You can't think about things in 3, 5, 7-year, 10-year cycles. I mean, yes, you'd need to do that in terms of capital allocation, but not in terms of how products come off the line. Those products have to get there, they have to get there fast, and they got to be in the hands of the warfighters or they're just not useful. And if they don't overmatch a Chinese or a Russian or whoever's capability, it's also not a good thing because then it's blood and treasure and you don't have enough of these things. So the way we're thinking about this, and we're partnering across the ecosystem. We're partnering with the primes. They've got wonderful assets, and they've developed technologies that are phenomenal. Like the F-35 factory in Texas, if you haven't been to something like this, it is a national treasure, right? Like, I want something like that, right? But these factories, that's a great example. As we need them for munitions, as we need them for shipyards, as we need them for hypersonic capabilities, space capabilities, they have to be built on first principles now from, kind of 2025, 2030 manufacturing principles. So they should be agile, they should be additive, they should be flexible, and you should be able to build lots of stuff in them so you don't have to lay capital in the ground every time you want to change something, which means then that gives the military a lot more strategic advantages here and a better cost point as the ecosystem changes.
Talk a little bit about the agile funded capabilities that you say that you want. Looking at getting capabilities from Congress instead of specific weapons. You talked about that.
So we're getting ready to do that with, and drones is a perfect example. I think it gets to a little of the conversation. I don't think you're going to have a program or record where you buy some drone and think you're going to have it for 20 years. Things are going to change more rapidly. I also think, even for missiles, I think cost is going to go down because of 3D printing and the things that we can do and how manufacturing is changing. So the problem is if we get locked into budget lines where we get told to buy this one particular item and buy it for the next 20 years, it doesn't matter if the requirements changed, you're locked into that. So I think that's the discussion we need to have. That's why I think we need to have more people involved in this space. And what we're trying to do is just say, hey, we want to spend this much money on drones, or we want to spend this much money on long-range munitions, and just have a little bit more flexibility. So I think that has grown over time. I do think that there's a way, I'm looking down at Senator Rounds, because I do think there's a way, what we do is actually, all of that stuff, I could bring it in here. I could probably have my guys bring up right now an iPad and show you. We can show you where everything is at, where we're spending it, where the program is at. Because we want to have oversight. We need to have that on how we're spending that. And I just think with the digital tools nowadays, you can do that.
But the concern for industry is the predictability. So how do you square that? How do you solve that problem to give the industry leaders the predictability?
I think it depends on what we're doing. I'll use ISV as an example, which is our soldiers love that vehicle, infantry squad vehicle. It is, and we're buying that. It's basically just a small portion for General Motors because it's based on the vehicles that they're already, Chevy Colorado, that they're already producing. They upgraded the engine, they upgraded the transmission, they made changes to it by coming out with our soldiers, but they're still producing for the public. So I think that it depends on what the systems are. We'll probably have to it's a little more of a discussion when we start talking about long-range missiles and doing things like that, but we are looking at how do we have common platforms, and then maybe the things that are only changing are the missiles that are inside that. So
you're nodding, Senator.
Oh, absolutely. Look, acquisition reform is critical, but it's got to start. Congress has got to start doing its job again. I mean, we're still on a continuing resolution. How is the military supposed to be responding when we're doing something that is now over basically 2 years old in the way it was set up in the first place? Number one, we got to fix our appropriations process. I personally think we ought to be doing appropriations every 2 years on a budget that's set up for 2 years, and then take the midterm and actually do due diligence, find out what we've got to be modifying, and if you got to do a supplemental, do a supplemental, but give some kind of continuity here so that the forces can actually see what it is we're doing. And then along with that, a lot of the stuff that we're doing right now or that we're ordering right now, we ought to be, number one, listening to what they've got to say and then putting it in play, but giving them the flexibility so that as things change rapidly, that they can modify, just give us notice that they're making a modification to it, but utilize the funds for basically the same system, even if it's been upgraded or changed or a new capability's been added. And then the other piece on this is the attritable stuff that we've got right now, we should be looking at it just like a service, just like something that is, you buy it, you pay for it, and it's gone, and you're moving on to the next thing. But the drones that we're going to be buying, literally thousands and thousands of these things in certain situations.
1 million, according to the Army, in the next 2 to 3 years.
But this is the kind of stuff that we have to have a purchasing system, an acquisition system that recognizes that over a period of years. The other piece is as these technologies change, you'll have a whole bunch of engineers that'll be working on a particular project, and then they get their work done. Now, what are you going to do with the engineers we've moved past that part of the project? How do you allow them to then come back up and say, there's another project down here that we really should start on? How does the department actually come back in and allow a company that has a system set up to move from one project to another and get the feedback about when these engineers might very well be terminated, and then you start all over again building them up? Those are the types of things that we have to have, things like this forum right here, where contractors and the folks who are utilizing their products can, number one, learn about what products are available on the market today that might be less expensive than if they were ordered specifically. And number two, where there are specific items that have to be done to where they can tell the industry, this is what I need. What are you going to do to try to find a path forward that can be done quickly, effectively, and get on the thing? And then how long, and then provide them with an extended period of time in which they can know that they'll have a line open. It's like 155 shells. We order so many of them, and then what are they supposed to do? Shut it down? Which they do. Well, that's crazy.
Right.
I mean, you've got to have an ongoing process. We are not set up to do that. We need to revise that.
I think the biggest thing, and I think this goes hand in hand with that, is we've kind of, because we haven't been pacing against an adversarial threat like China, we've gotten used to being, for the larger systems, a requirements-based system, not a capabilities-based environment. And so if you're trying to follow, nobody's from Boeing here, but like Air Force One and all the requirements that go into that, every time you have to get exactly something, it just takes a lot longer. Any changes become very complicated and it's hard. But if you say generally, like, look, these are the capabilities, and you put that authority inside, hopefully now it's the PAE system. I think the Army just set it up with the fires and controls down in Huntsville. And you start to give people authorities and the ability to make reasoned, fast decisions with appropriate oversight, but reasoned, fast decisions, you're going to get a much better system built. And it's going to go faster because you can hold somebody accountable for those things rolling off the line. And I think one of the things that excites me about the pockets of the current environment is like Golden Dome. General Gutlein has authorities inside his purview with Golden Dome right now that are very similar to what Admiral Rickover had when the nuclear Navy got established. And if you think about that as a really good example of something that went really fast, that was technically hard, that came in at price points that were really stomachable back in that time frame, and we were able to build that industrial base from something that didn't exist anymore, that was really exciting. And so that's a perfect example of doing something like this, and you can make the legislation and the authorities match into the outcome that you want.
Could I just make one comment on what Senator Rounds brought up, and Dan and I were talking about this, but I also think on manufacturing, and this is how you help with the engineers, is if you have the ability to build companies in a modern industrial line where you can build not just one type of missile, but you could build several different types of missiles and do those things. I mean, I think that's what we got to look at. I mean, again, that's something that I saw in Ukraine. They had a lot of the engineers that could work on several different things, and I think that that kind of capability is here today to start making those kind of changes. That we haven't had that flexibility in the past. We've got digital engineering now. I just think it's changing for the better.
So I keep hearing modularity is the future, but how do you actually make that a reality? How do you get the parts to talk to each other?
You define what the interface control devices have to look like, the interface control systems, And on both sides of that, you say, hey, do as best as you can to create the most functionality here. But when it mates up here, this is the rule set.
Yeah.
And that means that like if they've got a front end for a system and they want to change it from a land base to a sea base to this kind of secret to that kind of secret to EW to high kinetic, but it needs a certain type of motor that's tunable, and you're like, hey, build a lot of those types of motors that are tunable, and then it can go onto lots of different kind of systems.
Yeah, I mean, the term of art in the tech space for that is standard-based open architecture system, which is something we actually had to do for ourselves in Lockheed Martin first, because we have 4 divisions that do 4 very different things. But if you're going to create a mission technology roadmap for a service or a mission or an activity you need to do, we actually figured out we needed assets and knowledge and engineers from all 4 of our divisions. So we came up with something I have 1 patent for, which is it's called 5G.mil. And it's the open architecture standard that everyone in Lockheed Martin has to use to design to, so that we can actually connect that satellite feed to the F-35, to the HIMARS, even though we're in 3 different divisions of our company, we do that. That's something we've been advocating, Senator, for 4 years to get into the NDAA, that the department take that on, that concept on, and convene a standards body of many companies to be able to actually come up with this, so we're all working from the same song sheet that Dan just referred to.
Okay.
I think we're doing that on small, like Jim says, I think we're doing it on small cases. We've done it with the tank, and we've gotten together with different people, but I agree we need to do that more broadly.
And the Air Force
more broadly.
Is pretty far along too, Chief,
I want to talk about that tank, but first, before we start getting into the specific technologies, we have a question from the audience. It says it's been repeated over and over that there needs to be transformational change at the Pentagon, which is what the Army is trying to do. However, bureaucracy at the Pentagon is notorious for screeching all potential change to a halt. So when should we expect to see meaningful reform?
I think we're already seeing it in the Army, and I think I always tell everybody, been asked this before, is, come back in 6 months and see what we're doing. We're about to transform 21 brigades from IB, Infantry Brigade combat teams, to mobile brigades that have drones, EW system, next-gen squad weapon, autonomous systems, and doing all that. So, and it has struggled a little bit with continuing resolutions and funding lapses and stuff, but moving through that and producing things. So, I mean, we're collapsing business systems. I think we've gone from 700 down to 175 or something to do that. So, I mean, I think we can do that. I always kind of refer to the frozen middle. I think every company probably has that. Everybody has to deal with that a little bit. And I just think right now, and with Secretary Driscoll, we have everything aligned and we're moving out.
Let's talk about, because I want to get Senator Rounds back in, let's talk about AI. That's something you talk about a lot. The survey that came out this week by Reagan said that Americans are split on who is winning on AI. 30% say the US is winning, 29% say China is winning, and about 33% say it's equal. What do you think, and what do we need to do to accelerate the use of AI in the military?
We have the edge right now, but we have to be worrying about who has the edge in 3 years and in 5 years. And in order to do that, we have to have the people, we have to have the compute power, and we've got to have the energy. And right now, the thing that we win when we talk about China, we have the people. We've got the brightest minds out there, and we want to continue to have them want to come in and participate in the United States. And so that part we're winning on. Now, they've got more people than we do, but we've got some really bright, innovative people, and we are ahead with regard to the actual developers that are using it. But our ability to actually put everything together has been very, very good. China's catching up, no question about it. But the second piece on this, and that is the compute power, we've got that as well right now, but once again, China is pushing hard. The discussion right now is how do we keep compute power away from China while we continue to develop it. And that's one that, as a matter of policy, we have to decide how do we keep it here and yet at the same time invite the rest of the world to participate in the standards and the, for lack of a better way, the rails that we create here using our companies. And then finally, and the one that we're not winning on is on energy. They produce more than 2.5 times more energy than we do. They have the capability of producing energy because of more power plants and so forth coming online a lot faster than we can do so right now. That's the area that we have to be working on, because if you want to win in the area of AI development, you absolutely have to have the power to do so. We're going to need a huge amount of additional power in the next 3 to 5 years, and we're not bringing it on as fast as we need to bring it on. We need all of the above on energy production, but we clearly, that's going to be the area that we're going to need the most help on is AI developing, but using developing enough energy in order to stay ahead of the adversaries, our competitors in China, with regard to the amount of power it takes to actually power those databases.
Anybody else want to jump in?
I just think when you talk about AI generally, like this is a huge topic, right? There's lots of components to it, and we should be thoughtful about which parts of AI we really do care about and which ones we want to move fast and which ones we don't. Like China's using AI for social control. I kind of don't want to advance in that area and say that'd be a really good thing. But the one place that I think we think about in industry is unstructured data sets. So not large language models that refine what's going to type next in your phone and those kinds of things, but unstructured data sets that take things like real world data, geospatial data, or real world feedback from mechanical systems, like mechanical electromechanical systems, like everything moving on an F-35 and all the telemetry you get from that, and how we use AI to make those tools better, the factories better, the maintenance of those things better, the performance of them better. Like that's a great place to spend time and money. I'm not sure all AI is going into the same things, because I'm watching some of the same large language models try and solve the same problem sometimes.
And when we talk about autonomy, we've been talking about drones, I feel like I have to point out that last month, Lockheed, we just saw a pilot in an F-22 that was piloting a drone from the jet's cockpit for the first time. Is that the future, and how quickly can we expect to see that on the battlefield, ready to go?
So it's the future, and the future is now. So I'll just give you a couple examples. In the Red Sea, the U.S. Navy and commercial shipping was literally under attack from Houthi rebels. The Navy was considering withdrawing, or at least stepping back from where they normally would patrol, because the Houthis were firing not only ballistic missiles at the ships, which have an Aegis radar and combat control system, which we deliver. By the way, the first iterations of the Aegis were from like the 1960s, but it's been updated and iterated every couple of years, and it's quite effective. But it wasn't designed to deal with low-flying, slow-flying drones and cheap, low-flying cruise missiles, which were then a threat to the shipping and to the ships, the naval ships as well. And so the radar had a hard time discriminating the actual targets from anomalies in the atmosphere or the wave tops or other just non-targets. And we were getting from a point where of 40 readings that a radar operator was looking at, 2 of those would be real and 38 would be, not valid targets. You couldn't really use your munitions stores to shoot all 40 of those. So we needed to get it down to where, instead of 38 false targets, maybe there's 2. And you have 4 on the screen and 2 of them are false, and then you use algorithms to further refine that. The way we got from point A to point B on that was we took in all the Aegis data from all the ships in the Red Sea and all the targeting information they had, fed it into a Starlink system that sent it over to New Jersey, where we have our AI engine for the Aegis system. Every night we would calculate, based on using artificial intelligence, how to better differentiate using the Aegis system that was on the ship already to be much, much more accurate. And we did get it down from 38 false targets to 2. Took about a month to do that, but AI is being used today for that. The second thing that you referenced already is I asked the team, we don't have enough time to put the CCA or the drone wingman control system into the F-35 or the F-22 cockpit right now, but we have enough that we can put it on an Apple Store tablet and get a knee strap and put it on the pilot's leg, and we can control 8 drones with the software we've developed on a tablet you can buy in the Apple Store that has a single secure connection into the JET system, and we can control up to 8 CCAs like the one you just referenced with a pilot's fingertip and providing a target, and then we lets his finger off the tablet. That drone goes and does the mission. And that's all using artificial intelligence. So this is already happening. It is important to have all the elements that Senator Rounds identified. These are critical so that we can stay competitive in AI, but it's already happening. And the last one, because I don't want to leave General George out of
Hold
this.
on, well, let me follow up. So the Air Force can use that now. We are beyond the
You could use it today.
phase.
We're prototyping it, and then it's a matter of
Okay.
what's the acquisition
So when are we
system
actually
going
gonna
to do
see
with
it?
that?
Yeah, when are we going to see it in the Air Force?
Well, that's interesting because, again, there's no program of record for this advancement in the technology that came about, well after the F-22 was built. So this is something that we're self-funding right now. The whole tablet control system we self-funded. We got with General Atomics. I know some of the representatives are here to get a hold of one of their drones and actually go do this. But we need to figure out how to create that agile acquisition system to do things like this.
I just don't think we have to, I'm not sure we need a big, long program. So along with what we're trying to do is you get some of those inside your formation. I think I think in the future, we're going to make contact with drones first. I do think we're going to, we are trying to be fast followers with AI. We've just had an AI TTX. It's going to help with logistics. It's going to help with admin, but it's going to be a big part of the kill chain in everything that we're doing. But the advantage of those drones is you're not going to have loss of life, and you can build those significantly cheaper than these great big platforms. And I just think that that's where we're going to have to go. So I don't think and if they're modular and you can update them, I don't think we have to buy them all. You buy some of them. What's often overlooked, I think, inside formations is you also have to learn. You have to upskill your people. You have to learn how you're fighting these systems. Right. How you're organized around them. And again, those were things that that I saw in Ukraine. They have changed how they go about doing these things, and we're going to have to do that as well. So the sooner we get them in our formations, I think the better.
I want to ask you, because we're talking about things that we want to see. Well, the troops have now. You've got the M1E3. The pre-prototype is supposed to be in the Army's hands this month. Do you have it? Has GD delivered it yet?
We do have it.
You
yes.
have it.
We have one of them. Yeah, we're going to put it at the Detroit Auto Show. I don't know if that's appropriate, but it's going to be out. It's going to be out there. It's going to be out there next month, and we're going to show it. And again, we'll have all the companies that were there with a part of it. It looks like if you get into the cockpit, it looks, and that's what I would call it, kind of a cockpit. With how it is. But we're also going to, the biggest test is taking it to our soldiers, so we're going to give it to a tank platoon, all 4 of them, and they're going to tell us, what it is that works, what doesn't, and it's modular. We can update the active protection system, the engine can be updated, all of those things, and we're looking at drastically reducing the weight. We've got a company working on quantum computing to figure out how we can continue to get the weight down. So we just can't get, wrapped into, I think the world has changed a lot, and we're just going to have to change with it.
Okay, let's talk about hypersonics if we can, because I know.
Before you get into that, just one last thought on the AI side of this thing here. I think sometimes the American public says, well, this is a passing fad, or it's not something that I really want to have be a part of my life. It's not going away. And the question is how do we appropriately manage it, and how do we control it using Western standards, and then how do we make sure that Americans see the value of it in the defense of their country in ways that make the operation of government more efficient. I mean, just thinking in terms of using AI for auditing systems and so forth, we know Maven is a good example where it's actually doing things now to save us money. But then there's one more piece of this, and that's quality of life when it comes to healthcare, which is really going to sell the American public on just how valuable AI will be when we start talking about being able to solve drug problems more quickly, being able to address the issues of cancer, diabetes, and so forth at a lot faster rate than we can today. So this is a huge part of it. But on the military side, when we talk about a kill chain today, it's changing to a kill web where you're literally going to have lots of people in space and in the air that are going to be observing. You're going to have lots of different ways of communicating from one to the other. And AI is going to be that thing that brings us all together so that the guy that's got to make a decision about shooting at a particular object in a time of a crisis has lots of different tools available to him that we could not do without the incorporation of AI as an agent in that process.
Mm-hmm. And see, I told you guys we weren't going to have enough time to do all of this, but here we are. We've got about 11 minutes left. Before I ask another audience question, I want to turn to hypersonics. You know, when we talk about the competition with China, we're not doing so hot. A lot of people will say that China is winning the hypersonics race. Lockheed, I believe you just announced, was it this week that you've opened up a new hypersonics system integration lab in Huntsville?
Right.
Can you both please talk a little bit about what we need to do to get to a point where we're not falling behind China on hypersonics?
So General George's crew has a hypersonic missile launch vehicle and the first set of missiles that could be used today if we needed them. But we got to scale that up and produce them. That's a program that is going on. And so we'll be able to do that. The Chinese and Russians probably have more available capability right now in hypersonics than the US does. But we also are working on counter hypersonic technology too. So this will be another cat and mouse game where we're going to have to continue to work with the department and invest in the latest technology and get it as quickly as we can out there, because that's what the Russians and Chinese are going to do. So we need to get much faster at that cat and mouse game when it comes to hypersonics, General.
It's kind of one of these things where if they can hit further and faster than you can, that's a bad thing, boxer analogy. And so we need to, they've got some category leading things right now. They've got more of them than we do. And they can get to places and change the amount of time we get to make decisions they can shrink that down quite a bit. And they also change the calculus on survivability. So when we say hypersonic, we're not only talking about something that's really fast, Mach 5 plus, we're talking about something that's maneuverable in that environment in which is moving. Mm-hmm. So 3,800 plus miles an hour and maneuverable. And that changes the battlefield pretty quickly in terms of how far and fast you can hit somebody, or how far and fast they can hit you, and the level of survivability on that. So I think it's a really important thing to be working on. We're obviously, that's one of the key technologies we're working on. And we've been flying with a partner, Stratolaunch, on some of this for targets and test beds to be able to see what our systems do. But then the next piece of that is, can you do this, and can you do it affordably, and can you get it fielded into systems? Because if it's just science experiments over here, hey, that's cool, but that doesn't bring a capability to the warfighter.
Well,
and if you can't give enough of them, then that's not worth a lot either, because then the warfighter's like, should I use it once this time or not? You got to get a lot of these things.
Well, there are some startups like
ours.
Like Casleon, yes.
Yeah, we've flown multiple times hypersonically with Stratolaunch, and we were scheduled to fly a hypersonic yesterday, but we got pushed out because the ranges got shut down during the shutdown, and everything got backed out by like 90 days. So that, like at Reagan last year, I told my team, I said, I want to fly a hypersonic vehicle before Reagan next year, and I want to be able to go to Reagan and say we did it, and we haven't done it yet. But it's on the test stand. It's got over 250 full mission cycle tests, 250 tests, several of which have been full mission cycles, and it's ready to go down range, and it's ready to start flying.
Well, since you kind of teed me up to that, mentioning the government shutdown, we've been talking about all of this new tech and all these things that we want to do. And then we get in our own way. We have CRs all the time that are hindering the use of, the ability to advance our systems. We shut down for over a month. And, CRs are costing, I heard, $2 billion a month. Is that accurate? A CR?
I've heard as much as $5 billion.
$2 to $5 billion a month.
Yeah.
So
it would be a lot less expensive if we would simply do the appropriations process this year. We would spend less money than if we have a continuing resolution.
So here, you have an audience member. Tell our senator what CRs are doing in advancements of our new technology. How much is that hurting you guys?
I mean, I think Senator Rounds kind of summed it up earlier. I mean, the problem is you can't go after the new starts. You can't make the changes. And I think, there's things that we need to continue to do. I'm all about his 2-year
A budget?
Or longer. We're working on multi-year funding, over certain things where I think we know that we need to do it. So I think there's a little bit of work to do on both sides, but yeah, it puts us behind. And I think, I can't remember who it was this morning. Maybe it was OMB director was up here. The one thing you can't get back is time. And so, that's what every time it's like, hey, we got to get moving. And that's where I think it hurts us the most. And it's really hard on the organization too. I mean, you can imagine if you don't know, am I getting any money? Can I do this? Can I do that? So it's a lot of organizational toll, I think, too, trying to figure that out for us, for industry, really for everybody.
And there's an important irony here where, people think, oh, the defense industry is, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Boeing Defense, et cetera. It's mostly medium and small businesses all across the United States.
Yeah.
And so you want to bring more of those in, or bring more startups like Dan's company in, and you have this kind of business operation where your customer is not paying you. And actually, it's not the intent that they don't pay the invoices. There are no people in the building to pay the invoices. So these companies aren't going to be able to collect revenue and cash, and you want to bring more of them in to this industry. You're actually driving them away with these kind of behaviors on the government side, CRs, canceling programs, those kinds of things that, the way the FAR is written and implemented, it is a decrement to most companies in the country that are in the DIB, because 80 to 95% of their business is commercial, and 5 to 15 or 20% of their business will be for the Pentagon, and they're going to be like, wait, I'm going to invest or get into or get out of a product line or try something new with Dan. I don't know if I want to take that risk as a company because of things like this.
And that's how we see the supply chain shrinking. And then that causes problems. It just keeps piling up. In the last 5 minutes, I want to try to get 2 questions in. I want to talk about, and you guys just all jump in here, on drones. How is the Army going to get to 1 million drones in the next 3 years? And then with Lockheed, just to follow up on that, you focus on more expensive drones. How do you scale to also be able to provide what the Army needs?
Okay. Sure. So I'll real quickly, I come from a farming community. Farmers use drones, fire departments use drones, police departments use drones. We are not producing enough drones in this country, for all of that. And so that's part of what we want to be able to do. And we've been working this with the Hill on Sky Foundry, is what do we need to do in our industrial base to help, kind of as a public-private partnership to build the kind of things and help with brushless motors, wiring harness, goggles, the different antenna. What are the things that we can do to help that? I think we have, as far as the software, the innovation and all that will come. So this is back to, again, the NSS and the Defense Industrial Base. How do we grow that so that we have the ability to do that? And it's going to be the same thing on the Army's in charge of counter UAS. We've helped, Secretary Hegseth assigned us for counter UAS, and it's the same thing. We're going to have to be able to have the kind of materials that we can rapidly scale, do it very quickly, and I think it will help, with all of the businesses up here. So
Are
we
you
talk
solving
about the
that
million.
problem?
Yes, we are working very hard on that. Part of this is just getting after, and I think Senator Rounds mentioned this earlier, is like, what's the demand signal? And I think that's either industry needs a demand signal, and we got to get out there and do that.
Well, and then the critique is that we have these big, expensive counter UAS systems to knock out something that's costing a fraction to make. So how do you
We
fix
have, that's where I think you iterate and you don't buy. we're now, we have systems, there's kinetic systems right now where they're costing, 4,000 or 5,000, and they have a range of 40 to 50 kilometers. So which is, we're moving in that direction very quickly.
Yeah, and I would say that there's a mission set which is infantry substitution or infantryman augmentation, which General George is speaking to now. But a drone is not a drone is not a drone either. And so if you go to the other side of the spectrum and say, what is the mission I'm trying to get done? That's one, infantry, I'll call it infantry augmentation. But there's another one close to that, which is air evacuation, battlefield air evacuation. And what that brings into the equation is for any vehicle or autonomous system, there is the key elements of range, how far can it go, payload, how much can it carry, and survivability, can it live through getting to where it needs to go. And with the drone, counter drone, especially on the small tactical drones, that's going to be another cat and mouse game. But you still need, if we're going to do the air evacuation mission out of a contested logistics environment or resupply in a contested logistics environment, what we use today generally is a Black Hawk helicopter for that in the US Army, often. And the Black Hawk is big. It's got 2 pilots and usually 1 or 2 other crewmen in it. But what we've gone ahead and done, because you can be a big company and innovate too once in a while, is we've created something we call the U-60. And the U is the uncrewed UH-60 helicopter. And what that machine can do is it actually takes the entire cockpit out, gives you an additional loading space in the helicopter, and all the human systems come out, and it's much lighter, it can carry more, and you can now use that for contested logistics. And the thing about that is you don't need to buy a new helicopter to do this. You could actually reverse integrate this into the existing fleet. So there are going to be some new low altitude air vehicles coming into the Army. There may not be a need for all the legacy Black Hawks. You could actually convert these things, and $5 million is real money, but you could actually take $5 million and convert each of these things to an autonomous drone, and we can fly it in front of you right now. And we could give General George, you've done the tablet, have you done it? So you could fly this thing from your couch, you could pre-program it.
I even could fly it. So.
And you can be on board and fly it. And, and we have other versions that are pilot optional. So if you've got some lethal force mission you need to do, and you want to pilot in the cockpit to look and see what he's shooting at with the missile or whatever, then we have that version too. So this is a really important concept. If you're looking at the mission lens through the Z-axis, and you could say, I'm going to have contested logistics now that I didn't think I was going to have 5 years ago. I can use firmware, software, autonomy, AI to take a legacy system and not have to buy a new piece of central hardware, and I can make that system be better in this new environment. And that's the thinking that needs to come. And General George has been a leader in this, by the way, and he and I have talked about this for 2 years now, I think. How do we do these kinds of augmentations?
One final question, 30 seconds each, because I know you all want to talk about this. Golden Dome, since we're here at Reagan, how do you make Golden Dome the most effective so we don't have a lack of a follow-through like Reagan had with the Star Wars idea of the 1980s?
I would agree with Dan. I think Mike Gutlein, we first pick the right people to be in charge of it, give them the right authorities to make sure that they can do it, and resources. And the Army's going to play a big role in that. I think what we're also going to get is a lot of things that are going to help us back with what we're doing for integrated air and missile defense, so I'm encouraged by it.
You iterate very quickly. You don't try and build the entire thing and let it sink under its weight of the financial and the engineering problems. You pick different parts of the problem you want to solve. You solve them as quick as you can, and then you move on to the next one, you move on to the next one, you come back to the other ones and iterate again and make it better. And if they do that, they'll stay within budgets, they'll get a lot better technology faster, and they'll get capabilities on orbit more quickly.
The B-21 program was the most effective that we've had most recently. It was on time, on target, on budget. It was because of management and the fact that they said, this is what we're going to have to begin with, and they stayed away from multiple changes on it. You have to do the same thing when it comes to the Golden Dome. And one last thing, we have to recognize the need for spectrum and the protection of spectrum for for Golden Dome.
Yeah, that's a critical point. And I would just add, we're going to need to marshal all of U.S. industry to contribute to this program. It's so big and so ambitious that we need companies, we've partnered with some of these, so I'm allowed to say their names, NVIDIA, IBM, these are the leaders in their industry, Meta for artificial intelligence models, et cetera. We need to find and make it accessible to big commercial companies, small commercial companies, startups, and the existing big aerospace and defense companies. Because if you don't have all of those together, marshaled together, working on this in a flexible way, it'll be really hard to execute.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for this fascinating conversation. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody.
Thank you, Carl.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Panel 8. Panel 10 will begin in 10 minutes at this stage, and Panel 11 will begin in 10 minutes at the second floor of the Air Force One Pavilion. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 10, Funding the Force, Aligning the Defense Budget with Global Priorities. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News and our distinguished panelists.
Well, thank you for joining us. I know we're at the end of a long day, and I'm so glad you're here with us. I'm so grateful to be joined by Congressman Ken Calvert, Chairman of the House Appropriations Defense Subcommittee, Congressman Pat Ryan, who's standing in for Senator Shaheen, who couldn't be here, West Point grad with 2 combat tours in Iraq and 2 Bronze Stars. Started the Defense Modernization Caucus with Republican Congressman Rob Whitman. So that is really, it's nice to hear about something that's bipartisan. Right? And then, of course, Chris Brose, who served for years as the staff director for the Senate Armed Services Committee and is now president of Anduril, one of the hottest companies right now out there. So we'll let's just start with talk of the budget and what is different. I want to go down the line and just what's different about this budget, the 2026, than previous budgets? Is there a shift occurring in terms of strategy? And what happens if we get another one-year CR? Last year was the first time we had a full-year CR. What is the impact? You guys are the experts. Chris?
You start with me?
Yes.
Oh, dangerous. I generally view my role here as to bring down the level of integrity on this panel with the two honorable members of Congress. I think a lot of the question for the forthcoming budget is really going to be in the hands of the two gentlemen to my right in terms of what the Congress is going to do, what the top line is going to be, what they'll appropriate and authorize. I think when you look at the budget request, you always have this in a transition year where, an administration that just got in is more or less sending up a request that has been built by their predecessor, and, maybe they got a few of their thumbprints on it. I think the question on the CR to me is the really kind of compelling one, right? When I was back in the way back machine working in the Senate, right, the prospect of CRs went from being something that was, a forbidden thought to kind of a regular order. And the notion of a full-year CR was always the thing but which we'll never do. I think now that we've done that, the concern is that, we sort of define deviancy down, and then it becomes a standing thing. I think the Congress did a great job, in the challenging environment that they had to work with to actually provide flexibility to the department inside of the constraints that a full-year CR provides. I think the question is, if we end up on another full-year CR, will that flexibility still be there? Will it increase? Will it actually be pulled back, which I think would be detrimental? I think the big point that I would just offer, and we have a very different perspective on this at Anduril, right? We're an 8-year-old company. We've been doing a great job, we've been succeeding, but most of our success is still in the future. CRs and full-year CRs are catastrophic for us in the sense that if there isn't that flexibility, right, it becomes very difficult for the department to identify new priorities, to move flexibly, to adapt, to move at the pace that technology is moving. That becomes a very difficult challenge, for young companies and even younger companies than us to be able to get through.
Great. On
Allergies
that note,
are killing me.
Congressman Calvert, you made your presence felt.
That was your
Thank you.
cutoff sign.
That was
right there.
good.
That's
Yeah.
what that was.
All right.
I wanted Chris to know what I felt
didn't have
of
a
CR.
book, so yeah. All right, Congressman Calvert,
Well-
what happens if there's a one-year CR?
Well, we're not going to have that.
Okay.
I have to have the attitude a positive attitude that we're going to get through this. We've obviously went through a shutdown period, which was, not good. And so we have till January 21st to get this right. I'm hoping we can get some appropriation bills done before Christmas and get the rest of it done right after Christmas and get the appropriation for the Department of Defense. We cannot continue to operate the Department of Defense, the largest enterprise on the planet, under a CR. It costs us probably $1 billion a month to operate under a continuing resolution just because of the inefficiencies that are created throughout the enterprise and dealing with what we have to deal with. So to me, that is not an option. And I would hope that with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that is not an option. So we're going to need to do what's necessary to get this done.
Agree with everybody, and I think just to add from what I've heard today, and I think everybody in this room has been hearing this today too, we have all the momentum, all the energy, all the things in this country where we're not aligned and we're divided. This is one of the few places where we have real bipartisan, bicameral, even outside of the Congress and the government. We've got alignment with industry, we've got alignment with markets. We have to get this done. I think it's like a patriotic duty to get it done. And I talked to so many companies today who said, we're sharing specific examples of, if this happens again, another even partial CR, we just keep losing momentum and our adversaries are just gaining on us each time. So I know we're all kind of beating that drum, but I think that is, and I have great faith in the chairman to carry through on what he said.
So you say that there's bipartisan agreement that CRs are bad, but why do they keep happening?
Well, we're under a lot of budget pressure, obviously, and I was mentioning to you earlier, when I came to Congress 34 years ago, 70% of all outlay was discretionary. 30% of it was non-discretionary. That has totally flipped. 70% of our outlays are mandatory spending, and so we've squeezed the discretionary budget so hard that it causes pain all the way around. We have to now join the defense bill with Labor H in order to get a coalition of voters, members of Congress and Senate, to go along with getting a bill done. That's no great secret. It's tough. And we don't have enough money in the Department of Defense right now. So we need to increase the top line just to meet the obligations.
What is the top line right now? Do you have a top line?
The House number is about $835 billion. The Senate number is about $22 billion higher. We need to come to an agreement between the House and the Senate. I think we will, and get on with it. I would hope in FY27 there's going to be an agreement. I'm listening to Secretary Hezif today that there will be an increase in the top line. Mike Rogers, the chairman of the authorizing committee, would like to get to 5% GDP over a period of time, and we need to do that in order to meet the obligations. The triad obviously is in trouble, the land-based part of the system. We've got problems with the Virginia-class submarine, the Columbia-class submarine, shipbuilding in general, the F-47, if we're going to build a secondary line on the F-15X, we go on and on and on. We do not have enough money to meet those obligations.
Let's go to the slide for question 40 from the survey. It says, how large do you think that the U.S. military should be? And there was a surprising agreement. In fact, 44% of Americans think that the military should be large enough to win 2 separate wars against China and Russia at the same time. Is the U.S. military large enough to win 2 wars? Pat, you want to start?
Absolutely not. I mean, I wish I could say we were, but that agree or disagree with that percentage, that's actually pretty, I think that's a startling number. I think it was much lower even last year. It looks like that changed from last year. I don't see any way with where we are, both top line, but also when you look under the hood of what's underneath that, and that pains me to say that. That's not what we want to be saying, but I think we have to be real that's where we are in that regard.
Do you agree?
Okay. Tee off on that. I absolutely agree. I also think we're asking the wrong question, right? I think that we have become so focused on this environment of scarcity that defense has become, that it's like, wow, we don't have enough food to feed both of our children. I guess we need to let one of our children go. It's like, no, you need to create more food. That's actually the right answer. And when I go back and look at something like a lot of focus on weapons production, right? When I was back on the Hill, under the leadership of Chairman Calvert, other members at the time, we started increasing funding for weapons, right? That had been a massive shortfall for a long time. And if you look at it, we have increased funding for critical weapons over the past 10 years by 300%. When you look at the increases in production we have got by individual weapon, Patriot, SM-6, LRASM, things that everybody knows by name now, production has moved 21, 23, 25%. So we are spending more money and we are getting less capability for the money that we are spending. We still need to spend that money. I agree the top line needs to go up, but we need a model of military power where we actually use technology to generate abundance and capability, right? So that we're not in this question of, how do I do more with the military that Ronald Reagan created, as opposed to how do I create new capabilities using technology where I can do all of these things simultaneously because technology enables me to do it and I can afford it. That to me is the right question. And I think that is a function of industrial capacity, not necessarily one of picking and choosing at the level of strategy. We've got to get out of those false choices.
Can I just very quickly add to that? I agree. And I think what's been encouraging that I've heard today in a few different dimensions is it's not just, it has to, of course, start with federal government spending, but we have to broaden the view of whether that's the objective or whatever our strategic objectives are, marshaling the fullness of our patriotic capital markets, whether that's what we've seen and heard from JP Morgan and bringing a massive amount of sort of
private capital to match. Seeing the deal flow on defense tech venture is going to reach $10 billion this year. That's double what it was just a year ago. So it's also what can we do at a policy level to reward, incentivize, and unleash that to be complementary and synergistic and enabling with what the direct federal spend is too.
One of the reasons we created this or reinvigorated DIU and AFFIT and created the Office of Strategic Capital is to leverage more dollars into the defense realm. Just what we did, what we're going to do in FY26, we will leverage about $200 billion along with the reconciliation money into the Office of Strategic Capital, which will go directly into these private companies, especially those who have dual use capability. And that's huge. And so that's probably what Chris is talking about. That's how we've kind of circumvented the existing procurement system because we had to, because the procurement system, I'm sure Pete Wilson would agree when he was in the Senate, it was broken then, it's really broken now. And we've just got to, we don't have time to wait around to change it. We've got to move as quickly as possible.
You've been a big backer of DIU, and what are some of the two successes you like to tout from DIU?
Well, I think there's a number of successes, especially in the missile world and counter drone technology. A number of companies have used it, and I don't want to pick out one, but we've had, I think, at least 50 companies over the last number of years that have successfully gone through the DIU process and added another $2 billion of money that goes into those programs and have been very successful and have created alternatives to the primes.
And I realize some might not know, DIU is the Defense Innovation Unit, Silicon Valley, basically taking commercial off-the-shelf technology for the military.
Can I just, I will pick out one company. And this is, thanks to your leadership. Because of the support you've provided to DIU and the support in funding that Chairman Calvert provided, I could name multiple programs that never would have happened that our company is doing that are now happening because that we were able to compete through a process that was fast at DIU. There were resources there to do prototyping, and then transitions have happened. I mean, I'll pick one. The U.S. Air Force worked with DIU on a low-cost cruise missile program. They had a one-paragraph requirement. They went from requirement release to vendors on contract in a matter of months. We were flying in 6 months after that. We are now in a position where we're in conversations about turning this into a multi-billion-dollar procurement program with exportability. That's a massive success story if we're able to pull it all the way through. And it never would have happened without the kind of support that DIU received and the funding that they received from Chairman Calvert to do exactly this, right? To create a complementary alternative pathway around the department, through the department, whatever you want to call it, to get good ideas into prototyping, prove them out, and take them to scale quickly, and having the resources to do that.
Congressman Ryan, the Modernization Caucus, what headwinds or problems are you facing? Why did you feel you had to start this caucus?
Yeah, and I want to add to the compliments because I think it's important to say, it was 2 or maybe it was 3 years ago, the prior administration's proposed budget for the Defense Innovation Unit was way too low. Under the chairman's leadership and others, it was 10x'd. That, for all those that, Congress is far from perfect, I'll take accountability for that. That was an important moment of congressional bipartisan leadership, sending direction to the Pentagon that we need to literally add an order of magnitude to our prioritization of innovation, and that has then set the tone for a lot of continued momentum in that direction. The House Defense Modernization Caucus, and there's a Senate component, a lot of credit goes to Rob Whitman, who I know was on another panel today and has been a great leader in this, a great partner for me. What we wanted to try to build was a place that, I've only been here 3 years, sir, order of magnitude less than you. And I came in and said, there's no single place where authorizers and appropriators from both parties that care about the country and want to figure out how do we work with the good guys, the right, great, innovative companies, help them get through all the hurdles and all the pain points, all the friction points, big and small, and how do we create that regular recurring dialogue and then be able to move quickly on it. So for example, a year ago, we did a session, we got a bunch of input from folks that all immediately went into a series of NDAA amendments that already had built-in bipartisan support. We were able to get in on block, pass through. One of the biggest pain points that I experienced, like in my prior life and a lot of others here, is I'm a startup, I'm trying to get SCIF accreditation to just actually get my product out there and tested. That's one example that we're actually able to get through based on this caucus. So would invite everybody out there, if you're not already, to be engaged with us in that, and huge credit to Rob Whitman.
Let's talk about the national security strategy, the new one, and the shift towards the Western Hemisphere. I'd like to get your thoughts on the new strategy. Resources are obviously going to have to be shifted based on priority shifting. What are the trade-offs? What are you going to get rid of? How's this going to work? And what are your concerns in looking at this new strategy?
I'll plead guilty that I have not read every word of the national security strategy yet, but I have sort of read diagonally through it. I think the emphasis on homeland defense in Western Hemisphere has been a long time coming. If you go back and read national defense strategies prior and quadrennial defense reviews prior to that, homeland defense was always the first priority, right? And it was generally a throwaway, right? It was basically like homeland defense is a priority, large oceans, weak adversaries, yada, yada, yada. I think that for the first time in a long time, we have adversaries with capability, conventional as well as nuclear, that can range and strike the homeland. The prospect of fighting an away game, which is what the US military has traditionally done, now has the implication that we will have conventional attack against the United States if we decide to go fight an away game the way we have always planned to do. That's a paradigm shift. So I think when you look at something like Golden Dome, that's a long time coming, right? Our missile defense architecture is archaic. These are programs that were put in place when I was in high school and college, which was actually a long time ago. We need an updated approach to this, and I think that's an example of a good idea that we need to get moving on. And I've seen estimates thrown around in the think tank community. This is going to cost $250 billion. I literally have no idea how you could count that high. I think this is going to be several $billion. I think that it's something that can predominantly be fielded on this president's watch. I think the country will be better off for it. I don't think that this needs to come at the expense of a lot of other things that we are doing, because this is kind of my main point here, right? Is like, these trade-offs we keep being faced with is because of the scarcity that we have enabled or sort of allowed to be created inside of defense because of how archaic so much of our technology is. But with new technology, particularly the emphasis on the space-based approach to Golden Dome, I think you can actually field these game-changing capabilities. You can do it much faster, and you can do it at a fraction of the cost that people are assuming, because they're assuming that, well, if I take the current architecture that I have and multiply it by 2,500, it costs $300 billion. And it's like, I majored in philosophy, but I think that's a really bad way to cost estimate. So just again and again and again, I think there's an opportunity to solve these problems differently with technology. I think the homeland defense emphasis is a good idea and a long time coming, and frankly, I welcome it.
Yeah, I think Homeland is, I agree with Chris, that it's a long time coming.
But that's not what the national security strategy is, not only about Homeland defense.
Not only, but predominantly.
Right.
I mean, that's ultimately what we're talking about.
It's a big part of it.
Yeah.
And look, when you have several 100,000 people dying of fentanyl poisoning in the United States, and the Chinese actively sending the precursor chemicals to the cartels working with the Chinese to manufacture and distribute this drug, or poison as I would call it, and help them launder their money through the banks in Central America and take their cut and fund their Belt and Road Initiative in Central and South America. Why are we putting up with that? Why as a nation are we putting up with that? And so I think those days are over, and I think it's important. Golden Dome, I worry that we haven't defined what it is, and whether it's a strategic system, a theater system, how we're going to deal with, drones. And we got the World Cup coming up and the Olympics, and I know there's a lot of concern about drones and so forth that we're going to have to counter. And so we need a national defense strategy that deals with the homeland. how do we pay for it? I mean, obviously we have legacy systems that have to be looked at, but we have to at the same time replace those in an orderly fashion. We can't just throw away something old and not have anything for a while, so we've got to be able to replace that. And the only way we're going to do that is we're going to have more money. I mean, to be honest with you, that's why we're going to have a higher top line to build the weapon systems of the future to replace those that are outmolded. And
what would be a top line for 5% of GDP? What are we talking about?
Oh, probably, well, if you take 5% of GDP, you're probably looking at about $1.5 trillion, $1.6 trillion.
Mm-hmm. You think Americans are ready for that?
I think we need to explain to them the alternatives. We won't go there overnight. It's going to take a while. We need to grow the economy. We need to do other things. But let's face it, we're at the lowest level of defense spending since prior to World War II. That's
Congressman Ronald, national security strategy concerns.
I agree. I think it's been a long time coming that the Western Hemisphere has been de-emphasized, and I think that's an important macro thing, and there should be bipartisan agreement on that. What that looks like in the national defense strategy and how much of that is a defense thing versus a law enforcement. I mean, the Coast Guard today just picked up 20,000 pounds of cocaine. It's the single biggest seizure by the Coast Guard in 20 years. So like, let's look at all the elements within our larger national security means while we focus on, of course, interdicting fentanyl and other drugs. The concern that I have paired with that, though, is that I do love the idea of resource unconstrained, but still live in the real world where there are trade-offs here. So we have a carrier strike group now, an entire carrier strike group in the Southcom AOR, and that comes at some cost. Then you look in this national security strategy, and in a 29-page document, the first mention of China is on page 19. So there's no mention of several of our key allies in the Indo-PACOM AOR. The Philippines isn't even in there. AUKUS is not at all, barely mentioned. Japan and South Korea are talked about as burdens on us when they've been incredible allies and partners and in co-investing with us. So you put all that together, and we get to a situation where I get very worried. Like, my theory is no greater friend, no worse enemy. And then you read this national security strategy, we're criticizing a lot of allies, and some of it's merited, but that's now been said. I think, and going back to the Trump administration's first national security strategy, where China was #1 on that list, and they were very clear about both the interests and the values disagreement there. I just think we have to have a real serious debate about that. That shouldn't be partisan, that's a major change from a longstanding consensus, which I don't think the American people would actually agree that China shouldn't be our #1 adversary.
I mean, that's a question, Congressman Calvert. Is the current budget serious about confronting China? Is it looking towards deterrence or overmatch? What are we buying for? What are we preparing for? The Secretary said today that we have the best relations with China that we've had in a while. That confused me.
It kind of confused me, too. The FY26 bill obviously is not adequate, but we pair that with reconciliation, and we're leveraging a considerable amount of money. And what we're doing with DIU and with Office of Strategic Capital, we're leveraging more dollars. But as we get into FY27, those dollars, if we get to a top line, that we can start looking at our shipbuilding capability, planes, missiles, ammunition, we're low on everything. And so we're going to have to plus up those numbers to get to where we have to be. And that's to counter primarily China. And we need our allies, no doubt. China has a lot of advantages right now. They have 360 ships to our 280 ships. We're going to have our allies build more ships, whether it's in South Korea or Japan, the Philippines. We need them all. Australia, obviously.
And they build 200 ships for every one ship that we build right now.
Yeah. You can take every public shipyard in the United States and private shipyard, and it will fit in one shipyard in China, and there's about 15 that size.
So I agree with all of this. I guess like the complementary point I would make is it took us 40 years to get into this problem, right? It turns out if you deindustrialize for 40 years while your major strategic competitor is hyper-industrializing, you're going to end up with the kinds of disparities that we're talking about, a 200-to-1 shipbuilding capacity disparity. As much as we try to grow back, kind of traditional-looking industrial base, I think we have to create new industrial base. Right? Like we need a lot of different ships. We need autonomous surface vessels and autonomous undersea vessels. In every war game we've run since I've ever paid attention to this, we all run out of critical munitions in the first 9 days of the war. And that's not because there's some confounding problem here. It's because we didn't plan to actually have protracted conflict, which we will. And we've believed that we can get away with like the military equivalent of luxury goods when it comes to the way in which we're going to fight. And I think we just see in all of the recent conflicts, Ukraine and the Middle East and everywhere, you have to have mass, right? That's how we won World War II. And the mass that we can deploy and the capacity we can create to build it is going to look very different than a lot of the military capabilities that we have here. That will require increased funding, but it will get us an enormous amount of additional capability for a relatively less amount of money.
We have a really good question that's come in from the audience. It says, understanding that we can't fund anything, one could argue that Ukraine's devastation of the Russian army has made our country safer. Why is continuing to fund their resistance a partisan issue and not just a national security one? Congressman Calvert.
I think there's always been a vein of isolationism, especially within the Republican ranks. It's been around for a long time. With this feeling that we have the oceans to protect us and that we don't need to involve ourselves in this. But we don't live in an isolated world. And Russia is an adversary, and I think we have to look at them that way. The war that they're engaged in with Ukraine is something that is destabilizing all of Europe, and it can destabilize the world. And China is funding that. They're buying oil in long-term contracts to stabilize the ruble, so China's kind of behind all of this, and weakening Europe and weakening the United States at the same time. So, yeah, obviously Russia's lost a lot of people, but I don't think they should. At the end of the day, I hope we can work out a reasonable peace agreement, because this is costing too many people's lives.
But in terms of cost, if you have $1 trillion defense budget, why don't you have enough money to provide weapons to Ukraine when they're doing the fighting against one of your main adversaries?
We don't produce weapons on scale rapidly enough. And as was mentioned, our industrial capacity to build weapons in large numbers isn't there right now. We need to build that up.
Congressman Ryan.
And to tie together the points on the new national security strategy and the budget piece of this, one of the most concerning lines to me in that document was something to the effect of, the way they characterized Russia was, there are some European countries that think Russia's bad. That was like, we're at the Reagan National Defense Forum. Can you imagine what Ronald Reagan would have said had he heard that or seen that line written into the United States national security strategy? And so, thinking about exactly as that smart question phrased it, there's an opportunity, as we've been doing to great effect for the last several years, and Andrew has been doing it too, and a lot of our great commercial partners, to see this as an opportunity to not only stand with a crucial ally, we're aligned on values and interests, but to learn a tremendous amount about the future nature of warfare, to iterate on our own capabilities that'll keep Americans safe, and to do it at a fraction of the cost of what it would cost us in blood and treasure if, God forbid, we had to do it.
Just 30 seconds. The thing that I'm concerned about is I don't think we've actually learned the lessons of Ukraine in the United States. Unfortunately, I think Russia has. I think it got its ass kicked for the first 2 years, and then it started to change. And it has reindustrialized, and it has basically built a war economy that I do not think is going to stop looking for problems if and when, God forbid, God willing, the war in Ukraine ends. They have built a hammer in that country, and they're going to go looking for nails in Europe. So if we think that all of this is going to stop and Europe is going to become stable in the aftermath of some type of resolution to the conflict, I think we're fooling ourselves. I think this is going to continue to go because it is the only thing sustaining their economy at this point.
Let's go back. We just have a few more minutes, but let's go back to the budget process. Why is it so broken? How do you fix it? And if you look at China, they don't budget at the end of the year. They don't do one-year budgets for their military. Why don't we have 5-year budgets? Why don't we have 2-year budgets? Why not start at the beginning of the year?
Well, China doesn't actually have to worry about elections and
well, there's
I mean, you got basically one person who wakes up in the morning, determines what the budget's going to be and how they're going to spend it. And so we live in a democracy, and people have a say in how things are done. So we have to go through this process. And we've been working with diminishing dollars over the years. And so the competition for those dollars are great, whether it goes to healthcare or to national security. But I agree with Chris. It's like, we have to grow this economy to get more dollars, or we can satisfy both concerns without taxing our people to death. And that's a complicated thing, and it's not easy. And that's why this budget process has become so difficult.
And if you could get rid of one program, everybody has to come up with one program that you get rid of that would save money, because we never get rid of anything. Congressman Ryan.
I'm getting a lot of trouble here. F-35.
Woo! Whoa.
Oh, boy.
I'm not saying the capability. I'm not saying the capability, but the way that program has been run, it's a mess. It's a mess.
Somebody from Lockheed.
I'm never going to get invited back there again. We got to be real. I mean, we got to have hard conversations.
Yeah.
You're in the hot seat.
You can say anything else now.
That's why
I made a remark at an AEI conference a couple of years ago where I said, we ought to take a look at aircraft carriers, because if you shoot 100 hypersonic missiles at one, what happens? And I think half the United States Navy had a heart attack. But I think every weapon system has to be looked at. I think weapons of today are not necessarily the weapons of tomorrow. And so everything that we have needs to be reevaluated, especially now what we've seen in Ukraine, what we've seen in Israel, autonomous weapon systems. That's where we're going. And we have to be honest with ourselves. What is survivable in modern warfare?
So we are probably heading towards more robotics, but you can't really forget the primes have kind of been, as this conference has evolved over 12 years, started off with the primes as sponsors. Now you have Anduril, Palantir, all these other new startups that didn't even exist when the conference started. What's the balance between the old legacy systems that you still need? We still had B-2 bombers that took out the Iranian nuclear sites. It can't all be robotics.
No, of course not. I think, and this kind of gets back to your last question, right? When I was on the Hill, we always got this question of, why won't the Hill let us retire this, that, or the other thing? And I actually think we were looking at the problem through the wrong end of the telescope. It was not the Hill's desire to hang on to legacy things for the sake of doing it. It was because the new things never showed up. And the Hill is very smart, and they're very serious, and they believe, at least when I was there, I'm pretty sure it's still true, that I'm not going to take a tool away from someone who has it if I'm not going to give them a better tool. And the prospect from the Pentagon was always, we're going to eliminate this thing today, kill it entirely, eliminate all the jobs and the bases, what have you, and then like in 5 to 7 and maybe to 12 years, this new thing is going to show up. I think the emphasis needs to be on fielding new things quickly. I think if you do that, you can then have a far more nuanced conversation about getting rid of old things. Look, most of our military, Ronald Reagan would recognize. That's a problem. I think the question of balance is the right question, right? Like, I am not here. I'm sitting here as the president of Anduril. We need Virginia-class submarines. We need B-21s. We need F-47s. I would get rid of the F-35. I would move to F-47 and F/A-XX to end the long national nightmare of 5th gen and get to the next iteration. We can do it quickly. We need to do it quickly. I would collaborate those systems with robotic systems because that's the right idea, right? How do you do a real high-low mix? You need to do it across the entirety of the joint force. Like, our weapon systems are archaic. We need to complement legacy weapons with new weapons that can be cheaply built and mass produced. This is not hard. America can do this. We can do this in a short period of time for not a lot of money.
On that note, thank you very much, panelists,
Great,
and thank
thank
you
you.
to our audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break. Panel 12 will begin on this stage at 5:05 p.m.
Check 1 2, check 1 2, audio test 1 2 3 4 1 2, check check 1 2, hey hey 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director of the Ronald Reagan Institute in Washington, D.C., Mr. Roger Zakheim.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. And as you heard, my name is Roger Zakheim. I'm director of the Reagan Institute, which is the D.C. arm of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation Institute. It's been a long day, but I think a fruitful one, and we're on the cusp of our final panel. They're about to take the stage, but as become the tradition here, I just want to take a moment or two to thank everyone in this room for participating in the Reagan National Defense Forum 2025, which we think is a resounding success. Thank you all for participating. Especially want to thank all our corporate partners and thought leaders for their support and engagement today. I want to give a special thank you to our trustees in attendance, our chairman of the board of trustees, Mr. Fred Ryan. Thank you, Fred. Mr. Ben Sutton, we're not in alphabetical order, but he's our treasurer, so he goes next. Mr. Michael Castine, really fantastic to have you here, Michael. And then I believe we have, yes, Governor Pete and his wife, Gail Wilson. Wonderful to have you back in the Defense Forum. Thank you, Governor. It takes a tremendous team to get this event done, and I'm really grateful to everyone in California. I'll note a few people, but so grateful for the entire team, Miss Joanne Drake, Melissa Giller, and then, of course, the team from Washington, D.C., which has been here for about a week, nested so well with the California crew. Thank you so much for everything you do to make the forum a success. I want to thank my good friend and battle buddy, Dave Trulio, the president and CEO of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation Institute, for his leadership and participation on our executive committee, along with Bob Cochran, Rachel Hoff, Kim Lapina, and Alice Burns. Thanks to everybody on the executive committee. And we're grateful this year to really have strong participation from the Pentagon leadership. We're pleased to have Secretary Hegseth and the Chairman and Joint Chiefs of Staff. We're also so excited for the first time ever to have the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, Director Russ Vogt. It was really an honor to have two members of the Cabinet. Now, the theme this year was Peace Through Strength, Restoring Deterrence. And there's been a bit of a discussion today, perhaps you noticed, concerning what peace through strength means. I thought we might go to the source for just a minute. On February 26, 1986, President Reagan addressed the nation from the Oval Office. It was his last primetime address describing his defense program. He decided at that time to talk about the progress of his military buildup, which accounted to $2.4 trillion that was built upon bipartisan support from the Congress, unprecedented engagement with our allies, and a united Republican Party, and I would also add, a united people in the United States of America. Reagan shared his vision that inspired the buildup, declaring, quote, that American strength is once again a sheltering arm for freedom in a dangerous world. Reagan understood that building strength served a higher purpose. It went beyond building weapons of war to achieve deterrence. President Reagan's peace was realistic about who the enemy was. He was clear-eyed when he called the Soviet Union an evil empire. Reagan's peace exercised moral clarity. It is not a coincidence that the man who advanced morality in foreign policy rolled back the Soviet empire, which delivered unprecedented peace and prosperity for the American people. President Reagan's commitment to deliver peace through strength was rooted in a commitment to deliver freedom. That was the Reagan Doctrine, and that is what we seek to advance here at the Reagan National Defense Forum. So I want to thank you all for making the Reagan National Defense Forum a success, and now we're pleased to welcome our final panel, commonly referred to as the Panetta panel. General Jack Keane, Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta, the Honorable Alex Wong, and our moderator, Bill Hemmer of Fox News.
Thank you, Roger. It's great to be back here, and we'll just do a little house cleaning here. Thank you, Fred, and Roger, and David, and Rachel, and everybody else I'm forgetting here at the library for doing such great work. And I'd also like to thank my employer, the Fox News Channel, and our president of news, Jay Wallace. Our relationship's been really good with you guys for a long time, and we're glad to see it again be very productive. So we are, how about these guys, huh? They're either going to be smart, insightful, or funny, or maybe all three. We're going to find out. So in the spirit of Ronald Wilson, we're going to take a trip around the world over the next 45, 50 minutes or so. Then we're going to end up right here in the United States of America. So gentlemen, thank you for being here today. Great to have you. Venezuela. The prophetic Jack Keane said the other day, intention is one thing, outcome is another. Secretary Panetta, what is the intention for the U.S. with Caracas, and what is the likely outcome with Venezuela and Maduro?
I have no idea. I have no idea. We've just deployed a large armada to the area off of Venezuela. I think it represents, if I'm not mistaken, about 25 to 30% of our deployed ships.
That's about
right. That are there, plus 15,000 men and women in uniform, plus a lot of Marines. And the question that I think concerns me, but I think it concerns a lot of Americans, is what exactly is the objective? What's the objective here? Is it regime change? I think the secretary mentioned that the administration is not interested in regime change, but I can't imagine why else we're there except to deal with Maduro. Is it drug trafficking? Is it oil? Is it the influence of Russia and China? Just exactly what is the objective here? In terms of having that force there. I would assume that it has to deal with Maduro and with drug trafficking, in which event, I think it's clear to say, I think the Wall Street Journal said this, that if Maduro is still there after this deployment of this armada, then it's clearly a failed mission. So I'm assuming that the goal is to replace Maduro, but I have not heard the president say that.
Well, the other day I heard General Jack Keane say that regime change is on the table.
Yeah.
To what extent, General?
Well, first, I think they're taking a comprehensive look at the hemisphere. We saw what an open border did to us. You settle on a number, 10, 15, 20 million people in 4 years. Pretty outrageous in terms of who some of those people were and what they've done to us since. So, but when you look at it, where are they all coming from? And they're coming from this area. So I think that's part of the comprehensive strategy, to look at these countries and to come to grips with the fact of the harm that they are doing to us. And there's a number of them, but Maduro sticks out because he and the cartels are one. The government and the cartels are one. So that's different than the other countries. It's certainly different than what's happening in Mexico with fentanyl coming out of there, and we're getting cooperation from that president. The president has already said he's interested in regime change because he's asked Maduro to leave. And he's gave him a free ride out wherever he wants to go, but he's not about to give him amnesty. I don't think his mindset is too different than what George H.W. Bush did in 1989. Noriega was the head of Panama. In 1988, in our court system, he was indicted for narco trafficking and human trafficking. The decision was made to remove him. He was also putting pressure on the 35,000 Americans and troops we had there, and we conducted a physical regime change, as you know. 1994, President Clinton is dealing with Haiti as a result of another fraudulent election and a junta that came in and deposed Aristide, who was elected in a democratic country, not a fraudulent election. The mission was to put him back in power. And also, if you remember, because of the human abuses that the military dictator was doing,
tens of thousands of Haitians were coming to our country. Remember, we were putting them up in military bases. So that was a secondary reason. So this is the third president in a reasonable amount of time that wants to deal with something that's really harmful that's going on in the region. I think regime change is really it. The president has a lot of options here. Show of force is what we're looking at right now. He has other limited military options he can take to put more pressure on him. And then, of course, he has an ultimate option with all the risk involved in it as well. And I'm confident that the leaders that are here have taken the president through all of these options and what the risks are associated with them. And I have no idea what the decision is, but likely more to follow for sure.
Okay, I'm going to come back to two things you said there in a second. Mr. Wong, your specialty is East Asian affairs and North Korea specifically.
That's right.
And you heard Secretary Panetta mention 25% of the American warships are in the Caribbean now, which really is that's a 180 change from what we've been thinking about in the pivot toward China. Does that concern you with that positioning militarily?
Look, I think you have to look at the national security strategy and what it says about the Western Hemisphere. But essentially it says if we are strong in the Western Hemisphere, we can be strong abroad. And that's not a crazy idea. The Secretary mentioned the Monroe Doctrine. But I like to actually flip this. A lot of people in this room have talked about or know about and have read the theories of Mackinder. And they look, and he said, you look at the Eurasian landmass, and what we try to prevent there is one power having consolidated control over that continental landmass to prevent them from consolidating the resources that could enable them to project power out of that landmass. If you flip that and you look at what China's looking at here in the United States, our geographic advantage, if we have a peaceful Western Hemisphere, if we have secure borders, if we have strong allies and trading partners where we can have a broad trading relationship with, where we have resources, this is what enables us to project power abroad. This has been the story and the strategic and geographic advantage of the United States for the past 150 years and going back to Manifest Destiny. We need to strengthen that. Secretary Panetta, you mentioned a number of the things that Venezuela has been doing to weaken us, whether that's taking advantage of a porous border, whether that's drug trafficking, whether that's being a vector for China and Russia to have influence and reach into the Western Hemisphere. These are problems that I think President Trump has seen since he left office in the first term. He's seen them get worse. And if you remember, there's a sense, in 2019, Maduro stole an election then as well. And the president supported the opposition candidate. And I think he's got a sense of unfinished business here. And this time around, he's building up leverage, he's building up options. He has a strong opposition figure in Machado. The conditions are there to finish this business, strengthen the U.S. partnership across the Western Hemisphere, and put us in a better position to project power into the Indo-Pacific.
Do you think Maduro's going to go easily? Is he going to concede or stay there and fight?
Well, I think it's important what the president is doing is developing options. If it can be done through diplomacy, if it can be done through a deal, great. But he's got options, and I don't think it's going to be easy. General Kane mentioned Panama. I think this is a more difficult situation than Panama was, but I think the rubric is the same.
Largest oil reserves in the world, by the way. Go ahead, Mr. Secretary.
Let me add this, because the two examples that the general mentioned involved direct military action with Noriega, as well as when Bill Clinton, I was chief of staff to Bill Clinton and was in the room, and we were about to land forces in Haiti at the time, and we were fully prepared to do that. I think the concern I have, and I think you've laid out some of the logic that's involved here, but if the president is ultimately going to use military force, I really think he owes it to the American people to kind of tell the American people why we're doing that, because we're going to be putting our young men and women in harm's way. And I think the American people need to know, what is the strategy, what is the objective, and why is it important to do this? I think the president needs to speak to the American people about this issue with that many people there with the kind of war that could happen, and with frankly, the cost in lives that could also happen if we go to war.
General, I want you to answer that too.
Yeah,
I would just point out that Haiti and Panama are much different from even the landmass of Venezuela and the amount of power that Maduro has captured, and as I mentioned, possibly the largest untapped oil reserves in the world. Go ahead, General.
Yeah, prior to the Panama operation, H.W. Bush's administration, very little coordination with the Congress, certainly wasn't seeking authorization, trying to achieve a level of surprise. The Clinton administration did a lot of collaboration with the Congress beforehand. There was a number of people opposed to it, as you know, Mr. Secretary, but no authorization sought. The President's team has been talking to the Congress, hasn't been talking publicly too much about it other than the threats against Maduro. But I think it depends on what the operation is that they're doing and how much secrecy that they really want to have. If you're going to do a physical thing in removing them, and then some degree of surprise is in our interest. And if we don't have that surprise, then we're going to put our troops, they'll be considerably more vulnerable.
Okay.
All those are considerations.
I'll put this under the category of to be continued. I want to move to Ukraine. Putin is dead set on all of the Donbass, even parts of that region that Ukraine has fought and died for and still controls to this day. Steve Witkoff just held 6 meetings over 2 days in Florida with Ukraine. Zelensky appears to have moved. Putin has not. Can anyone here make a case now as to how this war ends?
Well, to educate, what is this all about? The rest of the Donetsk region, Ukrainians are controlling something we refer to as a fortress belt. It's very key terrain, and they've been sitting on it ever since 2014. So 11 years, Russia's been trying to take this piece of ground. Why is that important? Because right beyond that is a pathway to Kharkiv and a pathway to Kyiv. And that is why they're so intense about trying to take it. So, and what they've been up against here is the steadfast defense that the Ukrainians, you know, the Russians have a false narrative out there, and it makes its way through American society, through the halls of the Congress, and it makes its way into the White House. And that false narrative is that Russia is winning this war, and it's inevitable that Ukraine is going to lose it. It's on the front page of the New York Times today. And Russia is a master at cognitive warfare and how he gets inside of our heads in permeating this. Here's some facts. Since 2022, when the invasion took place and they took ground, Ukraine has taken back 50% of the ground that Russia had. For the last 2 years, they've been operating in the Donbass region, and they've gained 1% additional territory in 2 years. In this last year, in 2025, it's less than 1%. Last year, they were losing as high as 48,000 a month. It depleted towards the end of the year to about 38,000. Now it's down to about 26,000. Horrific numbers. If we give the Ukrainians what they need to do and continue to support them with the Europeans, they can't take Ukraine, period. That's a fact. So what is at issue here is Russia wants that ground. They want to pocket that concession. They'll wait out Trump, probably, and reattack and take this country. That is what Zelensky is up against in terms of his decision. Is he going to give them that and get other concessions? I think it's his decision and his teammates' decision. And I would hope that whatever comes of this, that we don't leave Ukraine in a more vulnerable position for a future attack at some point.
Yeah, Secretary Panetta, when you look at this story, Mr. Wong will get you on it too, do either of you see, are we closer to the end? Are we somewhere stuck in this mid-range for this war, even though you're coming up on 4 years in February?
Yeah, look, this is the Reagan Forum. We're talking about peace through strength. And the one thing, I mean, I served in the Congress with with Ronald Reagan, had the opportunity to work with him on a number of issues. Ronald Reagan understood that the United States has to be a world leader. Ronald Reagan understood that the United States has to work with our allies. He said that in Normandy. And Ronald Reagan understood that you have to stand up to bullies, to tyrants. I think the legacy of this administration in terms of history is on the line with what happens in Ukraine. Putin cannot be trusted. Those of us who dealt in intelligence, dealt in the defense area, understand. Putin cannot be trusted. And so, if there is to be a solution here, then President Trump has to stand up to Putin. He's got to say, we are going to, if you're not willing to sit and negotiate or support a ceasefire, then we're not only going to continue to increase sanctions, but we're going to provide the weapons Ukraine needs in order to defend itself. That's the message that has to be sent to Putin, because that's the only thing he understands. It isn't talk. It isn't pretty please. It's force. And that's what the president has to do if we are ever to have any hope of bringing this war to an end.
Mr. Wong, what was your take on that point when you were in the West Wing?
Well, I have to say, I agree with you, Mr. Secretary. I think President Trump understands leverage, he understands strength, and he understands it against Putin. We have to remember, it was President Trump who placed, at the time, the heaviest sanctions on Russia in the first term and the heaviest sanctions up to now here in the second term. It was President Trump who gave Ukraine javelins and armed them in the first term that helped them stave off the invasion. It was President Trump who was the first US president to authorize the killing of Russians in the battlefield since Woodrow Wilson. That happened reportedly in Syria. He understands how to exercise strength and leverage with Putin. Now, in this negotiation, we do need leverage with Putin. We do need strength. We need to bring him to the table. He's at the table. He's not agreeing yet. We need some more time. But I think with more coordination with our European allies, particularly as they increase their defense spending, their unified stance, the strengthening and widening of NATO, this is putting pressure on Putin. But I do want to say something. Any negotiated deal that occurs, we have to be prepared that it'll be morally unsatisfying, because anything short of Ukraine gaining all of its land back will be morally unsatisfying. But that's the nature of the deal. But that said, what the deal needs to be is that Putin, or at least those close to him, or those who may come after Putin, have to realize that an invasion of Ukraine and of wider Europe will result in a major strategic loss, because it already has for Russia. They've lost, or they've had over 1 million casualties. They've disfigured their economy. They've lost their influence in Africa. They've lost their influence in the Middle East. They have enlarged NATO, strengthened NATO, not weakened it. And they are now more dependent on China and, of all places, North Korea. That needs to be set in stone as a strategic loss in a negotiated settlement, so that sets up true deterrence towards future aggression on the part of Moscow.
I know you.
If there is some kind of an agreement, Zelensky won't make a deal unless he gets security guarantees.
Right.
And they've got to be robust here. And I suspect if the security guarantees are what I'm about to tell you are, what they should be, Putin is going to do what with that? He's going to say no. And at that point, we can't go back to what we've done every time he's rejected a deal. Every time we go back to what I call the status quo. We're receptive to more negotiations. We're going to continue what we're doing. If he says no this time, after all of these expectations, after all of these months, then we got to have a plan to deal with that. And that plan has got to be robustly reform and rebuild the Ukrainian military. Yes, we give them all the weapons they need. Yes, we give them the Tomahawks that can take down the Shahed manufacturing factory that Iran built. All these hundreds of drones that are hitting the city, those are Shahed drones built by the Iranians. It's in a sanctuary area where Ukraine's long-range weapons cannot reach. We can go after the bomber bases that are coming in every single night and dropping those glide bombs. And all of this is to kill who? Ukrainian civilians, to put pressure on Zelensky to make a deal. So we need long-range weapons to do that. What does security guarantees look like that make some sense? United States command and control, number one. There's not a European country that can do what we can do, and most of them don't have anywhere near the capability to run command and control for that. It has to have an air and a ground and a maritime component to it. Air, U.S. air power for sure. European air power is formidable also, and they mean they're patrolling. If any moves whatsoever, they have authority to take direct action and persistent surveillance during all of this period. On the ground, at the line of contact, there would be a separation. Probably European brigades should take that on. In addition to that, put an American brigade in Ukraine to help reform and train. A training unit, also a combat unit, a task force with a lot of officers and senior NCOs to get the Ukraine up to the next level of how to do combat. I don't want to get into the details of this. Ukraine's very good at what they do at tactical operations, but when it gets to brigade, no division, no corps, no JTF, they don't have that echelonment that we have, and we can help them with that. And then pour in to their defense industrial base, the engineers and the other people that we need to bring that up. We can leave them with their own equivalent to Tomahawks. They got Flamingo right now that goes about the same distance. Its guidance system isn't as good. We got guys that were here today that can help them fix that problem. So there's a lot we can do to make certain that the military is right. The maritime piece of it, is going to be in the Black Sea. The countries that would likely be involved is Turkey, Romania, Bulgaria. Turks want to be in charge. Romania and Bulgaria don't want them in charge for all the obvious reasons, because the Turks are a huge pain in the ass to deal with. And that's just a fact, all right? But I'm talking about something that is comprehensive here.
What you're saying... I recommend to the president that instead of Wyckoff, he sends this guy.
It's, just for the record, it's Witkoff, not Wyckoff. General, what you're saying, it's okay. General, what you're saying is that Putin has one last chance here, and you have to be prepared for the expectation of a letdown that he's going to not agree to this. And ironically, just one last point on Ukraine, then we're going to move on. There's more to get to here. We still got to end up right here in the U.S. 31 years ago this weekend, the Budapest Memorandum was agreed to, U.S., U.K., Russia, and Ukraine. At the time, Ukraine had the third largest nuclear weapon supply in the entire world, and they gave it up. And they gave it up for peace and security. And whenever this war ends, you're going to have a front line, if you were to draw the lines today, 625 miles long. And it's going to be the hottest border in the world, more so than I would argue the Korean Peninsula, Mr. Long. Who keeps that peace and security for the Ukrainians? Who does that?
You just heard the general lay it out in terms of what should be put in there. And let me just say this. You cannot be tough on China and weak on Russia. Yeah. Because the message, if we get a bad deal in Ukraine, that is a message to China with regards to Taiwan. So there's a lot riding on doing the right thing with Ukraine.
You're saying the Turks are going to keep the peace, is what you're saying.
They want to participate, and they want to be in charge of it.
Do you need more than the three countries that you mentioned?
Well, we could participate if we wanted to. There's enough there, you know, and the air power is really critical. You know.
That's right.
Okay.
But, yeah.
And
all right. I'm going to put that under to be continued as well, all right? Let's talk about China. Secretary Hegseth said today here at the forum that U.S. relations with China are better than they've been in years. In 2026, we're going to see at least 2 planned meetings between Presidents Trump and Xi. There could be more depending on how many international conferences they attend. Mr. Wong, if you could, what are the important things that you're going to watch through the course of their relationship, just in the next 12, 13, 14 months?
Right. Well, look, I think if you think about the Trump second term as a baseball game, and the competition is between the United States and China, and it's 9 innings. We have 1 year into this administration. We're roughly through the second inning. It's still early in the game. There were a lot of fireworks in the first inning. Liberation Day, tariffs, essentially de facto embargo between the 2 countries. I think both nations brandished what they can do to squeeze each other economically. And both leaders showed the willingness to use those tools. So what we see in Busan is an agreement to, number 1, hit pause for a year. But number 2, I think it's important to note that President Trump did get concessions from Xi Jinping. He did get concessions on trade, on fentanyl, on defense coordination and discussion, as Secretary Hegseth laid out earlier today. That's a better position than we were in a year ago, or even 2 years ago, or however many years ago it's been since that COVID-19 period. But I think the next year is going to be important to watch. And the question is, which side, which country is able to strengthen the elements of national power enough that when they resume this discussion in a year, who is in a better position to negotiate and get a better deal? And when I talk about national power, I mean military power, defense, industrial base. How can we mitigate and de-risk the dependencies on China? And I will tell you, China's looking at the same. So who's in a better position here? That's what I'm going to be watching. And I think we've been discussing in this conference ways to improve those elements of national power. Many people in this room are participating in that. And that will, and we have to sprint. A year's not a long time, but we'll see.
What do you think, gentlemen?
Look, I don't think that we can afford to deal with China from weakness. I think the first thing that has to be done with China is to make clear that there are lines that we will not allow China to cross. I think we ought to be very firm on protecting Taiwan. I think we ought to be very firm in the South China Sea. I think we ought to be very firm with China in terms of what they're doing in space and what they're doing in terms of development of AI and technology. I think if President Trump is to be successful in dealing with Xi, the one thing Xi has to understand is that there are lines he can't cross, and that the United States is strong, and that we will deploy our Navy and continue to deploy our Navy to the Pacific. We've got to make those points, because if the president is hoping he can make some kind of wonderful deal with Xi without showing him that the United States is prepared to confront China if necessary, then Xi is not going to move. I mean, he'll be nice. Xi is a smart guy. I've had the opportunity to meet with Xi. I thought, when I sat down with Xi, I thought, he would use talking points like other leaders do. He didn't. He wanted to engage in a conversation. And the first thing he complained about was the fact that we were repositioning our Navy to the Pacific at that time. And he didn't like it. And I said, I'm sorry, Mr. President, the United States is a Pacific power. And we intend to do what's necessary to protect our security as a Pacific power. And there are areas we can work together. We can work together on North Korea. We can work together on cyber. We can work together on trade. We can work together on providing disaster assistance. And he said something I never forgot. He said, you're right. We can work together, and that's probably the best way to achieve peace and prosperity. So, yes, we can deal with China. I think we can have a dialogue with China, but we have to do it from strength.
All right.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Xi and Putin, they're masters at talking to us and manipulating us. Xi made a fentanyl deal with the Trump administration the first time and reneged on it. They came up $211 billion short on the trade balance deal that was made. So we've got similar deals we just made with him. Fentanyl, he's going to stop. Trade imbalance, he's going to do it. We've got to wait this out. But while we're doing that, we've got to fix the major problem we have here. And the major problem is that the United States military is the world's #1 super military power. Why? Because we can project power any place in the world. There's not a single country that can do it. And that we have 128 bases, primary bases around the world. We have 750 places where we have military people around the world. Nobody has that. China's got one base outside the country. However, you get within 1,000 or 1,500 miles of the Chinese coast, and the military advantage swings to China. Now, we got to fix that. This has been sitting there for a number of years. Xi has told us flat out, he's told us time and time again, my military is going to be ready in 27. If Taiwan doesn't capitulate, we're going to take it by force. Should we dismiss that because we're making a good deal with him and he's playing nice with us over tariffs, over fentanyl, which is a serious problem? I think the only way we talk nice to this guy is make certain that we really have the kind of credible defense that we need to have. What is credible deterrence? It's 4 things. It's #1, force posture. We need more forward deployed capability there than we currently have. It's capability. We need significant more capability than what we have, more air defense, more long range offensive weapons. If we bring our carrier group into China so the F-35s and the cruise missiles are effective, hypersonic missiles swarm and take that carrier group down. How do we know this? We've been playing war games for 10 years. We got all of these facts. We understand what the military advantage is that they have. We don't talk about it publicly for all the reasons you don't want to do something like that publicly, but it's out there in the public for sure.
Can I be a contrary?
Let me finish my point here.
Yeah, okay.
Capabilities.
We do this,
all right?
we do this a lot.
Now we got to have some imagination. Unmanned vessels. We're going to build a bunch of ships that we know are going to get sunk. All right. Now we need capital Navy ships. Don't, as an Army guy, don't shoot me dead up here. What they do around the world and keep our global commons open and navigation rights open is in the United States' vital national interest. That's a fact. But we got to be realistic about the enemy we're up against here and the advantage they have to those capital ships. And let's use some imagination. Put not a few thousand drones into Taiwan, put hundreds of thousands of drones. I'm not exaggerating here. That begins to cause a problem for China based on what we know drones can do. Unmanned vessels. Ukraine defeated Russia's Navy in the Black Sea using submersible unmanned vessels. Ukraine. Can we do that? I think we can do that. While we're waiting 5, 10, 15 years for the capital ships to arrive. In the meantime, we don't have 5 years with this man, Mr. Xi. We got to show him right now the capability. The other thing that you need to have, you have to signal him. The secretary is 100% right here. That's the third thing. You signal your adversary what your intent is. He needs to know. You don't want to surprise him with it. You want to let him know what's important to you. And the last thing is will and resolve. Those are the 4 things that make up a credible defense, and we don't have it. And we got to get it, and we got to get it soon. And we need industry to help us do it, and we've got to get, and we need all of the leaders behind what needs to be done here to include our congressional leaders. There's consensus in this country, major consensus, that China is the most significant threat we have had since the Soviet Union. There's consensus. There's consensus in the Congress about that. The administration agrees with that. It's been a priority. Previous administrations have agreed with it. However, we have got to get a restored deterrence. That's part of the theme. Right, Roger? Isn't that part of the theme of this thing today? Right? That's what we got to do. We got to do that and do all the other things that are necessary here.
Mr. Wong, I want you to get a chance to respond to that. At the risk of being the contrarian here, and you guys can throw tomatoes at me, however you choose, I don't know if Xi wants war. I know the English Channel is 21 miles wide. I know the Taiwan Strait's 110 miles wide. I know Taiwan's an island nation of 24 million people. And I want to know if the threat from the Chinese military is overblown.
I don't think it's overblown at all. I think Chairman Xi has made his intent clear, that he wants the military at least to be ready by 2027 to execute this invasion. Now, I think what you're getting at here is, why should the American people care? Why should the world care? I think they should care a lot. Number one, if we're just talking about pure economics, you don't want our chief geopolitical adversary, one that has already shown its willingness to use economic and industrial tools to squeeze us and our partners, to have possession of the world's top and overwhelmingly the top producer of exquisite semiconductors. That's number one. Number two, you don't want to give China the strategic position in the first island chain to dominate world trade via shipping. 90% of trade goes through the South China Sea and from the Taiwan landmass, the island. That is a key strategic point where they can threaten us and our allies and world trade. But number three, Taiwan is a thriving democracy. The only Chinese democracy in the world, an example for the entire Indo-Pacific. Having it be snuffed out without resistance from the United States, from our partners, says something about the future of the world, and it says something about us, and it's not good.
You know, two fingers.
All right, make it quick.
I think the invasion scenario for Xi is least likely. The quarantine blockade more likely, because that's what they've been doing over the last 13, 15 years. Intimidation and coercion to force capitulation. And that's, I think, is what they will try, and most likely. So what would that look like? Well, what he's doing, he's creating such a dominant position militarily over us that he really wants to force a decision on the president. So quarantine blockade is in. Nothing's going in by air, and nothing's going in by sea. Taiwan has a decision to make. Are they going to interfere with that? Xi hasn't fired a shot yet. Are they going to interfere with that? I think they're going to dial 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue first. And they're going to ask, are you going to be there for us? Now that is the decision that Xi wants the president to be faced with. He knows full well if he goes to war over this, there'll be catastrophic losses, personnel, and capital assets we haven't seen since World War II and likely to exceed it. The world economy is going to tank. This is regardless of whether we win or lose. And he knows we would be challenged about the outcome. So think of that decision. That is a weighty decision with all of the ramifications that take place. I'm convinced in my head that Xi would want to force that decision. And if that decision is no, we're not going to help, then Japan, the Philippines, Australia have to fall in line when the United States pulls away as a major influence in the region. And what does it affect to us on our global status worldwide? I mean, it is really, strategic implications of this are huge.
Thank you. Appreciate all that. And the few minutes we have left here, Jamie Dimon was on the stage earlier today. He said something I thought was great. He said, no one has a divine right to success.
To what?
To success, including America. And then he said, we have 5 years to get it together, or it's basically second fiddle. So we're coming into America 250, and some branches of the military have already started their recognition. And I've been coming to this forum for 10 years, right? Roger, you've been having it for 12 times over 13 years. And I've heard many wax poetic about the great American political divide. And I think about this a lot, especially over the last decade plus. And here's the query, and this isn't a pop quiz. Maybe I should have given you more time to think about this, but I think all three of you have thought about it in your own way. Short of a national crisis or tragedy, what is the forcing mechanism that brings Americans together? Or is this our reality for this phase of our American history? Secretary Panetta, would you like to jump on that one first?
I think I've told this audience before. I tell the students at Panetta Institute that in a democracy we govern either by leadership or by crisis. If leadership is there and willing to make the tough decisions associated with leadership, sometimes decisions that may not be politically popular, but the right decisions, we can avoid crisis, certainly contain it. But if leadership is not there, then we will govern by crisis. And very frankly, for the last 20 years, we have been largely governing by crisis. Best example of that is the budget. We don't pass budgets anymore in the Congress. The process is broken. We do CRs, and we have shutdowns of the federal government threatened every few months as a result. And we just went through a shutdown. We're operating by crisis. And so it is incredibly important that if this country is going to maintain its strength and maintain its democracy, that leadership has to step up. It's going to have to step up. It's extremely important for the President of the United States to try to unite this country, not divide it. It's extremely important for the leadership in the Congress not to fight the other party and try to stop them, but to work with the other party to try to govern this country. That's what our forefathers intended when they put the Constitution together. And that's the way we've been able to survive, is because both parties have been willing to come together and to govern together. If we don't get back to that, if we don't unify to deal with a horrendous budget problem, $35 trillion debt, talking about what we need for the defense budget, we're paying $2 trillion in interest on that debt right now. It's more than the defense budget. So Jamie Dimon is right. You know, it's a moment in time when leadership has to step up, because a strong economy is not a given. We've got to deal with health care. We've got to deal, frankly, with immigration. Yep, you know, we've controlled the border, but we have not developed comprehensive immigration reform in order to deal with all of the aspects of immigration. There's a lot to be done to try to put this country in the right road. But we have to make a fundamental decision. Do we want an America in renaissance in the 21st century? Or do we want an America in decline? Because if leadership doesn't step up, if we don't begin to unify, if we don't begin to govern together, mark my words, America will go the way of past empires. That's a fact. If the American people want us to be an America in renaissance, we are going to have to get our leadership to step up and do the job.
Mr. Wong, how much have you thought about this consideration?
Well, look, I think Jamie Dimon is right that there's no such thing as divine right to success, but I do disagree in the sense that I think America does have divine blessing. I do think this is a providential nation in many ways. I do think this is an exceptional nation. Now, we have to restore that faith. We have to build that faith, particularly in the next generation. I don't disagree, Secretary Panetta, that our leadership, our political leadership, plays a role in that. But leadership comes from many levels. And I think it chiefly comes from families. I think it chiefly comes from our community our communities, our civil society, our churches, our schools. I know there's a lot of students here. I know there's a lot of educators, and we're all, many of us are parents and family members. We have to inculcate in the next generation the exceptional nature of our nation, of our democracy, of our Constitution, that we are a providential nation. It's the Reagan Institute. Reagan said, this experiment is only but one generation away from extinction. So we have to keep renewing it with every generation. But Reagan was also an optimist, and so am I. And that optimism is grounded in that providential nature of the United States.
General?
Yeah, I'll go back to the leadership issue and also the strength that we need. I'm not going to deal with the political aspect of it, and I'm as frustrated as anybody is, watching the divisiveness in the country. But there's a reason we're here where we are. The reality is that our adversaries came together, Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea, because they had a perception that the United States leadership was weak, and they believed that they could take advantage of it. And they saw vulnerability there, and they also saw opportunity. The Afghanistan situation contributed to this, certainly. The video that we saw is one thing, but I think what our adversaries actually saw is much more than a humiliating video of an American retreat. They saw the United States of America, who had been working with an ally and a partner for 20 years, fighting side by side with them, trying to prevent the country that hosted al-Qaeda and killed 3,000 Americans from coming back into power. And we made a decision to withdraw unconditionally, which invited a collapse in that country very quickly, because they knew without U.S. support, the Afghan security forces guys knew, without U.S. intel, hell, we had 3 CIA bases there alone. We had 7 military bases there. We had significant intelligence to these people. And what else did we have? We had air power. They knew what that was like, what it would happen to them without it. So they mentally collapsed. That's why you saw this thing folding so quickly. I'll tell you for a fact, I knew the guys who were in the room talking to the president, and one of them said, Mr. President, it's likely, based on where the Afghan security forces are, and if we pull all the support from them, it's likely they know they can't win. So therefore, they're going to lose the will to fight. And that is what happened. The lesson our adversaries saw is the United States, after 20 years, is willing to walk away from an ally and partner and turn the country over to the very enemy we were there for to begin with. Now, that is a stunning thing to watch. And what happened as a result of that? Putin goes into Ukraine. That's not isolated. He believed he's going to get away with it. Iran operationalizes its proxies. Prior to October the 7th, over 100 attacks on U.S. troops in bases in Iraq and Syria, over 100. After October the 7th, another over 100, after October the 7th as well. The CENTCOM commander, Kurilla, one of the best operational guys we had, makes a recommendation to the administration. I have 120 targets that I want to work. They're all military targets. Not a single one of them is economic. There's certainly no nuclear on it. This is about taking down their capacity to force the Iranians to shut down their proxies who are doing that to us. Completely rejected. Completely rejected. Is it any wonder that eventually October the 7th occurs? Why? Because they think we're not going to support the Israelis the way they should be supported. And guess what? That turned out to be true. You should see the list. I never knew what it was. You should see the list of the things we wouldn't give the Israelis because we wanted to curb their behavior on the battlefield. I spent an hour and a half with Netanyahu discussing the war back in September. And it was revealing to me how much we shut down, even anti-tank weapons. We're all thinking of big bombs, right? The list is formidable. And then he wouldn't let them go into Rafah. Don't go into Rafah. Don't finish Gaza. Don't attack Hezbollah. Don't go near Iran. All of those things. This is the United States. This is our #1 ally in the region. Existential threat is against them. These guys are trying to get a nuclear weapon, and they have threatened the use of it. Is that strong American leadership? By anybody's definition, that is weak leadership. And that's why our adversaries are aggressive. Mr. Xi gets more aggressive in those years because of the weakness he perceives the United States has, and he's going to get away with it. So leadership is fundamental, and we've got to have the strength to back it up. It's not just words. It's those 4 things I was talking about. We've got to have the strength, and we have to have the strong leadership. And listen, at the end of the day, what is this really about? It's really about not being paralyzed by the fear of adverse consequence. And I'll tell you, you had to deal with this yourself in dealing with President, and the best advisors that they have. Listen, the fear that a president has is human. The fear of failure, the political failure, the fear of the operation failing, the fear of not knowing what the unknown is going to be. So at the end of the day, you have to take counsel of your own fears, and you've got to have some spine. You've got to have some spine to do this stuff. And that's why leadership is so important.
We're out of time. I know you guys all want to get to the bar. Something tells me Jack Keane knows more than he's saying. I'm just a thought. Alex Wong, Leon Panetta, Jack Keane. Thank you for your contribution to our country.
Well done, my friend.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the 12th Annual Reagan National Defense Forum. Please proceed to the main courtyard for our closing reception. Thank you.